Twin brothers with identical faces, but different lives. Brother Baek Dog-young in a suit and tie, surrounded by beautiful women. Clearly a business elite. While younger brother Baek Isu wears construction site clothing, surrounded by people sweating profusely as they pour cement. And buried under the cement are over a dozen bodies in North Korean military uniforms. Brother Baek Dog-young calls him to suggest getting together. At this moment, someone bursts through the door and falls to the ground. Another person chases out bare-chested. "I'm going to kill all you South Korean bastards," the man says with a sinister smile. Watching the scene, Baek Isu remains unusually calm, still unhurtedly asking about the man's injuries. Then he slowly removes his jacket. His true identity is captain of the Special Operations Team against North Korean spies. "Baek Isu, I hope you can last a few more seconds against me." As soon as he finishes speaking, the man slashes at Baek Isu with a knife. Baek Isu simply leans back and easily dodges, then rises and delivers an elbow strike to the opponent's chin, taking advantage of the man's dazed state. He swings his fist heavily and smashes the man into the ground. Looking at the unconscious man, Baek Isu puts on his jacket and orders his subordinates, "Bury this guy along with the others." After giving instructions, he says he needs to go out for something. "Anyone but our captain," his subordinate mutters. Baek Isu goes to meet his brother. Baek Dojyeong has arranged, but is stopped at the door. The guard explains that Consul Baek has important guests today and isn't receiving visitors. At this moment, someone walks over and waves in Baek Isu's direction. He explains to the guard that Baek Isu is his brother. Hearing this, the guard hurriedly bows and apologizes. Baek Isu doesn't mind and walks toward the restaurant. Baek Dog-young praises the guard for prioritizing security. On the other side, Baek Isu's team members are having dinner together. Zion complains that, while the captain is out eating good food and drinking, he can only have barbecue outdoors. This draws laughter from everyone. Suddenly, several cars drive up. Seeing who gets out, one person immediately salutes and greets them, inviting Chief to come have a drink. Chief Zhang asks, "Why don't I see Baek Isu here?" After learning he's out on personal business, he mutters quietly things aren't going smoothly. He puts his hand inside his jacket. A gunshot rings out, and the head of the person who just answered explodes. The shooter is Chief Zhang. Immediately, dozens of fully armed people get out of the cars. They assume attack positions. Everything happens too fast. Everyone hasn't had time to react. Everyone has worked hard. Chief Zhang chambers around. Meanwhile, at the restaurant, the two brothers are eating. The brother invites him to do business together with Isu. Stop doing low-paying work. He doesn't understand why his brother, being a soldier, wears workers' clothes to his brother's invitation. Baek Isu gives a perfunctory answer, saying he'll think about it. At this moment, his phone rings, so he goes to the bathroom to answer it. It's Zion's call. The voice on the other end is intermittent. Baek Isu hurriedly asks what's wrong. Zion jokingly says he's had too much to drink. But how could this fool Baek Isu? Zion's voice becomes serious, saying he can never fight alongside the captain again. All team members have been eliminated. Finally, he points out that Chief Zhang betrayed them. After that, there's no more sound from the phone. No matter how Baek Isu calls out, it's useless at this time. An uninvited guest arrives at the restaurant. The doorman stops him, saying they're closed today. But before he can finish speaking, this person ghostly flashes behind him, leaving a white light trail. The person's dagger is already stained with blood, while the guard's throat spurts countless streams of blood. At this moment, the brother is already drunk, resting his head on the table. Hearing the sound, he thinks Baek Isu has returned. He looks up to find several masked people standing before him. The daggers gleam coldly under the lights. Baek Isu, worried about his brother's safety, hurriedly runs toward that direction. A group of people have been waiting in the corridor for a long time. They confirm he's the elimination target. After speaking, several people quickly rush toward him. Baek Isu grabs one person's stabbing arm, backhands an elbow into the opponent's chest. He seizes the opponent's dagger and slashes across the person's throat. At this time, another person has already reached him. Baek Isu simultaneously rushes toward him, bends down to grab the opponent's thigh, and throws him backward, looking at Baek Isu's gleaming dagger. This person finally shows a terrified expression. Baek Isu doesn't hesitate, and cuts the opponent's hamstring with one slash, taking down two people in one encounter. Temporarily deters the remaining enemies. Baek Isu removes his jacket, revealing his military uniform, saying, Let's continue. Several people roar and charge at him. Simultaneously, Bike ISU's dagger strikes the opponent's dagger, then changes trajectory upwards, slashing the opponent's throat. The remaining people attack simultaneously. Instantly, the scene is filled with flashing blades. One person seizes an opening and stabs Beck ISU's arm. Taking this opportunity, another person comes behind him, on the other side at the construction site. A subordinate tells Chief Jang that the scene has been cleaned up. The newly formed Special Forces First Squad went to eliminate Beck ISU. One squad probably isn't enough. Chief Yang takes a puff of his cigarette. To deal with that guy, we need to send another squad. Make sure to leave no survivors or witnesses after eliminating the enemies. Bikisu is very worried about his brother's safety. At this moment, his brother's glasses are lying on the bloodstained table, while his eyes are now red with killing intent. Why did you have to disturb my pleasant dinner with my brother? The brother is holding a dagger to an enemy's throat. It turns out the brother's surface identity is Executive Director of TF Financial Group. His true identity is President of Tyson Clan. Beck Dog-young, without waiting for an answer, he slits the person's throat. At this time, intermittent sounds come from the enemy's radio. He's curious why gangsters would use such things, until complete words come through. Beck ISU found kill on sight. So these weren't for him. The target was his brother. Dare to target my brother. Even if the King of Heaven came, he couldn't save you. When Beck ISU rushes over, his brother has also eliminated the enemies. Beck Dog-young brushes back his disheveled hair. Are all these your enemies? He points at the people lying scattered on the ground. The brothers sit in the car. They confess their true identities to each other. Both find it incredible. Beck ISU wants his brother to stay away from him. Those pursuers aren't ordinary people. So the gangster brother is scared. Beck Dog-young says jokingly, "Want me to drop you off at the police station?" Beck Dog-young says teasingly. Beck ISU tells him not to joke around. Beck Dog-young's expression becomes serious, telling him to remember, "I'm your brother. I'll clear away all dangers for you." Then he looks out the window saying, "We've reached our destination." Beck ISU follows him out of the car and looks into the distance, seeing a group of people in black suit setting up a funeral hall. Beck ISU doesn't understand what's happening. Suyu comes over to tell Beck Dog-young that it will be completed within 2 hours. Beck Dog-young says he wants to hold a memorial service for Beck ISU, only when he's dead. Will it be beneficial for going undercover or doing things? This is the golden cicada shedding its shell from Sun Tzu's Art of War. Beck ISU thinks the opponents might not necessarily believe it. Beck Dog-young tells him these things don't matter. As the funeral of the Tyson clan boss's brother, various faction representatives will naturally come to pay respects. These people naturally become proof. Suddenly a car drives into the grounds. In the car is Chief Zhang. In his hands is exactly Beck Dog-young's file. Only now does he know that Beck ISU has a twin brother, who's involved with gangsters. At this time, Tyson clan subordinates come forward to drive them away. Chief Jang ignores them and turns to command the back seat. Today we must confirm whether Beck ISU is really dead, even if we have to open the coffin. Several people with expressionless faces straighten their clothes and get out of the car. The subordinate arrogantly looks at the rude guys in front of him, telling them to get lost immediately. This is Tyson clan territory. Seeing that they ignore him, he reaches out to lift the hat. Get lost. The opponent just throws a casual punch, knocking the subordinate unconscious. Other subordinates see someone causing trouble, and all shout as they rush toward them. At this time, the two people beside the baseball cap man also take action, fighting with the rushing subordinates. One subordinate is struck in the neck with a knife hand and loses combat ability. Another subordinate is caught from behind in a rear naked choke. A few seconds later, he also passes out. These people are special operatives called Crossbow. The commotion here alarms Beck Dog-young. Jin Unha beside him removes his jacket. While walking down, he tells the opponents that only those delivering death notices can enter here. As soon as he finishes speaking, the baseball cap man throws an uppercut at Jin Unga's chin. Jin Unha shows no reaction, just coldly stares at him. Then his left hand suddenly grabs the opponent's cheek. No matter how the opponent struggles, it's useless. The man gradually loses strength and kneels on the ground. As Jin Unha's left arm veins bulge, only a clear cracking sound is heard. He actually crushed the opponent's jaw purely through grip strength. This makes the remaining two people break out in cold sweat. Then they shout and charge at Janunga. Janunga sidesteps through between the two, again grabbing one person's cheek. The other person hurriedly comes to the rescue, throwing a punch at Janunga's cheek. But for Janunga, this is like scratching an itch. He even withstands the opponent's subsequent combo attacks. He raises his iron fist in return, smashing this person into the ground with one punch. The person whose cheek is grabbed sees things going badly. He grabs Janunga's arm with both hands, jumps up trying to wrap his legs around his neck, wanting to use a flying cross choke to strangle Janunga, but in the face of absolute strength, everything he does is futile. Janunga lifts this person up with one arm, then violently throws him at the person on the ground. The carefully trained warriors were actually taken down like this. Chief Jang in the car also finds it unbelievable to think that gangster groups also have such strong people. Then he adjusts his mood and gets out of the car immediately, putting on a smiling face, saying it's a misunderstanding. While walking over, he introduces himself as Baek Isu's superior and hands over his business card. Janunga coldly stares at him without speaking until Baek Dog-young speaks up. Only then does Janunga invite Chief Jang inside. Looking at Baek Isu's photo in the funeral hall, Chief Jang can't be sure if he's really dead, nor does he know how much his brother Baek Dog-young knows suddenly. Baek Dog-young pulls out a dagger, looking at the face identical to Baek Isu's. Chief Jang is startled at this time. Baek Dog-young speaks up, "I want to have a talk with you." He shows a dagger asking if Chief Jang recognizes it. Seeing him remains silent. Baek Dog-young explains this dagger was taken from his brother's body. If Chief Jang's answer doesn't satisfy him, he doesn't mind sticking this dagger in Chief Jang. Then Baek Do-kyung asks who killed his brother. Hearing this, Chief Jang wonders to himself, could Baek Hae-soo really be dead? To appease the furious Baek Do-kyung, Chief Jang lies, claiming Baek Hae-soo sacrificed himself for the country. The specific details cannot be revealed. Who knew Baek Do-kyung would throw a punch directly at his face, making his nose and mouth bleed? You talk too much nonsense. Did you kill my brother saying this? He raises the knife and rushes toward Chief Jang. At the critical moment, Chief Jang reaches for his jacket pocket. Soo-yi suddenly stops by Dog-young, telling him to calm down. Janunga restrains the restless Chief Jang, telling him to go back first. Baek Dog-young curses while preparing to charge forward again, but is held tightly by Swayu. Chief Jang turns back with ice-cold eyes. Who killed my brother, you bastard? Baek Dog-young mimics the earlier performance, then asks Baek Isu how his acting was. Swayu says except for the tattoos and hair, everything else is identical. Baek Isu also knows his brother did this to throw people off the scent, but this isn't a long-term solution. He doesn't want to implicate his brother. Then let them come see if the Taes and clan boys agree. But I can't hide here forever either. Thinking this, Baek Isu picks up his backpack and prepares to leave. Then he asks Baek Dog-young if he really wanted to kill Chief Jang at the funeral. Baek Dog-young understands what he means, comforting him not to make things big for now. Things need to be planned long-term. Baek Isu feels indignant. Do I have to cower here and be a gangster? Baek Dog-young doesn't care at all. What's wrong with that? We're all doing dirty work for others anyway. Baek Isu brushes away his hand and leaves directly. Baek Dog-young sighs in frustration. Though he has the same handsome face as me, why doesn't his brain have half my intelligence? Then he orders Janunga to take people and follow him. Baek Isu asks Janunga how long he plans to follow. Janunga says he's just following orders. The subordinates behind now only live for him. Their conversation is observed by someone at the corner. On the other side, Chief Jang gives orders by phone to continue surveillance. After hanging up recalling the earlier funeral, Baek Dog-young seemed to know he sent people to kill Baek Soo. Suddenly a figure appears behind him. A low voice warns him not to turn around. Chief Jang is shocked. Could Baek Dog-young's people have come this quickly at this time? The person behind has already wrapped their arm around his arm. Suddenly a dad makes him let his guard down. It turns out his mischievous daughter is playing a prank on him. Then the daughter starts complaining that the plane was too slow. Chief Young jokes that he'll make the plane faster next time. The daughter immediately praises him as amazing, worthy of being in the Secret Service. Then she asks if he's good at fighting. Chief Zhang says gently that he's just a desk worker. Inside the villa, Baek Do-kyung says he's going out to buy cigarettes. Swayu says Janunga has taken people out, advising him to stay home. Baek Do-kyung says he's just going for a walk. For people take the elevator downstairs. Suddenly Baek Do-kyung turns to ask the person behind him, "Big Head, how do you think work has been lately?" Big Head hurriedly answers that it's been pretty good, getting more and more smooth. Unexpectedly, Baek Do-kyung's expression darkens. "Really, but I've never seen you before. Who exactly are you?" Big Head says he doesn't understand what he's talking about, while his dagger slashes horizontally toward Baek Do-kyung. Baek Do-kyung and Suyu stand back to back, complaining that he forgot to bring a weapon. The other two people prowl like wolves, waiting for their chance. But Baek Do-kyung pulls out a dagger from Sahyan's skirt. One person charges forward with a knife and is pushed back by Baek Do-kyung's slash. He backhands a horizontal slash at the opponent's abdomen. It turns out this guy's wearing a bulletproof vest under his suit. Then he can only attack the neck and wrists. Baek Do-kyung seizes the opportunity to slam this person aside. On the other side, Swayu falls into a predicament. The opponent seems to be deliberately targeting Swayu to distract Baek Do-kyung. Fortunately, at the critical moment, he blocks this strike for Swayu and jokes that he hasn't been cut by a knife for a long time. This person grips the knife handle, wanting to pull it back to create a bigger wound. Baek Do-kyung slashes the opponent's wrist. Another person stabs at Swayu again. Baek Do-kyung again slashes off this person's dagger. The dagger happens to fall beside another person. This person immediately reaches for the knife. Suyu kicks the dagger away. The enemy in front of Baek Do-kyung approaches again, but is again sent flying by him. Losing his dagger, Baek Do-kyung's dagger stabs toward this person. This person pulls out another dagger from behind, preparing to sneak attack, but is grabbed by Baek Do-kyung's left hand. Then twisting his arm, both daggers stabbed toward his shoulder blade. The elevator reaches the ground floor. Baek Do-kyung complains that the person on duty isn't working, letting strange things run into the elevator. Then he asks a subordinate outside the elevator for a cigarette, but the subordinate pulls out a dagger from his chest and successfully sneak attacks. "Damn it, I asked you for a cigarette and you give me a dagger." Baek Do-kyung grabs the opponent's cheek with one hand and pulls hard, revealing another face that's grinning strangely. Baek Do-kyung pushes this person back with one sharp claw, like blades dance in this person's hands. He's grinning sinisterly at the prey before him. Baek Do-kyung orders his subordinates to take Swayu away, then inquires whether the opponent was sent by Chief Jang. The mysterious person is exactly a member of the Special Operations Assassination Team, identity unknown, collectively called Ghost. "I'll tell you when you're dead." After speaking, he charges at Baek Do-kyung. The two fight together. Ghost inquires about Baek Isu's whereabouts. At this time, Baek Isu and Jin are walking on the street, having long noticed someone following behind. So he turns into an alley. At a corner, the follower hurriedly wants to look ahead, but meets an iron fist head-on, sent flying 10 meters by one punch. Although he finally protected his head with both arms, clearly his arms broke under the attack. Baek Isu asks if this person is Chief Jang's man. Seeing Baek Isu, this person actually laughs. "I knew you wouldn't die so easily." Baek Isu's heart jumps hearing this person's voice. The mysterious person removes his hood. It's actually Zion, who he thought was already dead. Seeing the misunderstanding cleared up, Zion points at his broken arm to question Jin Unga. At this time, a pair of hands rest on his shoulders. Baek Jisu blames himself, saying if only he hadn't left that day. "Next time remember to bring me when you eat good food," Zion says with forced lightness. At this time, Jin Unga takes a phone call, his face full of anger. What could make the usually calm and collected him become like this? On the other side, the battle between the two has entered white-hot intensity. Baek Do-kyung attacks while taunting. Is this all Ghost has got? Because he knows the abdominal wound can't be delayed. The Ghost figure before him is already becoming blurry. Baek Do-kyung stabs at Ghost. A steel wire thin as hair flashes in the air, wrapping around Baek Do-kyung's arm, stopping his movement. Then Ghost slashes upward, wounding Baek Do-kyung. "I'll ask one more time. Where is Baek Isu?" Ghost's voice is ice cold. Suddenly, Baek Do-kyung cuts off his own long hair. "You're such an idiot. I am Baek Isu." The sudden change disturbs Ghost's mind. Taking advantage of his moment of shock, Baek Do-kyung launches an attack. For a moment, he gains the upper hand. After a while, Ghost calms down. The real Baek Isu wouldn't be this weak. The steel wire on the claw blade wraps around Baek Do-kyung again, but he risks breaking his arm to counterattack, immediately causing serious injury to Ghost. Ghost repeatedly repeats one phrase. You can't be Baek Iasu. Then he struggles to stand up. You're just a small-time gangster. Ghost, whose mentality is in chaos, takes multiple cuts when he attacks Baek Dog-young again. He's even more terrified, because his attack stance is exactly the same as Baek Isu's. Could the person in front of him really be Baek Isu? Baek Isu is like a mythical figure within the organization. Ghost, whose mind is already in chaos, chose multiple openings. Baek Dog-young barehanded grabs the claw blade, then stabs at Ghost. The repeated injuries have made him completely give up. His face is filled with terror, because the person before him is the killing god. Baek Isu looking at Baek Dog-young's descending dagger. All that's left is Ghost's terrified scream. But in the end, Baek Dog-young's dagger grazes his cheek and stabs into the floor. He collapses weakly on top of Ghost. A few minutes later, Baek Isu arrives. Only the blood-covered Baek Dog-young remains at the scene. He tremblingly helps up his brother. At this time, Ghost stumbles toward the rooftop, frantically flipping through a notebook. His blood-stained finger draws in 10 over Baek Isu's photo. At this moment, Baek Isu's angry face is twisted into that of a furious lion, while in his arms lies his brother, who has already lost all signs of life. Tyson clan boss Baek Dog-young assassinated to death. Although the news is suppressed, his long absence leads to various speculations. Other factions are all making moves. The urgent matter is selecting a new boss. Swayu suggests letting Jin Unha take over, but is immediately rejected. Without Baek Dog-young, Taehyun clan wouldn't be called Taehyun clan. No one can replace Baek Dog-young's position. On the other side, Baek Isu is also investigating his brother's cause of death. He believes the killing method is very similar to Chief Zhang's special task force. They usually disguise themselves as various professions to carry out missions. He must find them and kill them with his own hands. On a rooftop in another city, a man is leisurely peeling an apple. He is the boss of T1 Kim Tae-won. He's long been dissatisfied with mixing in this small city. Real men should make waves on the big ocean of Seoul. I heard you know some interesting news, Kim Tae-won asks the person hanging outside the balcony. With a smile, this person says he doesn't understand what Kim Tae-won means. Wrong answer. Kim Tae-won doesn't hesitate to cut one rope. The blonde man screams in terror, saying that Tyson clan was attacked by mysterious forces, and Baek Dog-young was killed. Kim Tae-won smiles slightly, indicating he knows. Then he cuts all the remaining ropes at once. Then he orders his subordinates to call a full meeting today. He's going to devour Tyson clan at this time. Baek Isu follows clues to the farmer's market, stopping at a butcher shop. This is one of the hidden bases of the Joint Special Task Force. Baek Isu knows he can't let his guard down. He gently pulls and finds the door isn't locked, but the situation inside shocks him. Inside lie 4 or 5 corpses. Blood everywhere. Only one bald man still has weak breath. Seeing that it's Baek Isu, he gives a miserable smile. No need to point a knife at me. I'm going to die anyway. Baek Isu hurriedly asks what happened. Baldy says he received orders to gather people, but what came was a group of fully armed people. Then Baldy tells Baek Isu to escape quickly. Too many things are involved in this. It's not something one person can fight against. After saying this, Baldy's body goes limp and loses life. On the other side, the base Zion found is in the same situation. Who exactly is manipulating all this? Baek Isu's heart is filled with doubt at this time. Kim Tae-won is leading people to attack Tyson clan, saying what souls for major gangs. Tyson clan doesn't look like much. The immovable night demon Jin Unha is looking at him with killing intent. Jin Unha tells Kim Tae-won that people like him charging over has been the 4th wave this week. Doesn't know what dog shit rumors they heard. Kim Tae-won coldly smiles. Seems like gentle solutions won't work at all. Then he and his subordinates surround Jin Unha. Jin Unha tilts his head back and takes a deep breath. I'm too lazy to waste words with you. Come at me all at once at this time. Baek Jisoo walks over with his head down, parting the crowd, walking straight to Jin Unha, telling him, I want to avenge my brother. I need to borrow Tae-sen clan's power. So Baek Isu requests Jin Unha to give him Tae-sen clan. Kim Tae-won sees them whispering and can't hear clearly, so he angrily walks over, threatening Baek Isu to get lost quickly. Baek Isu doesn't respond, throwing a punch at his nose. Kim Tae-won, about to get angry, sees Baek Isu's appearance and freezes. He's already mistaken Baek Isu for Baek Dog-young. The subordinates also hear Baek Dog-young's reputation and are too scared to move. But the boss shouts about taking down even Baked Dog Young. They can only bite the bullet and charge forward. But Baek Hae-soo is like a tiger among sheep, easily dealing with these few people. Kim Tae-won orders the people behind him to attack together today, no matter what he'll swallow Tae-sin clan. When several people charge at Baek Hae-soo again, his eyes are filled with killing intent. His attacks among the crowd become even more fierce. Seeing the subordinates he brought being cut down, Kim Tae-won burns with fury, preparing to sneak attack from behind. But Baek Hae-soo turns and knocks away his weapon with one slash. He knows today he's completely defeated. The man before him stands like a mountain peak insurmountable. Kim Tae-won completely loses his fighting spirit, calling his subordinates to retreat. In contrast, Tae-sin clan members are happy to see their boss return. Jin Eun-ha also seems to see that man come back. However, taking over Tae-sin clan has one condition: the Seoul 4 gangs joint meeting to be held in a month. The condition Jin Eun-ha mentioned for taking over Tae-sin clan is that Baek Hae-soo becomes Baek Do-jeong. Although they're twins with identical appearances, he still needs to mimic daily behavioral habits, like the way of holding a knife. Baek Do-young usually likes to press his thumb against the blade when holding a knife, although outsiders might not notice these details. When facing opponents they regularly deal with, extra caution is needed. Like the general meeting they're about to attend. The general meeting is a conference of Seoul's 5 major criminal organizations. On the surface, it's to prevent conflicts between organizations and seek cooperation. But secretly, they're all thinking about how to devour each other. Swaya doesn't understand why Baeksu would risk doing such things. Baeksu speaks frankly, saying it's for revenge for his brother and also for himself. He must borrow Tae-sin clan's power. Not only that, he also wants to unify the entire underworld. At the construction site, police chief Chu Won-ho keeps praising Chief Jang for his efficient work. Because of changes in policy toward North Korea, those congressmen all want to cover up their past shady dealings. Chief Yang, for the greater good, actually buried all his former subordinates here. Truly admirable, he even applauds after speaking. Hearing these mocking words, Chief Yang's face darkens. Cho Won-ho changes his tone, questioning whether it's difficult for Chief Jang to handle a few brats. He spent a lot of manpower and resources cleaning up the mess, and is even more annoyed about Chief Jang's request for him to deal with Tae-sin clan. Because Tae-sin clan is still the leader of the 5-gang alliance, he doesn't want to provoke them at this time. Chief Jang suddenly removes Chu Won-ho's badge, telling him he only needs his public authority. If he's unwilling, there are plenty of people who want to be police chief. Seeing Chief Jang's rudeness, Chu Won-ho's bodyguard steps forward and grabs his collar. Chu Won-ho even mocks him for not understanding manners, ordering him to come back like a dog and retrieve the badge with his mouth. Who knew Chief Jang would sweep his leg and knock down the tall, strong bodyguard? That's not enough. He even raises his foot and stomps on the bodyguard's head. The sudden change startles Cho Won-ho. When he sees the dark gun barrel pointing at him, he almost pisses himself. You want to be buried here too. Chief Jang's eyes are filled with killing intent. Cho Won-ho is so scared he immediately kneels and begs for mercy, saying he'll find a way to eliminate Taste and clan. The general meeting has people he knows. Hearing this, Chief Jang puts away his gun and says he'll be watching the progress on the other side. In the restaurant, bosses of several major organizations have already gathered. Jirong clan president Ryu Taeyong says Baek Do-kyung was stabbed to death, then gloating, saying he has no right to appear here. HHS Entertainment's executive director Han Hee-sung reminds him not to get excited whenever Baek Do-kyung is mentioned. Ryu Taeyong says arrogant guys like Baek Do-young deserve to be stabbed to death. Chunong Trading Company's chairman Cha Yu-wot teases, asking if he sent people to do it. Ryu Taeyong is speechless. Ilhak Investments' Lee Sung-man tells everyone to stop arguing. He says the purpose of the meeting is to resolve conflicts. This annoys Ryu Taeyong. Every dog wants to bark twice. Really thinks he's somebody. Han Hee-sung sees the tension building and immediately mediates. At this time, Zion swaggers in, saying the atmosphere here is dead. No one recognizes him, just about to get angry. Baek Hae-soo calmly walks in. His sudden appearance surprises everyone on the way here. Baek Hae-soo has already familiarized himself with information about each faction. Enemy forces, friendly forces are all clear. Next, he just needs to handle things according to Baek Do-young's method. At this moment, Cha Yu said, "You're unrecognizable after getting a haircut." Baek Hae-soo casually replied, Got to look good in front of a beautiful woman. Then he said to Ryutahong, "How would I not know I was stabbed to death? I suspect your brain is as small as my dog's." This single remark left Ryutahong speechless. Han Hisong said, "We heard about what happened at your brother's funeral." The others were also curious about the situation. Baek-su said there were too many rumors going around, and he came here today to ask one question. Does my back dog Young have the right to sit here? Since you all care so much about me, why don't you have the guts to come see Tyson Clan? Then he pulled out a dagger and stabbed it into the table, discussing Tae's and Clan. What are you people? Baek-su's aggressive momentum intimidated everyone. I Baek Dog Young announced one more thing from today on. Tae's and Clan withdraws from the assembly. After that, the group drove away. Jin Unha said the earlier remarks offended everyone, asking Baek-su if he had any plans. Baek-su didn't answer, his eyes deep with calculation, already having everything planned out. Suddenly a car flew toward them. Jin Unha yanked the steering wheel hard, and the car barely avoided it. Just as Zion was about to start cursing, he realized they were already surrounded by 3 cars. Getting out of the cars was none other than Ryu Tae-young. How dare you speak so arrogantly at the assembly? He swung his fist at the car window. The glass shattered, but Baek Dog Young didn't dodge, just stared at Ryu Tae-hyung with murderous intent. Today I'm going to swallow up Tae-sen Clan. A few minutes earlier, Jin Unha didn't understand Baek-su's intentions, but Baek-su said something that shocked him. Someone at the assembly had asked about the knife incident at the funeral, and this was something only his brother and Chief Jeong knew about. There must be a traitor in the joint assembly, colluding with Chief Jeong. At this point, Jin Unha and Zion finally understood, asking Baek-su what he planned to do. Baek-su said there was no need to do anything deliberately, since there was a rat. They just put out some bait, and the rat would come out on its own. Then their vehicle was intercepted by the pursuing Ryu Tae-young. He arrogantly told Baek-su that today he would swallow up Tae-sen Clan. Ryu Tae-hyung was a hot-tempered guy who had been constantly clashing with Tae-sen Clan before. Could he be the rat before Baek-su could speak? Zion couldn't hold back anymore and started unleashing a verbal assault. Ryu Tae-hyung glanced at him contemptuously, mocking Zion for wearing pink clothes and earrings like a sissy. Zion wasn't having it and called him a brainless dead dog. Enraged, Ryu Tae-hyung threw a punch at Zion, but Zion easily caught it. He didn't forget to mock what a soft punch. Really terrifying. Ryu Tae-hyung laughed angrily and put on his knuckle guards. At this moment, several more cars arrived from behind him. The people getting out were led by Lee Sungman, who was also the owner of the 9 Blades. Since our young master Sungman has spoken, I'll give you some face, Ryu Tae-hyung said sarcastically. 9 Blades rarely moved around in the underworld anymore, so he had never taken Lee Sungman seriously. At this moment, a pair of large hands landed on his shoulders. You've grown up a lot. No longer the little kid who used to cry over small injuries. A white-haired old man said with a smile. Zion asked Jin Unha who that old man was. Jin Unha told him, don't underestimate Ilwa now that it's weakened. It used to be a top-tier organization in Seoul, and they built their empire with 9 core members, known as the 9 Blades. Looking at how Ryu Tae-hyung's men were on high alert, you could tell this guy was no ordinary person. This man was the 2nd blade of the 9 Blades. Choi Chung-ho. Ryu Tae-hyung was also very wary of this man, not expecting him to come out of retirement. Jin Unha stepped forward respectfully to greet him, and it seemed the two knew each other well. At this point, Lee Sungmin said he wanted to talk to Baek-su. Ryu Tae-hyung had no choice but to leave. Reluctantly, Lee Sungmin invited Baek-su to ride in the same car. Jin Unha was worried and wanted to go with him, but Baek-su waved him off. In the car, Lee Sungmin asked if he really intended to withdraw from the joint assembly, saying this would disrupt the balance and checks between organizations. Baek-su was still trying to figure out his true intentions. At this moment, the car stopped at a harbor. I need power, so let Tyson Clan submit to me, Lee Sungman said seriously. Baek-su glanced out the window at some uninvited guests. That Ryu Tae-young kid's fists are harder than his mouth. On the other side, Choi Chung-ho looked at the smashed glass and said. Then he changed the subject and invited Jin Unha to join Il-hak, saying he would reserve a spot for him among the 9 Blades. Faced with this olive branch, Jin Unha refused without hesitation. What if Tyson Clan collapses today? Will you still persist on the other side? Surrounding Baek-su were other members of the 9 Blades. I know you're strong, so I must give it my all. Lee Sung-min said leisurely. Bikisu rubbed his face with both hands. He already knew the identity of the rat. Then he instructed Zion to watch. Lee Sung-man, a nearby subordinate, was about to cause trouble after hearing this. But Zion took him down with a single-hand chop. Damn, don't bark like a dog. Baek Isu told Zion he'd be back soon. At most 1 minute to settle everything on the other side. Ryuta Young was also frustrated. He originally thought he had Taesun clan in the bag today, but didn't expect Lee Sung-man to actually bring out the 9 blades. His subordinate didn't understand what was so scary about 9 blades. They had more people, so they could just take them all down. But he got a hard slap on the head from Ryuta Young. Damn, are you that good at fighting? You have no idea how terrifying the 9 blades are. They once sent just 3 of the 9 blades to destroy an entire gang. And there are 9 such terrifying beings in total. I can't imagine who could defeat such people. Yet the invincible people Ryuta Hyung spoke of were being punched and sent flying, even pinned to the ground and beaten. What 9 blades just break them all? Young Master Lee Sung-man appeared gentle and harmless on the surface, but was actually an ambitious guy, which is why he conspired with Cho Won-ho. Cho Won-ho told him that Taesun clan had already been targeted by higher UPS and was in deep trouble. Now was the best time to eliminate Taesun clan. Lee Sung-man made excuses about having no justification for action. Cho Won-ho said coldly, "You don't think I'll hack is my only option. Do you?" Seeing him still hesitating, Cho Won-ho further persuaded him. Those who do great things must be decisive in killing. Lee Sung-man hesitated no more, having made up his mind. So he brought out the 9 blades to fully encircle Baek Hae-soo. He didn't expect that without saying a word, Baek Hae-soo would punch the bald man flying, and then continue to brutally attack the bald man on the ground. You think you can kill me or destroy Taesun clan, whether you're following orders or fighting for dignity? You're all wrong, because I'm going to slaughter you all today. Baek Isu issued a death warning. Just as Lee Sung-min was about to move, a throwing knife flew past his cheek. Our boss ordered me to watch you, Zion said with a smile, playing with the small knife in his hand. The bald man, who had been beaten, took off his glasses and said easily, "Maybe in 10 years you really could kill me." The others nearby weren't worried either and mocked him, saying it had been years since they'd seen him get beaten. The bald man complained, asking if they were just going to watch him get beaten. As soon as he finished speaking, the mustache man's fist shot toward Baek Isu like lightning. Baek Isu raised his arms to block, but the red-haired man followed with another punch. Baek Isu dodged the punch, but his collar was grabbed, and the red-haired man lifted him up and slammed him to the ground, not giving Baek Isu any chance to catch his breath. The scarred man lifted his foot to kick at his head. Bikisu had to raise his arms to protect his head again. At this moment, the horse-faced man's heavy punch was already coming at him. Bikisu quickly got up and pulled back to create distance. But the bald man's attack came from behind again. These people not only had impressive individual skills, but their coordination was flawless. In that case, I'll take them down one by one. The bald man who was sent flying was steadied by the mustached man, who grabbed Bikisu's sleeve and pressed his other hand against the back of his head. Unable to move, Baek Isu faced the bald man's heavy blow. This excellent coordination made even Zion admire it. Lee Sung-man thought he wanted to go help, and told him that even helping wouldn't change the outcome. But Zion just laughed after hearing this. Help whom? If I don't go out, those old guys will all be killed. You have no idea who you've provoked. On the other side, Jinongha was thrown onto the windshield. Give up resistance, our old friendship ends here. The white-haired elder straightened his sleeves. At the dock, Baek Isu also began his counterattack, but the opponent's coordination still caused him some difficulty. 2 people wanted to attack him again, but were swept in the face by Zion's kick. Do you want to die too? The 2 men glared at Zion, but Zion told them they should thank him for intervening. At this moment, the mustached man's fist was already coming at by Kai-su, but the next second, the sound of cracking bones echoed through the area. The others didn't understand what happened, but looking again, the mustache man's right arm was already dislocated. The bald man just realized something was wrong, but it was too late. The red-haired man had already lifted his leg to kick at Baek Isu. Another series of bone-cracking sounds rang out. This was what Chief Jeong had taught Baek Isu. When facing opponents with high strength or strong resistance to attacks, you can use techniques to dislocate their joints, causing dislocation. Even the strongest person would instantly lose their fighting ability. And now the red-haired man was lying on the ground, holding his knee and wailing. The bald man sighed inwardly. This guy really is a monster. At this point, Lee Sung-man also sensed something was wrong. Remembering Chu Wonho's reminder that Baek Dog-young's brother was a killer, he seemed to have guessed something. The bald man here also had his hand dislocated and lost his fighting ability. Baek Isu threw a punch at the bald man, but a loud shout stopped him. Lee Sung-man said he wanted to talk to Baek Isu, because I know who you are now. The earlier behavior at the assembly, plus the fighting style just now, made him certain that the person before him was not Baek Du-kyung. Baek Isu knocked his hand away. Doesn't matter, I'll just kill you all anyway. Facing this threat, Lee Sung-man said he had a better proposal. Seeing the conversation here, Zion's side also paused their fighting. Lee Sung-man confessed that the reason he targeted Baek Isu was because he was instructed to do so, and the documents in his hand contained everything Baek Isu wanted to know. He could give these documents to Baek Isu, and in return, Tyson clan and Ilhak would form an alliance. Lee Sung-man was also frustrated. Originally, he had planned to directly swallow up Tyson clan, but didn't expect that. Even deploying the 9 blades couldn't handle Baek Isu. However, an alliance would also be a win-win situation. He was certain Baek Isu wouldn't refuse. But unexpectedly, Baek Isu wasn't buying it at all. If that's your negotiating chip, then why don't I just destroy Ilhwa and then take the documents? Hearing Baek Isu being so arrogant, Choi Chi-hun was immediately enraged. What an arrogant brat who doesn't know his place. Jin Eunhwa also stopped Baek Isu, telling him this was an opportunity to build trust with Ilhak. Baek Isu harshly interrupted him, denouncing Ilhak as just a bunch of opportunistic scoundrels. Are people who killed my friends and brother worth trusting? He warned Jin Eunhwa to stop talking nonsense. Zion quickly pulled the two apart, asking them to calm down. Lee Sung-min, to show his sincerity, could let Baek Isu look at the documents first. But Baek Isu didn't trust this kind of person who would betray allies so easily. Lee Sung-man said there was no backup of these documents. With that, he moved toward a nearby furnace. Then what's the point of talking? Let's just get on with it. Lee Sung-min's behavior infuriated Baek Hae-soo. Jin Eunhwa quickly shouted to stop him, while Lee Sung-min's people prepared for battle. If you want an alliance, you have to do as I say. Baek Isu's next words shocked everyone. He demanded that Lee Sung-man become a hostage. Lee Sung-man was flexible and was about to agree, but Choi Chan-ho shouted no and offered to replace Lee Sung-man. Baek Isu mocked, I want the boss of Ilhak. What are you? Jin Eunhwa also didn't want things to become irreversible. He persuaded that 9 blades. Choi Chan-ho was the foundation of Ilhak and fully qualified to replace Lee Sung-man. Baek Isu was already dissatisfied with Jin Eunhwa's multiple interruptions. I'll make my own decisions on this matter. I don't need your input, Baek Isu said coldly. Then he assigned the task of watching Choi Cheon-ho to Jin Eunhwa, not expecting Baek Isu to treat him this way. Jin Eunhwa was silent for a long time before saying flatly, Baek Dog-young would never talk to me like this. It wasn't Baek Isu's nature, but repeated incidents made him realize that in the dark underworld, no one was worth trusting. 5 years ago, when he first returned from his undercover mission in North Korea, he was greeted not with applause, but with repeated interrogations. He had risked his life for the country, but in the end was treated like a criminal. Finally, Chief Jang came forward to vouch that Baek Isu was clean, but the interrogators still wouldn't let up. In the end, Chief Jang forcibly took him away. Years later, when he reunited with his brothers again, even Chief Yang, who had been like a teacher and father to him, betrayed him. All of this felt like yesterday. Just as Baek Isu was lost in sad memories, Jin Eunhwa came in to tell him everything was arranged and wanted to persuade him again about the hostage matter, but Baek Isu directly cut him off. Jin Eunhwa became angry and grabbed his collar. I was wrong about you. I can't entrust Haesun clan to someone like you. You'll never be able to replace Baek Du-young. At the same time, Chief Jang and Chu Wonho met again to conspire. Chu Wonho said everything was going according to plan. Chief Jang felt those people were just small-time thugs. Taking them down would be no problem. After all, he was a professional. But Chu Wonho reminded him not to be careless. Chief Jang dismissed this, deciding to first make contact with the joint assembly. If something went wrong with Tyson clan, he would handle it himself. On the other side, Jin Eunhwa questioned Baek Isu's methods. Although the results were good, He didn't agree with his way of doing things. He felt that the Taesin clan he and Baek Dog-young had worked so hard to build couldn't be destroyed in Baek Isu's hands, previously saying he would give up Taesin clan, now wanting to take it back. Baek Isu found this childish playing house mentality ridiculous. He felt that gang members should just firmly execute his orders. But Manhwa told him that the Taesin clan members were willing to follow because they trusted Baek Dog-young. Since they couldn't agree, they'd settle it with fists. Baek had a belly full of anger. With nowhere to vent, he flew up with a knee strike aimed at Jinunga. Jinunga blocked the attack while grabbing Baekisu's collar, then used the momentum to slam Baekisu to the ground with a backdrop. Is this all the special forces has? Before he could finish speaking, he was kicked in the chin and fell backward to the ground. Both men couldn't stand each other. On the other side, Zion was responsible for guarding the hostage. Choi Chong-ho just then. Lee Sung-man called to check on the situation. Choi Chong-ho told him not to worry, saying staying at Taesun clan was like taking a vacation. Lee Sung-man felt he'd acted too hastily, causing the situation. Choi Chong-ho said the plan was fine. No one could have expected that. Baek Dog-young was actually Baek Hae-soo. In disguise after hanging up, Choi Chong-ho was teased by Zion. That call didn't sound like a subordinate reporting to his boss, more like a grandfather checking in with his grandson. Zion asked if Lee Sung-man wasn't worried about them harming Choi Chong-ho, but Choi Chong-ho said everything was for the good of the gang, and he would face the consequences calmly. This made Zion even more confused. Shouldn't subordinates execute their boss's orders without question? Choi Chong-ho said that applied to the military, not to gangs, because that way you wouldn't find brothers willing to die for you. Here the scattered and fallen tables and chairs indicated the fight was over. Baekisu's raised fist hesitated and didn't come down. I think I made a mistake, Baekisu said with a dark expression. Then he turned and left. Because I realized this isn't something a gang can solve. Zion received a call from Baek Isu, who told Choi Chun-ho to rest well and prepared to leave. Before leaving, he seriously told Choi Chun-ho, although what you said isn't wrong, we have to rely on strong power because we can't trust anyone. Seeing Zion, Baek Isu told him his decision. From now on, we'll do things our own way. We're going to build a completely new organization. Then let's first recruit those guys we talked about before. We'll act like professionals. That way we can destroy the joint assembly in just 1 week. If hell truly exists, then this person is a demon wearing human skin. Boris originally belonged to Russia's Wagner mercenaries and had gone into hiding under a false identity. While tracking a traitor, this was the first person Baek Kaisu recruited. On the other side, Jinunga, who had fought with Baek Kaisu, fell into memories 4 years ago. He had worked for Ilhog with the death of the old leader. He decided to retire, so he opened a fried chicken shop to make a living. But his former enemies didn't plan to let him go. At this time, a long-haired man who frequently visited his shop intervened. Jinungo didn't want him to get into trouble and urged him to leave quickly. But the long-haired man wasn't worried at all. He introduced himself as Baek Dojyeong from Taesin clan. Jinunghwa had never heard of such a small gang. At this time, the boss of the man who had been beaten arrived and immediately gave both of them a warm family greeting. This person was Lee Sung-guk from HK, who made a living from loan sharking. Seeing his subordinates' miserable condition, he was instantly furious, saying he would sell Baek Dog-young to a host club as a male model. To pay compensation, Baek Dog-young didn't respond, just looked at him with cold eyes. Then he grabbed Lee Sung-guk's hand, and his other hand moved to the dagger at his waist. With a piercing scream, Lee Sung-guk clutched his hand, sweating from the pain. He kept cursing Baek Do-kyung as a madman and threatening to kill him. Baek Dog-young didn't care, introducing himself as a member of Taesin clan, saying he welcomed him to come for revenge anytime. His subordinates quickly took Lee Sung-guk to the hospital. Jinunghwa said he didn't need to get involved, but Baek Dog-young told him a fact. Once someone steps into the underworld, there's no going back. Then he invited Jinunga to join Taesin clan. After a long silence, Jinunga made up his mind, thus beginning Taesin clan's glorious era. The two also became brothers who shared life and death. Returning to reality, Jinunga looked at the hair tie on his wrist and fell into endless sadness. At the same time, Lee Sung-guk learned that Taesin clan had withdrawn from the joint assembly, feeling this was Taesin clan's weakest moment. After 4 years of development, he now had 50 subordinates, so he gathered all his men determined to avenge his severed finger. At this moment, violent door-kicking sounds came from outside. A subordinate went to check, but was knocked down by the door. Boris looked coldly at everyone in the room. His appearance here was by Kisu's doing. Earlier, at the construction site, he had suddenly seen a pentagram pattern. He didn't know who was using this code to contact him, but he still followed the instructions to a warehouse, where he saw two strangers. Without a word, he drew his dagger and charged at them, but Kisu didn't dodge at all. Just placed a USB drive in front of him, saying he wanted to make a deal. Looking at the USB drive, Boris stopped his actions. At this moment, Lee Sung-guk looked at Boris with confusion, although he didn't know him. He felt this person must be mentally challenged to dare come alone. Then he ordered his men to kill Boris. As soon as the boss gave the order, his subordinates rushed forward, but they were met with a dark gun barrel. This scene shocked everyone. Boris shot one person down with a single shot. Another subordinate tried a sneak attack, but Boris turned the gun toward him. "Do you want to eat some bullets?" Then he knocked this person down with another punch. The rest rushed forward and grabbed Boris to prevent him from moving. But Boris wasn't panicked at all. He bit down on one person's arm, then with a shake of his neck, threw the person off and rode on top of him. While grabbing a nearby dagger under Lee Sang-guk's horrified gaze, he slowly cut the subordinate's throat. This cruel and bloody scene was like hell on earth. Before long, only Lee Sang-guk remained in the room, seemingly scared out of his wits. Lee Sang-guk didn't resist at all, waiting for fate's judgment. Just as the dagger was about to strike, Zion rushed in and shouted to stop, calming Boris down. At the same time, he called Baek Isu to report the situation, saying everyone here except Lee Sung-guk was eliminated. Compared to here, Zion was more worried about Baek Isu's safety, because Baek Isu had to face the legendary Iron Weasel. Baek Isu told him to relax, saying this guy worked for money. Just in this moment of distraction, the target had already disappeared from his sight. The Iron Weasel who had circled behind him descended from above. "Who sent you if I don't like the answer? Leave your life behind," but the attack was blocked by Baek Isu in time. The young man questioned whether he was sent by superiors to hunt him down. Baek Isu didn't answer directly, revealing his Iron Weasel nickname. Hearing this, the young man's face changed dramatically, and he launched a fierce offensive. But the more he fought, the more shocked he became, because his opponent seemed to predict his moves, and the technique seemed familiar too. But he was certain he had killed everyone who knew him. Before coming to South Korea 3 years ago, he was still an ordinary North Korean teenager named Lim Kyung-chun. Many people like him were gathered in a factory for strict military training. This one-eyed man was their instructor, Lee Woo-chong. The purpose was to train them to become spies infiltrating South Korea. This group of young teenagers were given the code name Iron Weasel. Day and night brutal training made them numb and cold, their eyes gradually changing from youthful clarity to icy coldness. The only thing that brought him warmth was a delivery driver uncle, who would bring him chocolate pie each time. Only when spending time with the uncle would he become the teenager he once was. In a flash, 2 years passed, and this group had developed strong combat and survival abilities. The superior ordered instructor Lee Woo-chong to arrange for Iron Weasel to carry out missions. The Iron Weasel members worried about the dangerous mission, so they decided to escape under cover of night. Their plan was to kill the driver and use the truck to leave. The only person who was kind to him was killed, which made him emotionally collapse instantly. So he picked up a knife and became a demon, slaughtering all the Iron Weasel members, and began a life of fugitive wandering. Soon after, instructor Lee Woo-chang attacked and killed everyone. When he tore off the human skin mask, he discovered it was actually by Kisu, who had been undercover for years. This way, the deaths of all those people could be blamed on the escaped Lim Kong-chun at this moment. Lim Kong-chun was already held at knife point by Baek Isu. He was very curious about where the opponent had learned these fighting techniques. "I learned these techniques from my instructor back then," Baek Isu still didn't answer, just saying he wanted to make a deal. Lim Kyung-chun was full of anticipation for this proposal. At the same time, in a hotel room, a man was being hit on the head with a bottle. Ryudi Hyung was taking his frustration out on his subordinates because his hotel was shut down. His connections couldn't find out who was behind it either. At this time, a subordinate rushed in with another piece of news. HK's Lee Song-guk had been destroyed by Tyson clan. He connected the two incidents. thinking the hotel closure was also Tyson clan's doing. So he gathered all his men to attack Tyson clan. But in the hotel lobby, he was mocked by a mysterious man. Ryu Taehyung was already angry, and hearing this made him even more furious. The mysterious man persisted, saying this group was just a rabble. Ryu Taehyung threw a punch at this person. The mysterious man leaned back to dodge, but his punch was caught by a glasses-wearing man nearby. This guy may have a foul mouth, but he's telling the truth. Chief Young glanced at Ryu Taehyung sideways. If you're willing to help us with something, we can help you solve the hotel issue. Ryu Taehyung said this proposal was no problem, but if they were lying to him, he wouldn't let the two men off. The mysterious man seemed to hear the joke of the century, laughing endlessly as he took off his hood. He was the ghost who had killed Brother Baek Dogyoung. Ryu Taehyung immediately flared up, but Chief Jang told him to calm down. If you refuse our proposal, in the future you'll be begging for mercy on your knees. Wolves are at the top of the food chain. Even the king of the forest can only become food for wolves. They have clear division of labor, strict discipline, and a powerful wolf king creates everything. And Ryu Taehyung was the wolf king of Jaren clan. No one had ever challenged his authority, and Chief Jang's contempt made him furious. Before he could explode, Chief Zhang pulled out a gun from his jacket, very arrogantly, saying no matter what, you're just a bunch of thugs. Ryu Taehyung and all his subordinates were furious. Chief Zhang told them to calm down, then handed Ryu Taehyung a document. After reading it, Ryu Taehyung's expression was uncertain. The conditions were favorable, but the risks were high. He still couldn't trust the other party. The ghost swore he was professional, but Ryu Taehyung directly tore the document to pieces. You keep saying you're so great, then prove it on the other side. Zion had been waiting for someone who wasn't replying to messages. Either he called Baek Isu to ask what to do. Baek Isu told him to keep waiting. He was now with Iron Weasel taking some action. Two people in the corridor warned them not to linger there. Iron Weasel asked excitedly, are these two people useful? Before the two knew what was happening, they only saw a figure flash by, then felt a cool sensation at their necks. Iron Weasel was on the other side looking at the two smugly. If you don't want to die, quickly cover your wounds. Then he saw blood stains on his clothes and yelled angrily. Zion on the phone heard the commotion and felt Iron Weasel was too young and might cause trouble. Baek Isu told him not to worry. Turning around, someone swung at him. Baek Isu dodged to the side and grabbed the opponent's wrist. The sound of cracking bones rang out, followed by pig-like screams. Baek Isu stepped on this person's head, and the others immediately drew knives and rushed over. Baek Isu used a rear naked choke to knock out one person. Iron Weasel took care of the rest. They're planning to destroy the Jiraiya clan's subsidiary organizations, just like what happened with the Singapore faction in HK before. Meanwhile, Zion and the others are people he met during missions in the Middle East. As long as you pay them enough, they'll get the job done. They're known as errand boys here. Baek Isu and his companion continue moving forward. A spinning axe comes flying toward him, but Baek Isu reacts quickly and catches it with one hand. The white-suited man with a mustache looks shocked he actually caught it. He questions, what gives them the audacity to mess with the Jiraiya clan? Without wasting words, Iron Weasel immediately dashes forward. The two men behind Mustache push him aside. One grabs Iron Weasel's hand, while the other thrusts a dagger straight at his face. Fortunately, he reacts quickly enough to dodge it. These guys appear to have received professional training. Seeing Iron Weasel struggling, Mustache smugly says these are elite fighters sent by Ryu Taehyung. Meanwhile, another group has already arrived at the Taesin clan stronghold. Baek Isu here doesn't know this yet, but he guesses this is Chief Jank's handiwork. So he orders Iron Weasel to eliminate these men. Iron Weasel hold up two fingers, saying these guys are skilled fighters. So he wants double pay after saying this. He kicks off the ground and charges toward the group. He strikes one man's hand with his palm, while his other hand flourishes a butterfly knife, slicing open the opponent's throat before the body hits the ground. He crouches low and rushes toward another man. This guy doesn't even have time to react before he's already lost his life. Iron Weasel dispatches the two skilled fighters in a flash, completely terrifying Mustache. Iron Weasel tells him he'll handle the remaining men, and lets Baek Isu proceed with his own plan. Baek Isu doesn't understand why Chief Jang acted so swiftly. This is actually the agreement Ryu Taehyung reached with him earlier. Initially, Ryu Taihyung was worried he wouldn't be able to command these people, but Chief Jang reassured him, saying these men only care about money, not loyalty. Just as Baek Isu was about to charge out, a motorcycle speeds toward him. With a crowbar swinging down at Baekisu's head, there's a profession in the Middle East called errand boys, who will do anything for money. And they never inquire about the identities of either party, or what the items are. They just need to deliver the specified items to the buyer to get paid. But this time the buyer was afraid of information leaking, so he planted a C4 explosive in the payment unexpectedly. This person miraculously survived the explosion. What followed was his crazy revenge against the buyer. He single-handedly wiped out the entire opposing team, because he is the most dangerous errand boy. Now this is who Baek Isu is facing. The man turned on his motorcycle, headlight blinding Baek Isu. Then he gunned the throttle and charged forward. With his vision obstructed, Baek Isu could only instinctively raise his arm to block. The dagger snapped on impact, and his arm took a heavy blow. The man waited quietly in the distance like a cheetah eyeing its prey, ready to pounce and bite at the first opportunity. Meanwhile, a group of fierce-looking men arrived at the Tyson clan's headquarters. A car parked by the roadside was monitoring everything. Ghost sneered at the cooperation with Jiran clan. He didn't understand why a professional assassin like himself needed to seek help from thugs. But Chief Jong told him a shocking fact. Baekisu might still be alive. Ghost was stunned at first, then suddenly raised both hands. Then let's kill him again. Killing twins is the most fun. It's like being able to kill one person twice. Chief Jang looked at the reflection in the glass and murmured, "Let's finish this quickly, Baekisu." At this moment, Jiraiya clan members had already broken into Tyson clan. The Tyson clan members were completely unprepared and caught off guard. But Tyson clan was, after all, the leader of the 5 major gangs. After a moment, they had stabilized the situation. The battle between both sides reached a stalemate. Watching all this, the man with glasses frowned and knocked down a Tyson clan sub-leader with one punch. With Chief Jang's people joining the fight, the situation reversed again, and everyone's morale soared as they attacked Tyson clan. Suddenly, the leader of Jiran clan was punched into the ground by a mysterious figure. The heavy blow from the metal knuckles knocked him unconscious. Immediately, this person was Nine Blades Choi Chung-ho, who had been held hostage. The Jiran clan members were shocked. Why would Nine Blades appear here? Since Il-hak and Tossing clan are now allies, I can't just stand by and watch. Come at me, you little punks. The man with glasses slowly removed his glasses. Old man, instead of staying home drinking tea and maintaining your health, you come here to fight. You really don't fear death enough. He was the special operations team leader. Park Chung-hoon Choi Cheon-ho was about to retort to this unreasonable statement, when Park Chung-hoon delivered a heavy punch to his chin. Before he could react, Park Chung-hoon landed 4 consecutive punches to Choi Chung-ho's face. Then he gathered all his strength and delivered a devastating hook to the liver. A beautiful combination punch directly KO Choi Cheon-ho. Damn, old man insisting on showing off. On the other side, Baek Isu was stuck in a stalemate. His opponent kept delaying without attacking again, keeping him pinned here. If he couldn't break through quickly, the entire plan would collapse. Suddenly, the motorcycle charged straight at him. Baekisu aimed to grab his opponent's leg, but the guy nimbly rolled away. Just as he turned around, the motorcycle came racing back. Baekisu was about to attack when his opponent hit the brakes hard, causing the rear wheel to lift up. The crowbar swung directly at his head. He barely dodged the crowbar, but was sent flying by the swinging rear wheel. Baek Isu exhaled and forced himself to calm down, observing his opponent before taking action. His opponent kept using the rear wheel to scrape the ground, creating smoke to obstruct Baek Isu's vision. He could only rely on sound to determine whether his opponent's attack was coming from the left or right. This unpredictability made him feel unable to control the situation, forcing him into passive defense. Is this all a professional fighter can do? A voice came from behind. Baek Isu saw it was Jin Eun-ha, and Il-hak was also stunned. I think you might need an amateur's help on the other side. At Tyson clan headquarters, Park Chung-hoon was about to leave when he was called back by Choi Chung-ho, who had stood up again, a useless old man still so stubborn. Park Chung-hoon wanted to finish the fight quickly. Suddenly, a punch came straight at his face. This speed was completely different from before. Park Chanyeol realized this and tried to create distance first, but Choi Chun-ho wouldn't give him the chance. Closing in again, a heavy punch sent him flying backward. Park Chanyeol endured the sweet taste of blood in his mouth and tried to draw the dagger from his shoulder. But Choi Chung-ho's fist came at him again, sending him flying along with the dagger. Then he grabbed Park Chung-hoon's face with his left hand. "Did you think I was easy to handle? Didn't your parents teach you to be civilized and polite?" Park Chung-hoon felt his breathing becoming more difficult, so he pulled out another dagger and stabbed at his opponent. But Choi Chun-ho grabbed the blade directly. "We're not good at scheming, but we fight to protect our family, friends, and organization. Do you understand now? You little punk, this is our way." Meanwhile, Baek Isu looked at Jin Eun-ha and asked, "How's Tyson Clan?" Jin Eun-ha told him not to worry, because the person now guarding Tyson Clan wouldn't fall. As Baekisu watched him approach the motorcycle, he reminded him that his opponent was skilled and couldn't be handled recklessly. Like a brute, Janunya didn't respond. He wrapped his jacket around his right hand. "You just think too much. No matter how his techniques change, I'll break through with pure force. This is what your brother told me." Jananhua's heavy punch struck the speeding motorcycle, actually shaking the rider off the bike. "We're the bastards of Tyson Clan. The younger brother studies so he can calmly talk to idiots. The older brother trains his fists so idiots can calmly talk to him." Although they were twins, their personalities had been completely different since childhood. Every time Baek Isu was bullied, his brother would defend him with his fists. He deeply hated this violence, with violence approach to solving problems. So after entering middle school, he studied even harder. Meanwhile, Baek Dog-young already had considerable influence. He often got into fights and caused trouble, becoming a school celebrity. This time he had arranged another fight on the playground. However, the people around Baek Dog-young were all battered and bruised, while the opposing group was tall and intimidating, clearly not to be messed with. Someone recognized the leader as Chin Hao from the first high school. They thought Baek Dog-young was going to suffer this time. Chin Hao arrogantly said he was originally just going to teach Baek Dog-young's friends a lesson. But since someone wanted to stand up for them, he'd teach Baek Dog-young a lesson too. Looking at Chin Hao, who was a head taller than him, Baek Dog-young showed no fear. He mocked him as a coward who only dared to bully the weak, challenging him to go pick fights with real thugs in society. Hearing this, Chin Hao's expression changed, and he was about to strike. Baek Dog-young's friends prepared to step forward, but he stopped them. He said he could handle this matter alone. The students watching from the classroom cheered. So cool. The next second, Baek Dog-young was on the ground with his head down and butt up. "Senior, I'm sorry." This sudden attitude change stunned everyone. Baek Dog-young said he had long admired Shin Hao's reputation. This left Shin Hao unsure of how to respond. However, he was quite satisfied with Baek Dog-young's attitude. He said he would go easier on them next time he beat them up, but he didn't notice Baek Dog-young's lips curling into a smile. He quietly pressed the tip of his pen and quickly stabbed through Chin Hao's shoe. Chin Hao's screams immediately filled the area. While he was in agony, Baek Dog-young flew up with a kick to Chin Hao's. Shin Ji-hoon delivers newspapers every morning to help support his family. "But you broke his leg." The rest of the group snapped out of their shock, and one of them threw a punch at Baek Dog-young. But he caught the man's elbow in a reverse grip. "Sunguk hasn't brought rice balls to school lately." Because of his injury, Baek Dog-young continued talking to himself. "I really miss the rice balls." Seongguk's mom makes at this point. More people charge forward. Several of them rushed together and restrained Baek Dog-young. One person threw a punch directly at Baek Dog-young's face, but Baek Dog-young grabbed his head and delivered a headbutt to the man's skull. "Also, why did you hit Lee Woo in the head when he already has brain problems?" Seeing how difficult Baek Dog-young was to handle, the rest all charged at him. Baek Dog-young roared fiercely, "Everyone who messes with me must die." At this moment, a figure rapidly approached and kicked away the person restraining Baek Dog-young. Baek Dog-young looked at the newcomer with a stunned expression. This impressive flying kick actually came from Baek Isu. "I really envy having a brother like that." Baek Isu said calmly, "We're brothers after all." Pulling his thoughts back to reality, Jin Eun-ga punched the motorcycle rider. Flying occasionally using Baek Dog-young's method can solve problems. Jin Eun-ga reminded him. Baek Isu was curious about what kind of person Baek Dog-young was. "In Jin Eun-ga's eyes, I'll tell you." After saying this, Jin Eun-ga knelt on one knee. "And I'll turn you into Tyson Clan's Baek Dog-young on the other side." Choi Chun-ho rubbed his hands and sighed that he was really getting old. Just a little exercise, and his whole body ached. Then he called for the remaining little punks to come at him together. One person wrapped steel wire around his hand and suddenly ambushed Choi Chun-ho. It was Ghost who had been holding back until now. Meanwhile, the motorcycle rider who had been knocked down earlier got back up. He never expected to stumble in such a simple situation. His gaze was fixed deadly on his prey. Then he swung the crowbar in his hand. Seeing this, Jin Unha clenched his fist and stepped forward again. Both sides were about to clash. At this moment, the rider's phone rang. He picked up the phone and glanced at it, then pointed at Janunya. "You broke my beloved headlight. You're dead today." Then he revved the engine and rode away without looking back. On the other side at Tyson clan headquarters, the scene was silent. Whether it was Tyson clan members or the attacking side, everyone knew that the battle in the center would determine victory. Choi Chung-ho's iron fist struck Ghost's chin, but his expression became even more serious. He knew his opponent was a madman. Any moment of carelessness could mean defeat. He needed to use this momentum to finish off his opponent in one go. Ghost just cackled wickedly. "Old man, your punches are soft as cotton. They can't kill me." After saying this, his entire body flashed like a ghost. Although Choi Chun-ho blocked the vital areas, deep knife marks were still left on his gloves. And there was also a bone-deep wound on his back. Ghost mocked him to go faster, saying he would soon send him to meet his maker. Thinking about soon being able to kill Baek Issue, he laughed even more maniacally. Choi Chun-ho took the opportunity to charge forward and throw a punch. "Faster, I'm on your right, faster, left, left. Die, old man." But Choi Chun-ho caught the dagger with his bare hands. He thought to himself that he must quickly finish off this person. With this thought, he gathered all his strength and threw a punch. But his arm was caught by Ghost, who mocked him. "Is that all?" After saying this, he forcefully bent it backward, brutally breaking Choi Chun-ho's arm. Then he leaped up, driving his knee straight toward Choi Chun-ho's face. But he was stopped by a loud shout. Park Chung-hoon issued a full retreat order. He explained that he had received orders, that the plan had changed temporarily, and they needed to retreat. This infuriated Ghost, who was enjoying the fight. He grabbed Park Chung-hoon's head. "Damn it, you've been yelling about retreating since earlier. Do you believe I'll tear your mouth apart? The game is just getting started at this moment." Chief Chang's voice came through the radio, telling him to stop playing around and come back for a more important mission. It turned out Ryu Taehyung had thought of a more vicious plan. In the villa, Lim Young-chun complained about not knowing how to tie a tie, making a fuss about wanting Zion to help him. He even gave Zion the nickname Parrot. Boris, meanwhile, stared blankly at a fruit knife. At this moment, someone walked out from behind. Zion and Lim Jyoung-chun both praised how handsome their boss looked. Baek Isu walked over in a black suit. "From now on, we need to act like a gang. Where do you all think we should start?" Half an hour later, Choi Chun-ho walked out angrily, and Jin Unha quickly followed. Choi Chun-ho said he had also contributed a lot to Tyson clan, and now he was being sent home. Jin Unha explained that Baek Isu didn't mean it that way. Choi Chun-ho said he was just joking. He was planning to go back anyway. Seeing Tyson clan's current state, he suddenly had an idea. He thought he might be able to restore Ilhak to its former glory, so he wanted to quickly return and discuss it with Lee Sung-man. Under Chief Jang's instigation, they first allied with Jo Ran clan to ambush Tyson clan. When they saw Ilhak's Choi Chun-ho stationed at Tyson clan, they directly turned to attack Ilhak's headquarters. Meanwhile, Lee Sung-man was completely unaware of the approaching danger. He was in low spirits, because his carelessness had caused his subordinates to be seriously injured. The red-haired man consoled him, saying these minor injuries were nothing, but he grimaced in pain, with the slightest movement making everyone laugh. Suddenly noisy sounds came from outside. Lee Gyu-jong got up to check. His subordinate said there were motorcycle sounds coming from downstairs. Just as he was speaking, a motorcycle came speeding in, catching 3 people off guard and knocking them down. The motorcycle then charged into the office, attacking anyone in sight. Horseface was the first to be hit, taking a solid blow from the crowbar. Everyone had lived by the blade before. They quickly reacted. Gimsong used his plastered arm to block an attack. At this moment, other attackers poured in. Baldy loudly questioned them about why they were destroying the alliance. The Jiraiya clan members ignored him and continued. Ordering a full attack, Red Hair kicked 2 people away with 1 foot. "You bugs, do you know where you are?" Red Hair was furious, but his already injured ankle became even worse from that kick. Baldy knew dragging this out would be disadvantageous, so he decided to take down the motorcycle first. he pushed Gimsong aside and told him to take young Master Sung Min away first. He would handle things here. Horseface, who had been knocked down earlier, now got up and grabbed the motorcycle rider. Baldy took the opportunity to kick the rider. Lee Sung-man was unwilling to leave everyone behind and escape alone, but Gimsong desperately pulled him away. Seeing Lee Sung-man still wanting to go back, Gimsong told him that as long as the Green Hills remain, there's no fear of running out of firewood. As long as Lee Sung-man was still alive, Il-hak still had hope for this. Everyone was already prepared to die. Looking at the devastated scene, Ryu Taehyung mocked that 9 Blades was nothing special, but it was a pity Lee Sung-man had escaped in the car. Lee Sung-man hated his own incompetence. He had thought he could restore Il-hak's former glory, but he turned out to be just a clown. Suddenly, a motorcycle rushed in front of their vehicle and scattered tire spikes on the ground. Kim Song jerked the steering wheel and slammed on the brakes. Lee Sung-man wanted to face the motorcycle rider, together with Kim Song, but he was stopped and told to run quickly. Don't let the brothers' deaths be meaningless. He also said that being able to serve 9 Blades in this lifetime was already worthwhile. Lee Xiaoman began running desperately. He didn't know how long he ran or how many times he fell. A voice in his head reminded him he must survive, no matter how bitter or humble. He must survive. This was bought with his brothers' lives. Finally, he arrived at Tyson clan's headquarters. Baek Isu and the others were shocked to see Lee Sung-man's condition. Choi Chul-ho quickly asked what had happened. Lee Sung-man didn't answer him, but faced Baek Isu instead, begging Tyson clan to save Ilwa. Although it was presumptuous for him to ask for help now, when he had previously wanted to devour Tyson clan, he had no choice, so he faced Baek Isu and dropped to his knees. Baek Isu immediately helped him up, telling him they had just been discussing some interesting matters. Then he stated that he would destroy the Allied Council. He just wasn't sure which gang to start with. Then he asked for Lee Sung-man's thoughts. At this moment, in a hospital room, Sue was looking worriedly at the person on the bed. This person was being kept alive through nutritional IVs. The Supreme Master had become a super bald master as he wished. Due to sudden worries, he smoked 20 cigarettes per minute. His grandson was furious when he found out, because he was counting on Grandpa to teach him fighting techniques. The old man told him that strength doesn't come from power, but from the spirit of never giving up. Come, grandson, drink this bowl of chicken soup. This was the person Lee Sung-man admired most in childhood. He was the Il-hag boss who unified the H-country underworld. Lee Sung-hak, however, just yesterday the mighty Il-hag had been conquered. Lee Sung-man was extremely dejected about this. The empire his grandfather built was ruined in his hands. Choi Chung-ho was very worried about him, but he could only rely on himself to overcome this mental barrier. Baek Isu was very polite to him, because Choi Chung-ho had previously helped Tae-sun clan, so Lee Sung-man was welcome to stay as long as he wanted. Choi Chung-ho said they were all brother gangs and should help each other. Baek Isu knew what he wanted to say, but what could the current Ilwak do? Choi Chun-ho promised that from now on, whenever it came to Taeyun clan matters, Ilwa would spare no effort. Bikisu leisurely brewed a cup of tea. Am I asking the boss of Ilwa? Or did you become the boss overnight? The sarcasm in these words was obvious, but being under someone else's roof, Choi Chi-han had no choice but to remain silent. Uncle Choi, please step aside for a moment. I want to talk to Mr. Baek alone. After the two left, Lee Sung-man asked Baek Isu if his words carried weight in Tae-san clan. Baek Isu didn't answer, but threw the same question back at him. Moreover, things had developed beyond Lee Sung-man's control. Lee Sung-man realized he should be friendlier to Baek Isu now. Only Tae-sun clan could help him now. So he asked if Baek Isu planned to ally with him unexpectedly. Baek Isu flatly refused because the current Ilwa was too weak. More precisely, Lee Sung-man was too weak. Now there was only one path for Ilwa to submit to Tae-san clan, but first Lee Sung-man had to prove his worth. Lee Sung-man stated that Ilwa still belonged to the Allied Council, and Jurang clan had violated the agreement by attacking Ilwa. He would definitely make a scene at the Allied Council and make Ryu Tae-young pay the price. At this moment, at HHS Entertainment, Han Hee-sung also had an uninvited guest. It was Ryu Tae-young from Jehun clan. After some small talk, Han Hee-sung asked him how he planned to handle the mess. Ryu Tae-young didn't care. He attacked Il-hag simply because he found Lee Sung-man annoying. Hearing this, Han Hee-sung said he wouldn't take a side. He had gone too far this time. Ryu Tae-young didn't care either. This Allied Council meeting would be quite a show. and the meeting location was specially prepared for Lee Sung-man, because this place was Lee Sung-man's hometown. This approach was completely slapping him in the face. The gatekeeper mocked him as a homeless dog, using the most vicious language against him. Lee Sung-man heard Baek Isu's words echoing in his ears. Without Nine Blades protection, you're nothing if you want to prove you can lead Ilhak. Show the corresponding strength. Lee Sung-man endured the mockery with a dark face. Some even threw cigarette butts at him to humiliate him. A fat man blocked his path, saying the Allied Council was meeting inside, and outsiders weren't allowed. Lee Sung-man told him with a dark face to get lost. The fat man thought he had misheard. Lee Sung-man angrily punched the fat man. The thugs inside also heard the commotion outside, and Lee Sung-man had already dealt with the fat man. Seeing this, one person rushed over with a stick and gave Lee Sung-man a blow to the head. In his days, he remembered his grandfather's words. What's important isn't your fighting ability, but the spirit of never kneeling. Because Ryu Tae-hyung had disrespected the old chairman, Lee Sung-hak, and attacked Il-hak, Cha Yua from Chaeyoung Trading Company was extremely angry. She demanded that Ryu Tae-hyung give everyone an explanation. Ryu Tae-hyung mocked her. Who the hell are you this time? It's Il-hak who knows who's next. Hearing this, Cha Yua was about to explode in anger when Lee Sung-man walked in. Covered in blood, he grabbed the cigarette from Ryu Tae-hyung's mouth. I'm the master of this place. This is a place for humans to live, not a doghouse having lost face. Ryu Tae-hyung swept away the tableware in front of him. Our young master Sung-man is so mighty. He really has some masculine spirit. Now Lee Sung-man paid no attention to his threats. He declared that he was still the master of Il-hak, and Ryu Tae-hyung had violated the Allied Council agreement by attacking Il-hak. So he demanded that Ji-hyun clan withdraw from the council and hand over their territory. Ryu Tae-hyung generously admitted that he had done everything, but he was also forced to do so. Then he pulled out photos of Lee Sung-man meeting with Baek Do-jeong, accusing Lee Sung-man of instigating Taehyun clan to attack Ji-hyun clan's branch first, although he knew this wasn't the case. With photos as evidence, Lee Sung-man couldn't explain clearly. Han Hee-sung was in cahoots with Ryu Tae-hyung and also pressed this matter. Lee Sung-man was instead put on the defensive. Ryu Tae-hyung pressed his advantage. Since you can't give a reasonable explanation, let's settle this with strength. As soon as he finished speaking, Jurang clan thugs who had been lying in ambush appeared behind Ryu Tai. Young Chayu's eyes blazed with anger. The tiger doesn't show its power. So you think I'm a sick cat? After saying this, she put on sunglasses and snapped her fingers in the air. A figure carrying a cleaver appeared at the door. If you want to fight, I'll take both your heads today. Lee Sung-man knew this was Chunghwa's ace. The butcher Ryu Tae-hyung also didn't want to tear his face with Chaeyoung right now. But you can protect Lee Sung-man for now. Can you protect him for life? Without Nine Blades, Ilhwa is nothing. But Lee Sung-man laughed heartily. I never said I was alone at this moment. A group of people walked toward the meeting hall. An untimely voice came in. I'm late again. You've made the atmosphere so deadly serious again. Ryu Tae-hyung frowned slightly and scolded. Tyson clan is already withdrawn from the council, so you have no right to be here now. Then he mocked Lee Sung-man. Is this the new backer you found? Baek Isu corrected him. Lee Sung-man is our chairman. This statement shocked everyone, not knowing what he was up to. Baek Isu said that Tyson clan inherited the old chairman, Lee Sung-hak's will, and fully supported Lee Sung-min as chairman. Then he even threatened everyone to choose sides, whether to continue inheriting the old chairman's will or choose to become enemies. The butcher behind the door was about to act, but was stopped by Chua. After Baek Isu finished speaking, he left with Lee Sung-min. He praised Lee Sung-min for having quite good presence. Suddenly, someone blocked their path at the door. When Baek Isu turned to see this person, his entire face contorted with anger. The intense fury made his whole body tremble. Lee Sung-man also saw Chief Zhang. Thinking that everything was because of this person, he was also filled with rage. Bakisu revealed the dagger in his hand, his entire being radiating cold, killing intent. He calculated the distance to Chief Zhang, and how confident he was of a fatal strike. Chief Zhang seemed oblivious to all this and calmly greeted Baek Isu. After a long moment, Baek Isu prepared to light a cigarette to calm his nerves. Chief Zhang considerately offered his lighter. In the scene, the two looked like old friends. The next second, Chief Zhang's tone changed. saying he had confirmed Beck Isu's identity, and asking what his next plan was. Why didn't he act just now? Beck Isu told him this matter wouldn't end with one person's death. Then he waved goodbye to Chief Zhang, saying he would tell him his plan the next time they met. The deaths of his comrade and brother were all thanks to him. Beck Isu suppressed his urge for revenge through sheer willpower, but he didn't dare look at that ugly face again. Only after the group had walked far away did Beck Isu no longer suppress himself. He sternly told everyone to begin implementing the plan. On the other side at the headquarters of Honggu Loans, Lee Song-guk was furious about the recent decrease in income. His dim-witted subordinate said the merchants had been difficult lately. The fruit vendor's pretty daughter said she would rather pay with her body than money. Lee Song-guk felt a headache coming on. It was all because of that Russian from Tyson clan. And that blonde kid warned him to keep a low profile. Next time he saw him, he'd make him pay. Speak of the devil and he appears. Zion appeared at the door at this moment, greeting him with a smile. The dim-witted subordinate didn't recognize him and arrogantly asked, "Where did this little brat come from?" Lisa and Gok wanted to stop him, but it was too late thinking of the previous beating. He shuddered sure enough. After a series of crashes and bangs, the dim-witted subordinate was already lying unconscious to the side. Zion said he came today to ask a few questions. One was about all the information on Jiran clan, and the other was about a place that could hold 5 people. Lee Sung-guk calculated in his mind that the rumors outside were all true. Ilhag and Tayson clan had allied against Jiran clan. He must choose the right side now. So he swore to Zion that he would tell him everything, with just one small condition. He wanted to join Tayson clan. This request left Zion stunned. Because this guy had previously belonged to Joran clan, Lee Sang-guk gave an explanation. A wise bird chooses its tree. Zion agreed to his request, and Lee Sung-guk talked extensively about everything he knew. After finishing, Zion asked him to come along to find the place to hold 5 people. Lee Sung-guk didn't want to show his face. Zion told him that since he was already a Tayson clan brother, they should advance and retreat together. At night, in a remote abandoned factory, Nine Blades Baldy was imprisoned inside. Someone opened the factory door and walked in. Ryutai Hyong told him not to look so bitter. "You're a prisoner now?" Then he began talking to himself. Tyson clan and Ilwak had joined forces to suppress Jiraiya clan, and were now looking for the Nine Blades members. Baldy didn't understand his intention, and mocked whether he was afraid hearing this. Ryu Taeyong laughed heartily. Even if both sides united, there were nothing to fear apart. From Jin Ungi and Choi Sungo, the others were just small fry. This time it was Baldy's turn to laugh. Had this guy forgotten about an even more terrifying existence? Nine Blades had suffered at Becky Sue's hands before. At this moment, Becky Sue single-handedly infiltrated the Jiraiya clan branch, with a battered guy lying beneath him. Beck Isu asked who taught him the sword techniques he used. If he wouldn't talk, he'd send him to meet Marks. After Beck Dojiang was killed in the attack, Sua rarely appeared. She didn't want to see that face that was both familiar and strange. Jin Ungi shared the same feeling with him. Still, Sua saw things clearly. Setting aside other identities, at least they were still members of Tayson clan. They had to do their job properly. And this visit was for a work briefing. In the conference room, Beck Isu and Lee Sung-min had been waiting for a long time. Soa was analyzing the collected clues on stage. Currently, there were 2 possible locations where the Nine Blades could be hidden. With Tayson clan's current manpower, they couldn't attack both locations simultaneously. The motel area had low population density, and entering rashly would quickly expose them. So Sua suggested concentrating their forces to attack the abandoned warehouse. Becky Sue already had a plan in mind for this kind of surprise attack. Having too many people wasn't necessarily good. If the enemy set an ambush, it would be total disaster. So he planned to send Lin Qing, Chuan, and Zion to the abandoned warehouse, as they were better at stealth operations. As for the motel, Beck Isu planned to tackle it himself. In a rundown motel at night, Beck Isu is gathering information. A lackey-looking guy refuses him, citing customer privacy protection, and impatiently tells him to get lost and stop causing trouble here. Beck Isu doesn't say much, pulls out a dagger, and stabs it through the man's palm, pinning it to the table. "Can you answer my question now? Is Nine Blades being held here?" Before the man can answer, Bikizu pulls out the dagger. "I'd better ask around myself." At this moment, a group of armed men surround them. But these people misjudge their opponent's strength. Just 5 minutes later, Beck Isu casually wipes the blood from his dagger. Someone grabs a person from the ground to interrogate, but he discovers there are no survivors left here. This person is Choi Chung-ho, who just arrived. He's had a big question in his mind. Why are you helping Ilwa? And he always feels that Il-hak. Even the Taesin clan are being used by Beck Isu. Apart from those high-sounding reasons, he wants Beck Isu to reveal his true purpose. Suddenly a group of thugs appears and interrupts their conversation, arrogantly ordering them to stand still. Suddenly Beck Isu grabs his ankle and yanks down hard, sending the man's body flying into the air. Another man comes stabbing with a knife, but Beck Isu grabs it with his backhand. As the man is pulled down, Choi Chung-ho's fist also arrives at his face, smashing the thug into the ground. At the same time, Bikisu also finishes off another one with a flying knee. Choi Kyon-ho had only heard about Bikisu's formidable strength before. This time he truly experiences it. He can always find opportunities to attack enemies in the gaps and deliver fatal blows. Choi Chon-ho realizes he and Beck Isu are not in the same league at all. Under their cooperation, the appearing crowd instantly crumbles. After unhesitatingly stabbing down with one knife, Beck Isu remains calm and composed. In contrast, the crowd is already terrified and thinking of retreating. On the other side, Zion and his group also arrive at the abandoned warehouse. Lee Sung-guk says he's not certain it's this person, but he's noticed many new faces recently, and apparently some are carrying guns. Upon hearing this, Zion shows a worried expression. Here Beck Isu and Choi Chung-ho are like two fierce tigers, entering a flock of sheep. Soon a bunch of lackeys are lying behind them. One lackey runs away in fear, but gets kicked away by someone coming out of the building. This person is Lee Yuzong from Nine Blades. Choi Chien-ho asks about the other's situation. Lee Yuzong says he escaped during the chaos, and tells them the others are in constant danger, right now asking the two to follow him. Choi Chien-ho wants to follow, but is stopped by Beck Isu, who always feels something is wrong. At this moment, Lee Yuzong from earlier is actually hiding around the corner with a weapon, because Chief Zhang previously promised Lee Yuzong that, as long as he kills Beck Jisu, he would fully support Il-hak's return to former glory. Originally, he didn't believe Chief Zhang's words, but Chief Zhang's one sentence got a grip on him, so he decided to side with him. Bikisu here also senses something wrong, and prepares to use his speed to get through the corner. Choi Chihan-ho grabs him, saying he'll handle this. He asks Lee Yuzong why he betrayed them. He wants to have a good talk with him. Lee Yuzong sternly stops him, saying he's not doing this for himself. Back in the day, Nine Blades fought together to create the glorious Il-hak era, but after the old boss died, this position should have been brother Choi Chung-ho's responsibility. Why should Lee Sung-man, that kid who knows nothing, get to sit there, and the current situation is all caused by that guy? Choi Chung-ho interrupts him, not wanting him to continue. In the underworld, loyalty comes first. Once we're Il-hak's people, we're Il-hak's people for life. Today your betrayal is unforgivable. Brother Chung-ho, don't do this. Choi Chung-ho tells him to stop calling him brother. From today on, we're no longer brothers. I will clean house in the name of Nine Blades. Though he says this, Choi Chung-ho is already in tears. Seeing Choi Chung-ho approaching, Lee Gyu-young excitedly raises his gun to stop him, but he ignores what's behind him. Beck Ae-soo suddenly breaks through the window. Lee Gyu-young tries to turn and shoot, but Beck Isu grabs his arm and strikes down from top to bottom with his knife. Then Lee Gyu-young clutches his arm and lets out a piercing scream. Beck Isu sweeps his legs again, knocking him down. Lee Gyu-young's head hits the ground hard. Beck Isu grabs his neck. What I hate most is screaming. After saying this, Beck Isu prepares to finish him off. Choi Chung-ho quickly shouts to stop him. Beck Isu turns back with an evil smile. Anything else you want to say? At another abandoned factory, Nine Blade's sixth member, Sun Mong, is loudly complaining about being hungry. A figure walks in from outside the door. Iron Weasel says, I didn't prepare any food, but I still have a chocolate pie. Do you want it? Sun Mong looks at Iron Weasel in front of him, thinking he's only about 15 or 16 years old, wondering how he got through the layers of guards. Iron Weasel says he's from Taesin clan. Sun Mong asks what about the other Nine Blades members. Iron Weasel tells him not to worry. Everything's been arranged. On the other side, Zion takes out the guards and successfully finds Nine Blades' eighth member, asking if he still remembers him. but gets no response. It seems the eighth member is unconscious. Zion tries to wake him up, but Zhongbi's hand behind his back grips a claw knife tightly. Suddenly his body shoots up, slashing at Zion's neck with one strike. But Zion nimbly dodges it. Actually, Zion had been alert, though the opponent was sitting in a chair. His build was smaller than in memory. Zhongdao rips off the human skin mask from his head, revealing he's actually the ghost who hasn't shown up. Ghost says even Beck ISU couldn't dodge that strike just now. Zion doesn't understand what he's saying, but since he mentioned the team leader, this guy definitely can't be spared. In the blink of an eye, the two have exchanged over 10 moves. Ghost shows a sickly smile. I'm the ghost who killed Bikisu. Zion launches the first attack, stabbing his dagger straight at the opponent's throat. Ghost dodges the attack while also judging his opponent's strength. The accuracy and speed are both excellent, but still inferior to Bake ISU, because he's already found Zion's weakness. Just as he prepares to act, a throwing knife shoots straight at his face. Ghost barely dodges the strike, but his cheek is already cut. He realizes Zion deliberately showed an opening earlier, just to hide this move. Thinking of this, Ghost covers his face and laughs loudly. Don't you dare disappoint me. At another abandoned warehouse, Lee Sung-guk also finds a place where 9 blades is being held. He feels it's time for him to shine. Facing the burly enforcer, he shows no fear. He scolds the opponent. A good dog doesn't block the way. Seeing the opponent unmoved, he swings a punch toward him. At the same time, the enforcer also prepares to counterpunch. At this moment, Lee Sung-guk reveals a Jiraiya clan badge, successfully fooling the enforcer to reach the warehouse, and meets the bald man held there. Initially, the bald man doesn't recognize him. Lee Sung-guk flamboyantly flips his hair. I'm here to rescue you on behalf of Tyson clan. On the other side, Baek Hae-soo leans against the car smoking. He leaves the space to Choi Chong-ho and the traitor. Lee Yuzong in the car. Choi Chong-ho asks if he regrets it. Lee Guzhong says he's long seen the situation. Clearly we have no strength to fight against Jiron clan right now. Only by handing over Tyson clan and the young master will we have a chance at survival. Seeing Lee Guzhong still stubbornly unrepentant, Choi Chi-hun punches him in the face. Then punch after punch lands on Lee Guzhong's body. Keep spouting nonsense, and I'll kill you. Lee Guzhong mumbles through his bloody nose and mouth. Ilhak is no longer the Ilhak of the past. Why fight a battle we're destined to lose? Choi Chien-ho trembles with rage, throwing another punch forward. But this time it's toward the glass behind Lee Yu-young. Our fight isn't about winning or losing. It's about protecting what we cherish. At this moment, Lee Yu-young is in tears. Protect with what? With these weak fists. Suddenly Beck ISU opens the car door, interrupts them, then steps on the gas pedal, and the car shoots forward. Choi Chun-ho asks what happened. Beck ISU says seriously that he feels something's wrong, and they must get to the warehouse immediately. At the warehouse, the battle between the two has reached its climax. After dodging Zion's dagger, Ghost haunts him asking if he wants to continue playing around. I'm getting serious now. After several exchanges, neither can overcome the other. Both simultaneously turn and create distance. At this moment, Ghost is shocked in his heart. He actually made the exact same move as me. Zion casually plays with claw knife in his hand, which is exactly Ghost's backup weapon hidden at his waist. Only now does Ghost confirm the opponent has the same identity as him. The two fight again. Zion, familiar with the opponent's moves, suppresses Ghost everywhere. In no time, Ghost has multiple wounds on his body, but he gives an evil smile as Zion's claw knife stabs again. Ghost grabs the blade with his bare hand, then guides the blade toward Zion, while his left hand's claw knife also reaches his face. Diebrat. Once Zion was the captain of the Ghost action team, not only possessing superior close combat skills, but also proficient with various weapons. He was also ruthless toward opponents. After killing the guards, he met this mission's target, a double agent operating between North and South Korea, code named Double Arms. Double Arms tells Zion that as long as he spares his life, he'll give Zion plenty of benefits. At the same time, his left hand reaches for the revolver in the drawer. Seeing Zion within shooting range, he laughs and raises the gun to shoot, but he only sees a figure flash by his eyes, seeming to catch a thread. Then his left arm sends sharp pain. After coming to his senses, he discovers his left arm has been cleanly severed. Zion taunts him about changing his name to Single Arm in the future, but this time he doesn't plan to take his life. just giving him a warning. After leaving, Zion reports the mission progress to his superior, and his superior is Chief Jiang. Chief Jiang is very dissatisfied with Zion's handling, warning him that no matter what mission he receives, as long as Ghost takes action, he must eliminate all threats completely. The higher UPS may not be clear about Ghost's existence, but Zion must understand the meaning of his role. Zion expresses understanding and promises the next mission will leave no future troubles. He grew up in such a twisted environment. Today's fight with Ghost brings back Zion's memories. Ghost thinks he can manipulate Zion, not knowing that Zion is extremely familiar with all his moves and knows exactly where his killing techniques and weaknesses are. He sweeps low to knock down Ghost, simultaneously raising his dagger to stab at Ghost. Ghost quickly rolls left to dodge, but Zion's dagger, hugging the ground, stabs at him again, unable to dodge. He can only risk trading injury for injury, kicking at Zion's head, but Zion seems to have anticipated this, steadily catching Ghost's leg with both hands. With both knives slashing, blood spurts out. Ghost quickly retreats several steps, but there's also a terrible scar on his leg. Ghost feels lingering fear. 1 second later, and his whole leg would be gone. What kind of monster is this person in front of him? He seems able to predict his own moves. At this moment, Zion's earpiece reports that the other warehouse encountered trouble and need reinforcement. Zion reluctantly puts away his weapons. Today's playtime ends here. Ghost's former pride looks like a clown in front of him, watching Zion's departing figure. He can only curse under his breath. 10 minutes ago, all 9 Blades members were found. Lee Sung-guk carries the severely injured horse-faced man on his back. The horse-faced man's breathing is weak and his condition is poor, just as everyone wants to rest for a moment. A car's headlights shine in. The newcomer is exactly who they least want to see right now. Jiren clan's Ryu Taeyong sneaking in like stinking rats. Then you'll all leave your lives here today. Only Iron Weasel has fighting capability here. But there are too many opponents. Suddenly a figure leaps out from behind, using the car roof as a springboard, swooping down on Ryu Taeyong like an eagle. Several thin wires wrap around his neck. I advise you to stand still. But Ryu Taeyong instinctively swings a punch. Zion lands behind him. The wires around his neck quickly tighten. Zion uses both hands to lift Ryu Taeyong's entire body up. One more effort, and he'll be decapitated. Ryu Taeyong, with wires wrapped around his neck, instinctively fights back. As Ion turns, more wires wrap around his neck, kicking his knee to make him kneel down, then pulling both hands apart. Ryu Taeyong's face instantly turns purple, seeing their boss in danger. The lackeys don't dare approach. Zion tells Iron Weasel to take 9 Blades members and leave first. He promises to release Ryuti Hyung once everyone is safe. Suddenly a figure flashes behind Zion. It's Chief Jang, who hasn't appeared for a long time. Zion has no choice but to release Ryuti Hyung to dodge this attack. Quick reflexes indeed. Chief Jang chuckles, seeing the sneak attacker as him. Zion's eyes burn with hatred when enemies meet. He slashes at Chief Jang with his knife, but it's easily dodged. Then Chief Jang directly crashes into Zion's abdomen. This heavy blow wins Zion. At this moment, Chief Jang also recognizes, Zion didn't expect you to be so hard to kill, but your appearance proves that. Tyson clan's boss is Baek Isu in disguise. Then he stabs through Zion's palm with a knife, warning 9 Blades members not to act rashly. This is the proper use of hostages. Ryu Taeyong has never suffered such humiliation. He rushes over and kicks at Zion. Then his heavy punch with brass knuckles follows. This time I'll smash your face. Zion can only raise his arms to protect his head, as the enraged Ryu Taeyong throws another heavy punch down. Zion smoothly drags his arm. Then with a reverse grapple, pins Ryu Taeyong under him. No matter how he struggles, it's useless. Zion applies a rear naked choke to control him, then pulls out his claw knife and places it against his face. Without any hesitation, he slides it down, warning everyone that he really will kill Ryu Taeyong. But Chief Jang just laughs. Using this guy to threaten me won't work. Hearing this, the lackeys behind look fierce and prepare to move forward. Zion mocks Chief Jang for not understanding gang culture. Lackeys will sacrifice their own lives for their boss. Since we're playing the thug game, we must follow the game's rules. Feeling threatened, Chief Jang reluctantly compromises. Zion controls Ryu Taeyong without daring to relax, until Chief Jang walks away. and Nine Blades members also withdraw from the alley. Zion smiles evilly. I'll spare your life this time. You hairy monster, next time, I'll definitely take your life. Breaking free from control, Ryuji Hyung swings a punch backward, but Zion's figure has already disappeared from behind him. He gnashes his teeth in hatred, swearing to crush Zion's bones to dust next time. Chief Jang says this failure is all on him. Ryuji Hyung shows a crazy expression. I have a belly full of anger with nowhere to vent. Chief Jung also takes an attacking stance on the other side. Baek Isu also picks up Nine Blades members. The horse-faced man's condition is poor and needs to be sent to the hospital quickly. Then Zion also returns safely. Lee Yuzhen, looking at the severely injured horse-faced man, feels extremely guilty. It's all because of him that the brothers suffered like this. But the horse-faced man doesn't blame him, telling him to apologize to young Master Sungman and beg for forgiveness. Lee Yuzhen is already sobbing. 10 minutes later, Chief Yang lights a cigarette. Is this all the strength Gurang clan's boss has? Then he grabs Ryu Taehyung's hair. On the other side, the hot-tempered redhead punches Lee Yu-chong in the face, cursing, you bastard. How do you still have the face to come back? Choi Chan-ho stops him, saying enough, but gets pushed away by the redhead. Today I must clean up this traitor no matter what. Baek Isu sits on the sofa watching all this impassively. Choi Cheon-ho says, the matter should be handled by young Master Sungmin. Lee Sung-min is struggling internally. Lee Gyuzong is an old subordinate who fought alongside grandfather. Yet now he's committed an unforgivable crime. He looks pleadingly at Baek Isu. Baek Isu slowly stands up. Betrayal is a serious crime. The lightest punishment is 3 cuts and 6 holes. Then he tells Lee Sung-man to make his own decision. He then tells the Nine Blades members present, this isn't something you can get away with by just throwing a few punches and putting on a show. Then he pats the redhead's shoulder and walks out expressionlessly, leaving the space to Nine Blades members. Lee Sungman's thoughts are in turmoil. In the end, it's all because of his weakness and incompetence. In the past, he would have let bygones be bygones and welcomed Lee Yu-sung back. But now he realizes how foolish and ridiculous his past self was. Il-hak needs to change to have any chance of survival. Lee Gyuzong feels extremely guilty about causing his brother's death and willingly accepts all punishment. Seeing Lee Sung-man approaching step by step, there's no fear in his eyes. But Lee Sung-man doesn't move. This puzzles him greatly, and he loudly questions why he won't act. Lee Sung-man tells him that Il-hak's blade will cut other enemies, but won't be stained with brothers' blood. Even former brothers, but from now on, we sever ties when we meet again. We'll be enemies. Then Lee Sung-man strides out. Other Nine Blades members follow closely behind. At this moment, Lee Gyuzong is abandoned by his brothers, which hurts more than killing him. Lee Sung-man sighs sadly. No matter how noble his words sound, they can't hide his soft heart. But Choi Chun-ho tells him, you're becoming more and more like the old master, governing the gang with benevolence and righteousness, and firmly says from now on, your judgment and actions are Il-hak's direction. On the rooftop, Baek Isu looks at the night scene with many thoughts. Just as he pulls out a cigarette from the box, he discovers he can't find a lighter. A hand reaches over with a Zippo. It's Sua, who hasn't appeared for a long time. Baek Isu jokes that he didn't expect her to smoke too. This is your big brother's Baek Isu. Hearing this, Baek Isu pauses in his movement. It's been a long time since anyone called him by his real name. For revenge, he's been acting under his brother's identity. I often think about what he would say if he were here. Sua smiles slightly. He would definitely say, my foolish little brother. Hearing this, Baek Isu laughs heartily. This sounds like something his stupid big brother would say. At this moment, Lee Sung-min and Choi Cheon-ho come to the rooftop, respectfully returning the dagger. Byakusu doesn't ask what the result was. At this time, Choi Cheon-ho raises the question that's been buried in his heart for a long time. What exactly is Byakusu's purpose? Baek Isu doesn't answer directly, but starts asking Choi Chung-ho in return. When Il-hak ruled Seoul's underworld, how much income could you make in a day? Choi Chung-ho says he never calculated specifically, but it was also an astronomical figure. Baek Isu says such huge profits would make people jealous. The country government is preparing to clean up underground organizations and then redistribute the benefits. Baek Isu says when he stands at the top of Seoul, he'll hand Seoul over to Il-hak. Choi Chan-ho doesn't understand what he wants to gain. Baek Isu says he just has a grudge against Chief Chong. Maybe it's time to let Lee Sung-man and the others meet Big Brother. This way I can be myself again. This sleazy middle-aged man is actually H, country's top police official. Today he actually ventures alone into the underworld's den, but he's not here to cause trouble. Rather, he's here at Chief Jang's invitation to discuss cooperation. Chu Won-ho says sarcastically. Times have changed, little thugs aren't afraid of police anymore. Then he looks up at Ryu Tae-hyung across from him. You're Jurang clan's boss, right? Ryu Tae-hyung is about to introduce himself. When Chu Won-ho's next words make his face change. Those scars on your face are quite distinctive. Ryu Tae-hyung's words turn cold, asking if he wants a few too. At this moment, Chief Jang stops the impending conflict, warning Chu Won-ho that he invited him here to discuss cooperation, not to show off. Chu Won-ho fears Chief Jang and can only swallow his displeasure. Only then do the three parties begin discussing cooperation. On the other side at the cemetery, Lee Sung-man finishes handling the horse-faced man's funeral. Looking at the black and white photo, he falls into endless sadness. Since childhood, he loved clinging to the horse-faced man to play, because the horse-faced man was tall. Little Lee Sung-man always liked to ride piggyback. He and the horse-faced man also made a promise to grow taller and bigger than him in the future. But the horse-faced man will never see this again. Lee Sung-man sheds tears of sorrow. At this moment, Becca Sue is waiting for him outside. Lee Sung-man composes himself and walks over for Tae-sen clan's help. This time the two bow deeply to express their gratitude. Without Tyson clan, 9 blades might have been completely wiped out. Baek Isu accepts their thanks and also comforts them not to be too sad, saying they should turn grief into strength, because they still have very important things to do. Then Baek Isu says he wants to introduce someone to them, saying Boris will be responsible for protecting Lee Sung-man's safety during this period, temporarily joining 9 blades to replace the horse-faced man's position. In the hotel, Ryu Tae-hyung looks at himself in the mirror. The wounds on his neck and face are shocking. The afternoon proposal to attack Tyson clan was vetoed by Chu Won-ho, because once war breaks out with Tyson clan, both sides will definitely suffer. Chenong Trading Company might very well benefit from their conflict, so they might as well contact Chenong first to see what happens. This moment there's a knock on the door. A subordinate reports that Chenong has postponed the meeting time, making Ryu Tae-hyung extremely irritated, wondering what went wrong again. On the other side, in Daerim-dong's Chinatown, Baek Hae-so walks alone into a restaurant. The owner asks what he wants to eat, but gets interrupted. Baek Isis says he's not here to eat, but to find someone, then hands over a business card, asking the owner to pass a message to Chua. The owner smiles and says he'll definitely pass it along. Suddenly he picks up an axe and chops at Baek Isu. As Baek Isu dodges, he twists the man's arm, saying he and Cha Yua are friends, but more and more thugs surround them, not listening to his explanation and directly attacking. Bikisu kicks a stool by his feet. The stool hits someone's knee. Bikisu takes the opportunity to grab his hair and smash him hard into the ground. Such skill instantly intimidates everyone. Suddenly someone pushes through the crowd. A graceful, long-haired woman. She instantly disappears from her position, leaping high to strike at Baek Isu. Just as Baek Isu is about to dodge to the side, the knife in midair suddenly releases from her hand. The woman catches the falling knife with her left hand and slashes horizontally, actually changing the attack trajectory this way. Interesting. This person is the dreaded Shinung Butcher of the underworld. The Butcher is also interested that he could dodge her attack, just as both sides are at swords points. A loud shout draws their attention. Chua hurries toward them both. The Butcher comforts her, don't worry, I can solve this quickly, but Chua slaps her across the face, demanding to know why she's doing this. The Butcher remains silent. Chayu asks if the axe on the table was their doing, coldly asking if they've forgotten their former oath. In the past, fighting and killing claimed many brothers' lives before we achieved today's peaceful and stable situation. So Chenong's weapons can only be drawn to protect companions, though Chaihua is just a woman. She stabilizes the situation with just a few words, making the previously furious crowd calm down. Such methods show Chaihua is not to be underestimated. But then she turns into a little woman again, nervously asking Baek Isu if he's injured. Baek Isu jokes, sister, if you'd come any later, I would have lost my life in the office. The Butcher still looks unfriendly at Baek Isu, but Kisu tells her to relax a bit, saying it was all a misunderstanding. Before the Butcher purses her lips, saying she doesn't like Bakisu's type anyway. Chayu asks Bakisu what his purpose is in finding her. Bakisu gets straight to the point. Tyson clan is about to move against Jiraiya clan. Which side will you stand on? Chayu is also very direct, saying she won't stand on either side, because Chunong only stands on the side of profit. But Bake Isu won't allow when the snipe and clam fight. The fisherman profits to happen. He must eliminate hidden threats before the war begins. Chunong doesn't need to help. Just stay put that way. Tyson clan won't move against Chunong. Upon hearing such threatening words, the butcher explodes, putting her knife to Bake Ice's neck. Bake Isu doesn't dodge either. Try pointing that knife at me again. See what happens. Seeing the situation about to spiral out of control, Chayua quickly intervenes. If I wanted to threaten you, I wouldn't have come alone. Bake Isu's eyes are cold, then he takes out a ring box from his pocket. Seeing this situation, Chayu's brain goes blank. This is quite a leap. The butcher is furious again. This guy dares to flirt with Chinong's boss. She opens the box and sees it's just a USB drive. Bake Isu says, this USB drive contains the reasons behind the current chaotic situation, asking Chayu to give him an answer. After watching Bakisu leave, she falls into silence. The butcher asks what she plans to do. Chayoung hasn't decided yet. The butcher tells her that as a boss, she must make a decision. Unexpectedly, Chayoung suddenly becomes teary-eyed, crying that she's not suitable to be a boss. She's not strong enough at all. The butcher pushes her away. Don't give me that crap. Seeing Chayu is still crying pitifully, the butcher can only say helplessly, no matter what, I'll stand by your side. Only then does Chayu beam with joy. That night, in a barbecue restaurant, a Chinong member is boasting about the awesome event of cutting down Tyson clan's boss. Suddenly a car crashes directly into the store, instantly creating chaos. A group of masked tough guys get out of the car. More vehicles surround them from afar. Though these people are masked, they all wear Tyson clan badges, surrounding the Cheonung people and beating them up, shouting, "This is what you get for disrespecting our Tyson clan boss." Suddenly Jinong Ha approaches from the distance, reporting the situation here to Bake Isu over the phone. Bake Isu chuckles, "Want to frame our Tyson clan? Then let them see the real terror of Tyson clan." Jinong Ha's shin bone on his active body. "Want to join the Tyson clan that badly? How about we give you guys a real badge?" The butcher from Cheonong, upon hearing about the attack, flew into a rage, bluntly stating that the Tyson clan is completely unreliable. They should have taken out Bake Isu long ago. Chai Wehua told her to calm down. If it really was people from the Tyson clan who carried out the attack, how could they possibly wear Tyson clan badges so brazenly? Moreover, Jinunga from the Tyson clan also stepped forward to stop the riot. Everything that happened was too suspicious. Chai Wehua believed someone was maliciously stirring up conflict between Chun Unga and the Tyson clan. The butcher, however, thought it was a self-directed scheme by the Tyson clan. But none of this matters now. What matters is what Chai Yua's final stance will be. This once again threw the question back to Chai Yua, leaving her extremely troubled. Seeing her still hesitant and indecisive, the butcher angrily said she would act in her own way. The helpless Chihuahua said she needed to seek Mr. Wang's help. The butcher was also surprised to hear this name, reminding her that this person was an unstable factor. Meanwhile, Bake Isu also arrived at the attacked barbecue restaurant. He wanted to search for any clues that could determine the attacker's identity. The weapons left at the scene had many nicks, suggesting frequent use, but they weren't military weapons, so it wasn't Chief Zhang's men. A banknote in the car caught his attention. This was currency used in Country C. Could it be that an organization from Country C attacked Shenong? So he called Li Sungmin to inquire whether Chanong Trading Company had any conflicts with organizations from Country C. Li Sungmin said he would investigate and give a reply. Bake Isu was about to light a cigarette to relax, but discovered his lighter was out of fluid at this moment. A stranger offered him a light. This person introduced himself as Wang Hao, who ran a currency exchange shop nearby. He was commissioned by Cha Yua to clean up the scene. After learning that Bake Isu was the boss of the Taesun clan, Wang Hao respectfully bowed with great deference. Bake Isu said not to be so formal, but inwardly became wary of this person. This guy walked on the glass, covered ground without a care, as if such situations were commonplace to him. The two chatted casually. Baikisa said he still wanted to look for clues, asking Wang how not to clean up the evidence for now. Wang Hao readily agreed and moved aside. Bai Qisu secretly pondered this person's true purpose and whether he was connected to the attackers. He sent a message to Li Sungmin, asking if there was any information on Wang Hao at this moment. Wang Hao suddenly said that because he dealt in currency exchange, he could gather a lot of information from his understanding of Baek Do. Kyung Baek Do Kyung's favorite cigarettes were red box Marlboros. Hearing this, Baek Isu's heart skipped a beat, and he explained that he wanted to try a different flavor. But Wang Hao continued, saying that for someone with such a heavy smoking habit, how could he not know his lighter was out of fluid? You look like you're smoking for the first time. This Wang Hao suspected Baek Hisu's identity, based on just this one detail, which secretly alarmed Baek Hisu. Wang Hao calmly picked up a piece of broken glass, stood up, and said to Baek Isu, "Let me see your secret with that." He leaped high and charged toward Baek Isu. Meanwhile, Li Sungman asked Choi Chong-ho about this person. Wang Hao Choi Chong-ho was initially recalling something. Then suddenly his face changed dramatically. He said this guy appeared to be a currency merchant and was also an information broker. But his true identity was the leader of the Black Dragon clan. 15 years ago, foreign gangs fought over territory, triggering a gang war. This was also the battle that led to Li Sung Man's grandfather's demise. At this point, Choi Chun-ho's hands trembled uncontrollably from anger, and Li Sung Man's face turned pale after hearing this. Here, Wang Hao's attack instantly reached Bai Qisu, but he was already prepared. The iron nail hidden in Wang Hao's left hand scratched Bai Qisu's cheek. Bai Qisu asked him who he really was. His skills didn't seem like those of an ordinary merchant. Wang Hao didn't answer, but instead asked whether he was really Baek Dog-young. Through those few moves, Baek Isu already knew this person was formidably skilled. He could use anything around him as a weapon. Suddenly Baek Isu's phone rang, and he signaled Wang Hao to pause. It was Li Sung Min sending information about Wang Hao. He advised Baek Isu not to confront him alone. Wang Hao thought he was trying to escape. Bai Isu chuckled, "Let me test the strength of the Black Dragon clan." Both of them assumed fighting stances and clashed again. Wang Hao threw a concealed weapon at Bai Isu. But Qisu knew this was just a feint to hide the real killing move. He calmly slashed toward his opponent's vital spot with his blade. But Wang Hao didn't dodge, instead, directly countering the blade with his fist, actually knocking Bai Qisu's dagger away. Then he caught the dagger midair and stabbed it toward Baek Isu. Baek Isu had to raise his arm to block the blade striking his watch. He lifted his arm and sent Wang Hao's dagger flying again. Then, he caught the dagger with his right hand and slashed Wang Hao's arm. In the first exchange, both had tested each other enough. The upcoming battle would be even more dangerous. Wang Hao dodged Bai Qisu's horizontal slash, tried to attack, but was blocked by Bai Qisu. Bai Qisu reversed the direction of his dagger, trying to stab Wang Hao's neck. Wang Hao braced against the dagger while raising his knee, spinning his entire body like a top, then landed a heavy kick on Baek Isu. But Baek Isu didn't retreat a single step, instead slashing back at his opponent. Wang Hao tried to retreat and dodge, but found his foot caught by Baek Isu. He lost his balance and fell backward, lucky enough to land inside a car. Baek Isu wanted to pounce and finish him off, but Wang Hao slammed the car door shut to stop him. When he opened the car door again, Wang Hao had already vanished. Just as he was searching for Wang Hao appeared from nowhere with a steel pipe, aimed at Baek Isu's head. In haste, he could only raise his dagger to block the tremendous force, cracked the dagger directly. After several more exchanges, Baek Isu's dagger completely broke in half. Meanwhile, a woman fixed her hair, then left Xianong Trading Company with a group of subordinates. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, suddenly letting out a roar of fury. The butcher was furious that Chayu was always indecisive. She would destroy Tyson clan in her own way. On the other side, Chayu was also very troubled. Suddenly there was a knock at the door. It was the old man who ran a grocery store nearby. Chayu respected the elder and invited him to sit down, because the elder had witnessed Xianong Trading Company's growth and had provided much help. When he asked about the butcher, Chayu showed a pained expression, saying they had a disagreement. Hearing this, the elder gave his opinion. Both Wang Hao and the butcher were formidable characters, but he doubted the butcher's loyalty. After all, an uncontrollable weapon can hurt yourself. Hearing these words, Cha Yua fell into deep thought. After leaving the office, the old man made a phone call, telling the other party that the butcher had left Cha Yua and the person he was contacting. was none other than Jurang clan leader. Ryuji Hyung both believed this was the perfect opportunity to destroy Chinong Trading Company. The elder waved to the window. Outside was a group of people who had previously impersonated Tyson clan members. Today Chua would die in an attack by Tyson clan. Chua kept calling the butcher, trying to prevent the situation from escalating, but she wouldn't answer. With no choice, she had to go to Tyson clan herself to find her. She felt the developments were too suspicious. If the people attacking Chinong were from Tyson clan, then Baek Au had no reason to reveal Chief Zhang's plan to her. She had to reach Taesun clan to stop the butcher, to prevent an irreversible situation. Just as they left the base, they were stopped by a group of people. The attackers all wore masks with Tyson clan badges. They said Chinong had slighted Tyson clan's boss, and today they came to settle the score. But seeing Chaiyu's good looks, if she served the brothers well, they might spare her life. Such insulting words immediately enraged Chinong Trading Company's people. One person questioned what they thought they were. The long-haired man behind him struck successfully. The sudden betrayal left Chua in disbelief. The long-haired man threatened her to hand over control of Chinong Trading Company. Several other Chinong subordinates were also restrained. In an instant, Chai Yuehua and her group were trapped in a desperate situation. On the other side, the battle between Baek Ishu and Wang Hao continued. Wang Hao's attacks were effortless, even taunting Baek Ishu about liking that broken blade. Baek Ishu glanced at the broken blade in his hand, dodged Wang Hao's attack sideways, but saw the steel pipe in his hand suddenly slip. Baek Ishu became alert. Wang Hao caught the pipe with his left hand, changing the attack trajectory. Baek Ishu raised his arm to block the strike. This attack style reminded him of that woman. The butcher Wang Hao was also surprised. He could dodge his trajectory-changing attack. Many previous opponents had been injured by this move, but he still had confidence in taking down Baek Ishu, because he now held the complete advantage. But Baek Isu's face showed no panic. He quietly sheathed the broken blade, then drew a new dagger. This was the weapon he used during his Special Forces days. From now on he would fight as Baek Isu. He quickly slashed at Wang Hao. Wang Hao had just blocked the strike when Baek Isu's next attack came. The sudden acceleration left Wang Hao struggling to defend, having just blocked the dagger attack. He was knocked over by Baek Isu's knee. Before he could recover, Baek Isu attacked again with his blade. In an instant, blades and shadows flew everywhere. Wang Hao found an opening to counterattack, but was heavily rammed by Baek Isu, his body staggering backward. Baek Isu stuck out his foot to trip him, and he crashed heavily to the ground. So Baek Isu raised his blade to finish him off, just as the dagger was about to strike down. Iron Weasel called out to him, saying there was internal rebellion at Chinong Trading Company. Hearing this, Wang Hao was even more surprised. Not understanding why this would happen on Chayo's side, she was in crisis. Thankfully, her subordinates bravely protected her. Chayu quickly ran toward the back. The one-handed elder on the balcony coldly watched the chaos in the courtyard. No matter what, today Chayu had to disappear. Under her subordinates' protection, Chayua temporarily reached safety. She didn't understand why she was betrayed. What she hoped for most now was for the butcher to be by her side. Chayua hid in the room, lost in thought, repeatedly calling the butcher's name, hoping she would return quickly. Suddenly there was a knock at the door. It was Baek Isu. He now wanted Chayu's attitude. Would she continue standing against him until destruction, or join him in breaking through the situation? Give an answer now. Half an hour ago, the butcher led people to Taesun clan for revenge. All along the way she complained about Chayu's indecisiveness. 10 years ago, H country's largest power, Il-hak, was dismantled. To get a piece of the pie, various factions were restless. Among them were North Korea's Wechango, Gray Industries, Guchongjun, and Black Dragon clans. Wang Hao proposed the three factions cooperate to establish a new organization. But who would be the leader was a problem. Wang Hao proposed again. Let the daughter of the original Chinong Trading Company leader be the head, with others supporting from behind, sharing profits equally. In truth, Chayu was just a puppet. Now Gu Changjuan's ambitions were growing. He sent people to impersonate Tyson clan members, to attack Chinong Trading Company, stirring up conflict, and planned to kill Chua. While the butcher was away from headquarters unexpectedly, at the crucial moment Baek Isu intervened. He now wanted Chua to clearly state her position. Seeing the facts clearly, Chai-hua no longer hesitated. When she saw the bodies scattered across the hallway, she was still shocked. But the three people in front of her remained calm and composed. No time to think about this. Her most important task now was to call the butcher to stop her. The injured guy nearby told her not to waste her effort, because a dog separated from its master wouldn't live long. These words filled Chai-hua with dread. On the other side, the butcher was still furious. The subordinates around her didn't dare provoke her, because of her fearsome reputation. The butcher scolded them for crowding together with her. How much longer until they reached Tyson clan? The subordinates stammered explanations. The cars behind were also full. The driver also comforted her to be patient a little longer, but the butcher soon noticed something was wrong. The car had been driving in circles. The subordinates beside her changed from their earlier timidity, grabbing the butcher's arms. The passenger in front punched her in the face. "I've wanted to beat your stinking face for so long." But the butcher laughed out loud. "You better act fast, or you'll all die." The driver told her not to waste her energy, but was kicked in the face by the butcher from behind the vehicle. Instantly lost control, the bald guy wanted to run toward the butcher. The unrestrained butcher suddenly exerted force. The two subordinates' heads crashed together with a bang. The out-of-control vehicle overturned. The cars behind also stopped. The butcher kicked open the car door with one foot. Jumping out of the vehicle, she spat, nearly capsized in the gutter. People from the cars behind got out, holding weapons and standing before her. One person shouted, "She's just a bitch. No need to fear her." Then he led the charge, but was kicked in the face by the butcher. Another person came with an axe. The butcher turned and slashed at him. The blade stuck deep in the bone. Another person seized the opportunity to stab with a knife. The butcher kicked this person away, stopping his attack. Then she swung her blade down heavily. An arm flew off the person's body before he could scream. His body was slashed countless times. The butcher grabbed another person's arm, cutting it off with one slash. The others were already terrified by this scene. Facing the raised blade, they wanted to run, but their legs went weak seeing such a bloody scene. The remaining people were too scared to approach. Even with superior numbers, they had lost their fighting spirit. One person prepared to drive away. A blade fell from the sky, sticking in the car door. This person was drenched in sweat, hearing a voice like it came from hell. "Guess why others call me the butcher?" Wang Hao had spent 10 years building today's Shenong Trading Company, but the one-handed elder, Gu Chongjun, wanted to enjoy the success alone, if not for Tyson clan's interference. Today's Chenong would already be in Gu Chongjun's pocket. This made Wang Hao's expression extremely dark. To save his life, Gu Chongjun revealed the mastermind was NH country's government, and hoped that for the sake of their years of friendship, Wang Hao would spare his life. Wang Hao silently helped him up. Suddenly his palm exerted force, directly crushing Gu Chongjun's fingers. "This isn't a reason for you to betray me." After saying this, he slowly picked up the dagger from the ground. "As long as that person is still there, Shenong Trading Company won't fall easily." Gu Chongjun hastily begged for mercy, but Wang Hao gave him no chance to speak. "And Shenong Trading Company can only be mine." A week later, inside Shenong Trading Company's headquarters, Zion looked depressed about the situation. Clearly Tyson clan had helped Shenong Trading Company, yet these guys looked ready to stab someone at any moment. Jinan Ha said Chenin Trading Company was an internal chaos. They didn't know who was the enemy. Now in the room, Beck Isu and Wang Hao sat on opposite sides. Wang Hao explained, "The boss is temporarily busy. I can now fully represent Shenong Trading Company." But the truth was Cha Yu had been placed under house arrest by him. Beck Isu wasn't surprised. He directly stated that Wang Hao was the real mastermind behind everything. Wang Hao didn't deny it, saying he liked dealing with smart people. Then came the purpose of this negotiation. He hoped Shannon Trading Company and Tyson clan would cooperate to oppose NH country government's anti-crime campaign. Beck Isel didn't give a clear answer, instead saying he was almost killed by him before. Wang Hao laughed it off, telling him not to be so petty. Suddenly it started drizzling from the sky. A person suddenly appeared in the courtyard. It was the blood-soaked Shenong Trading Company butcher. A subordinate explained. Beck Isu and Wang Hao are discussing business inside. The butcher didn't stop, but was blocked by someone. Jinong Ha told her entry was forbidden, but the butcher directly drew her weapon, saying this wasn't the place for him to act wild. Jinong Ha said today Tayson clan came with sincerity to negotiate, but the butcher didn't buy his response at all. Both sides immediately drew weapons in confrontation, seeing a firefight was inevitable. Zion spoke up to let her in, even mocking the butcher for having no real skills besides shouting. Hearing this, the butcher flew into a rage and charged at him. The cleaver slashed towards Zion's face. She warned Zion she'd cut out his tongue if he kept talking. But Zion showed no fear because his dagger was already pressed against the butcher's abdomen, just as the butcher was about to explode. Wang Hao and Bai Keisu walked out side by side. The butcher said hatefully that next time she wouldn't spare Zion. Wang Hao asked what had happened. The butcher didn't answer him. Baek Isu then left with his people. Only then did the butcher tell him that Chiyua was missing on the way back to Tayson clan. Zion didn't understand why they were helping these ungrateful wolves. Baek Isu told him to find the mastermind behind everything now. They at least knew their backing was also NH country's government, and Chayu was just their puppet. Zion said, saying that in front of the person herself was too direct. Chayu suddenly appeared in the car. It turned out that while Baiki Isu was negotiating with Wang Hao, he had quietly arranged for Iron Weasel to rescue Chua. Baiki Isu welcomed her to join Tayson clan. Back at Shinong Trading Company headquarters, Wang Hao was beside himself with rage. The chocolate pie wrapper left at the scene made him recognize it was the work of that boy. Beside Baiki Isu, Tayson clan was really going too far. This girl's Shishi festival was spent in fear, because a psychopath was chasing her all the way to campus, and the person blocking her was also a girl, who even declared if she kept hiding from her, she'd be dead. This scared the nearby classmates into wanting to call the police, but the girl told her classmates to leave first. The worried classmates said to call if anything happened. This girl was Chai Yuehua from 10 years ago, the head of Chinong Trading Company, also a puppet put forward by Black Dragon Clan, and the butcher was both surveillance and protection for her, because if kidnapped by other gangs, missing limbs was common. Chua was frightened by these words, saying she would obediently listen to her in the future. From then on, the wheels of fate began to turn back to the present. The butcher was called to the office by Wang Hao. He told her that Chaiwa was kidnapped by Tayson clan people. They wanted to gain the upper hand in negotiations. If that was the case, then Black Dragon Clan needed to step from behind the scenes. To the front, most importantly, was Chinong Trading Company. Everything else didn't matter. If things really reached an irreversible point, then Chayu should fulfill her value. The butcher didn't understand Wang Hao's meaning. The driver reminded them they had arrived at Tayson clan. The butcher ordered the driver to go directly into the underground parking garage. They would destroy Tayson clan from bottom to top. 4 or 5 cars raced into the parking garage. A group of weapon-wielding people poured out. A beam of light shone toward the butcher and her people. Baek Isu and Tayson clan members had been waiting for a long time. The butcher also knew they were ambushed. Cursing damn it, she charged at Baek Isu. She also demanded to know where Chua was. Bikisu threw a pair of sunglasses to her. She recognized these as Chua's glasses. Bikisu warned her that if she acted impulsively again, he couldn't guarantee Chua's safety. Though furious, the butcher was helpless. She then ordered her subordinates to drop their weapons. She also threw away the weapon that had followed her for years. Only then did Bikisu smile with satisfaction, then told her to follow him. At this moment, Chua was standing by the window in a daze. Bikisu said an old friend wanted to see her. Then the butcher walked in. Upon seeing Chua, she immediately questioned why she was careless enough to be kidnapped by Tayson clan people. But Chiyua said no one kidnapped her. She came to Tayson clan voluntarily. This left the butcher confused. Chiyua said, I can't stay at Shinong Trading Company anymore. I'm trembling with fear. Those companions I once trusted look at me with such eyes for profit. They can casually swing their blades at me. The butcher said, I've already killed those traitors. No one will hurt you again. But Chua said she didn't know who to trust. Couldn't even tell if the butcher came to kill her. Hearing this, the butcher froze for a moment. Then she grabbed Chua by the throat. Then just die? Then Black Dragon Clan would control Chinong Trading Company, thus dominating NH country's underworld. Jinong Ha wanted to step forward, but was stopped by Baek Isu. The butcher suddenly released her grip and hugged Chua. Have you forgotten who I am? As long as I'm here, I can protect you completely, no matter who the opponent is. Because I am Chinong Trading Company's butcher, and you are Chinong Trading Company's boss. On the other side, Wang Hao kept calling the butcher in anger. He slammed his phone on the table. Sitting beside him was none other than Zhurong clan leader Ryu Tae-young. The other person was the long-absent Chief Jiang. Wang Hao said that not long ago, Sheneng Trading Company was attacked by Tyson clan, and the boss was also kidnapped by Tyson clan. He asked if the two were willing to cooperate. Chief Jiang stood up with a smile, saying he would fully support attacking Tyson clan. But before that, they needed to share information about Tyson clan's twins. Hearing this news for the first time, Ryu Tae-hyung was also shocked. So all along the one opposing them wasn't Baek Dog-young. But what did this have to do with them? Whether it was the older or younger brother, a knife thrust would kill either one. But Chief Jiang said just releasing this news would get someone to help deal with Tyson clan. After speaking, he pulled out a photo from his pocket and slammed it on the table. This person would become the strongest force to destroy Tyson clan. Inside Tyson clan headquarters, even after hearing Chayo's account of events, the butcher remained unmoved. She declared that only if Baek Isu defeated her would the matter be settled. Baek Isu confidently accepted the challenge. Chai Wehua, who had witnessed Bikisu's abilities, was very worried, but Bikisu told her not to worry. After speaking, he threw away his weapon and confidently stated, "I'll go easy on the butcher." Such arrogance drove the butcher into a violent rage. Her swinging strike was nimbly dodged by Baek Isu. Her downward chop also had no effect. These attack patterns were the same as Wang Hao's. Baek Isu had already figured out the opponent's fighting style. He seized the gap in the butcher's attack. His body suddenly surged forward, landing a palm strike on the butcher's jaw. The butcher was tough too, forcibly steadying herself. Just as she was about to counterattack, a fist came toward her face. But the fist didn't continue its strike. "You were adopted by Wang Hao and Black Dragon Clan since childhood. Would you betray Black Dragon Clan to protect Chua?" Baek Isu's words left her momentarily stunned, but then she said resolutely, "From the moment I set foot in H country, I've lived only to protect Chayua. Anyone who stands in my way becomes my enemy. Black Dragon Clan is no exception." Baek Isu felt the butcher's determination, meeting her downward slash with a punch, directly knocking the weapon away. The weaponless butcher began attacking with fists and feet. A high side kick directly struck Baek Isu's head. Just when she thought it was over, she found her foot caught in Baek Isu's hand. Then he swept her down with a horizontal sweep, pinning the butcher beneath him. He raised his fist and told her, "Tyson clan has the ability to do whatever it wants." At this moment, in our city hospital, a car stopped at the entrance. Sua had been waiting for a long time. The people she was waiting for were Lee Sung-min and Choi Chun-ho. This was the mysterious person Baek Au had promised to let them meet. They followed Sua through the internal passage to a room on the 6th floor. As the fingerprint unlock succeeded, the door slowly opened. Lee Sung-man was still somewhat nervous. Who was behind this curtain? When he saw clearly the person lying on the bed, he was greatly shocked. He didn't understand what was happening. Baek Du-kyung was clearly still in Seoul now, but the person lying before him looked exactly like Baek Du-kyung. Sua explained everything to them. The reason for revealing this to them was because, before Baek Dog-young woke up, no one could suspect his brother Baek Isu's identity. Then she took out a photo from the folder. It was actually the same person as in Chief Jiang's photo. This person was from our country's Wayama family, Shogo Wayama. Taisen clan was able to establish itself in Seoul, only with their support. But if Shogo Wayama learned that the currently active Baek Du-kyung was an imposter, then Taisen clan would face the Wayama family's crazy revenge. What Suwa didn't know was that the Shogo Wayama she spoke of had already arrived in H country. His purpose in coming was to investigate the rumors about Taisen clan. They absolutely wouldn't allow anyone to make fools of them. Baek Dog-young, where exactly are you? On the surface, our country international trading company, but actually the largest underground black market. Taisen clan was their subsidiary organization in each country. This day at their own Roppongi hotel, a guest frantically found police to report, saying he heard screams from the hotel's top floor and saw a group of black, clothed people with knives. 2 police officers quickly followed the guest to investigate, but the older officer's expression was wrong. Suddenly the young officer pointed his gun at the group, ordering them to drop their weapons immediately. The 2 remained unmoved. "Brat, who are you talking to?" The older officer beside him quickly advised him not to be impulsive, and told him the opponents were Wayama's people. Matsuda seemed not to hear the older officer's words directly, firing a warning shot. The older officer loudly scolded him not to implicate him. What's going on so noisy at this moment? A blood-soaked young man appeared in the scene. Seeing the police, he showed no panic, instead questioning whether they fired the shot. After speaking, he dragged his blade toward the police. The older officer quickly explained. They came to check because someone reported it. Didn't know Mr. Wayama was also here. Shogo Wayama smiled. Sinisterly cooperating with police work is a citizen's duty. In that case, come with me. Matsuda complained unhappily. Why bow to criminal forces? The older officer warned him. Shut up if you want to live. Then they followed Shogo Wayama into the room, but were directly scared senseless by the hellish scene. A group of people lay scattered in pools of blood. No longer breathing, Shogo Wayama said. I'll greet your superior, but today you also need to apologize to us. Our hotel is in the service industry, actually causing customer complaints over such a small matter. We'll be more careful in the future. Such casual words greatly shocked Matsuda. Are you joking? Do you talk about murder so casually? Shogo Ueyama glanced at Matsuda, then walked directly toward him. Young man, don't talk nonsense. Which I saw me kill anyone. I just slaughtered a few disobedient dogs at home. Shogo Ueyama's powerful aura intimidated Matsuda. At this moment, a phone nearby rang. The caller said there was a problem with H country's Tyson clan. When he heard that Baek Dog-young seemed to be dead, Shogo Wayama was greatly surprised. That was his sworn brother, who had kowtowed to him on Tyson clan's side. Lee Sung-man received news that Shogo Wayama was coming. He and Choi Kyon-ho would go to meet him. They knew absolutely couldn't let Baek Ice's identity be exposed. Otherwise, the Wayama group wouldn't let it slide. At noon, Shogo Wayama's group exited the airport. Lee Sung-man and his companion had been waiting for a long time. Seeing them, he immediately bowed respectfully in greeting. But the group ignored him. I don't know any damn president called Baek Dog-young. Overseeing the young master treated with such disrespect. Choi Chan-ho was also furious. Really a group of rude people. Lee Sung-man said nothing. Still took their luggage, keeping his posture very low, saying Taisen clan certainly couldn't compare to Wayama group. I'm just here to show local hospitality. Welcoming Wayama, Shogo Ueyama smiled contemptuously, a president's tail wagging like a dog. Lee Sung-man didn't mind the opponent's mockery. Compared to Ilhak's rise, this little humiliation was nothing. Shogo Ueyama seemed to enjoy this superior attitude, but that old man doesn't seem very convinced. Only teach the old man some manners. As soon as he finished speaking, an axe chopped straight toward Choi Jun-ho, only pounced on him like a cheetah, a hunting smile on his face. After several rounds, Choi Jun-ho was already injured. Lee Sung-man was about to make a move, but Shogo Wayama grabbed his neck. So where exactly is Baek Dog-young? At this moment, Choi Chung-ho was already cornered. He punched away the opponent's attack, then swung his fist toward Oni. But his wrist was caught by Oni Dai. Old man, the dangerous scene made Lee Sung-man shout loudly. Suddenly, a large hand pressed down on Oni, violently smashing him into the car window. The one who acted was the arriving Baek Isu. Only swung his axe at Baek Isu's thigh. But Baek Isu grabbed his wrist in reverse, then grabbed Only's hair again, smashing toward the car window once more. With a crash, Only was finished. Then he turned to Shogo Ueyama and said, Big brother, did the old man scold you such a temper? But as they say, a strong dragon doesn't suppress a local snake. Now we're on Tyson clan's territory. Even dragons must coil obediently for me. Before this, Baek Isu guessed. This was information Chief Jang had leaked since the warehouse battle. When he saw Zion, he might have already suspected Baek Isu's identity. To prevent more variables, he could only reduce contact opportunities with Shogo Wayama. But Baek Isu ultimately still acted. Otherwise, Choi Chun-ho might have been chopped by Oni. After dealing with Oni, he told Shogo Wayama this was his territory. Though you're my sworn big brother, you still have to follow the rules. Shogo Wayama looked at the Baek Isu before him. The exact same face as the Baek dog. Young, he knew the arrogant way of speaking was also the same, but he still felt something was off. Suddenly the blonde behind him moved, suddenly stepping forward, stabbing a blade toward Bikisu's neck. Bikisu recognized this person from the files as Kaido Ishizuka, an assassin from the Wayama group. But this should be their first meeting. Bikisu grabbed Ishizuka's wrist. You're really disrespectful to your senior. But Ishizuka ignored him, still launching fierce attacks. Suddenly Bakisu glanced at Shogo Ueyama nearby. Maybe the opponent suspected his identity, so was testing him this way. Then he couldn't use this dagger to fight back. Thinking this, he lowered his hand that was drawing the dagger. Suddenly a white figure rushed between the two. Zion blocked Ishizuka's attack, turning to control the opponent's shoulder joint. Then kicked the opponent's knee. In just an instant he had controlled Ishizuka. Zion said with a smile to deal with the boss. You have to get past me first. Shogo Ueyama watched Zion with interest, not expecting Baek Doyoung to have such a skilled fighter beside him. At this time only woke from unconsciousness, staring at Baek Isu with a sinister smile. Suddenly a tower-like figure blocked his path. He recognized this as Tyson Clan's Yiksha Jin Unga. He picked up the axe from the ground and stared at him menacingly. The situation here attracted Zion's attention. The supposedly restrained Ishizuka stabbed at him. Zion barely dodged the fatal strike, but his face was still cut. To break free, Ishizuka actually broke his own arm, then reconnected the dislocated shoulder. Without changing expression, the recovered Ishizuka was about to make a move. But Shogo Ueyama stopped him, telling Bakisu he was just joking. It was because he hadn't seen his brother in a long time, and felt a bit distant. Bakisu slapped his hand away, saying the joke wasn't funny at all. Shogo Ueyama didn't mind and laughingly asked Bakisu for a cigarette. Baek Isu pulled out a cigarette and handed it to him, and personally prepared to light it for him. But suddenly Shogo Ueyama said with a smile, "Actually, I don't smoke." This statement startled Bakisu. Shogo Ueyama continued, "I didn't expect this lighter to be on you, but the real Baek Doyoung would never take out this lighter in front of me. So who exactly are you?" Before Bakisu could speak, Shogo Ueyama complimented him on how much he really looked like Baek Doyoung. As he was leaving, he suddenly reached out his hand toward Lee Sung-man. Lee Sung-man didn't know how to respond for a moment. He extended his hand in confusion, but Shogo Ueyama grabbed his hand and pulled him quickly to one side, then pressed his hand against the hood of the car, drew out the dagger that Kaido Ishizuka handed him, and with one stroke cut off Lee Sung-man's pinky finger. The scene was immediately filled with his screams. The sudden turn of events left everyone momentarily stunned, but Shogo Ueyama said menacingly, "Now this is what a real boss looks like." He arrogantly picked up the severed finger and said, "It was a greeting gift." Bakisu's face turned ice cold, while Zion beside him was itching for action, saying he could take off the opponent's head in just 1 minute. Choi Chung-ho was even more furious, ready to rush forward and fight desperately regardless of consequences. But Lee Sung-min stopped him with his words. Then, enduring the excruciating pain of his severed finger, he actually bowed to the opponent. Even this could be endured. Lee Sung-min's behavior made Shogo Ueyama show an amused smile. "I didn't expect you to be such a pushover. I'm sure we'll meet again soon." And of course there's the fake Baek Doyoung too. After Shogo Ueyama left, Lee Sung-min pressed his wound, sweating profusely from the pain. Baek Jisu's gaze was ice cold, as if brewing some plan. Meanwhile, Shogo Ueyama in the car made a phone call. The person on the other end told him everything was going according to plan. He had also figured out all the details, though there were some differences from what he had gathered first. Baek Do-kyung had a twin brother. Shogo Ueyama suddenly understood. That explained everything. For eyes continued, the second situation was that Il-hag had collapsed, and Seoul's underground forces were currently in chaos. The largest among them were two powers, Tyson Clan and the alliance of Chunong Trading Company. And Jerrying Clan, a third-party force wanting to check them, had leaked this information to Ueyama. After hearing this, Shogo Ueyama chuckled. The game was getting more and more interesting. To be able to investigate so much useful information in such a short time, truly worthy of being Ueyama's strategist. Gunji Hanazawa at this moment, inside Shannon Trading Company's headquarters. Wang Hao and his men had already received word that friction had occurred between Ueyama Group and Tyson Clan. Gu Chongjun believed that Tyson Clan's interference had caused their last defeat, and this time they should seize the opportunity. So he gathered his subordinates to prepare for all-out war against Tyson Clan. Wang Hao watched him impassively. Yu, the reason you've achieved nothing at your age is because you're too impulsive in your actions. Haven't you heard the old Chinese saying about sitting on the mountain and watching tigers fight? Meanwhile, at Tyson Clan headquarters, SUA received a document containing investigation reports currently targeting Tyson Clan. This meant Wayama had learned everything. Along with it came a beautifully wrapped gift. When Sua opened it, her face changed drastically. Inside was actually a severed finger. Choi Chanho recognized. This severed finger belonged to his young master. He roared like a wild beast. "I'll skin these bastards alive." His angry roar echoed throughout Tyson clan. In a hospital, Baek Isu sat quietly beside his brother's bed. He never expected all his efforts would be exposed because of a lighter being twins. He always thought he could perfectly become his brother and protect Tyson clan. He never expected to fail. At the crucial moment, suddenly, Baek Isu's expression changed. He returned the lighter to Baek Dogyoung. "Sorry, brother. From now on, I'm going to be myself." His eyes glanced at the backpack beside him. Opening the backpack, he put on Baek Isu's clothes and tied his shoelaces. Outside the hospital room, Zion had been waiting for a long time, as if he already knew what Baek Isu was thinking. Without saying a word, he pulled down his cap rim and followed. Brothers unconditionally support each other's decisions, even if facing a mountain of blades and sea of fire. This time they would start by taking down Wayama, because Tyson clan was Wayama's branch in Country H. In front of Wayama's people, Tyson clan members were all little brothers. Even the usually arrogant Jin Unha lowered his posture. In front of them, Shogo Wayama was very satisfied with this. He had already considered himself the master of this place. He asked how Lee Sungman's finger was doing. Lee Sungman said this was the punishment he deserved for poor hospitality. Shogo Wayama told him not to be so formal and to speak freely. Lee Sungman told him that Tyson clan was now a subordinate organization of Ilhak and wouldn't let anyone have designs on it. Before he could finish, Shogo Wayama interrupted him, telling him he could continue being the leader and truly control Tyson clan. In practice, Lee Sungman was stunned, not understanding what the other party meant. Shogo Wayama explained that he already understood Seoul's chaotic situation. He himself wasn't interested in. Seoul just wanted to build some reputation for Wayama, so he didn't mind helping Lee Sungman, and could even make him the new king of Seoul. This proposal made Lee Sungman's heart surge like stormy seas. Wasn't all his effort aimed at restoring Ilhag's glory? After thinking for a moment, he calmed down and said frankly that unifying Seoul wasn't as simple as Wayama thought. Shogo Wayama seemed to hear a joke. This matter was difficult for Lee Sungman and others, but for Wayama Group it was effortless. Then he asked if he had heard of Wayama's legend. Wayama had a cannibal called Nobuhiro Onigazuk. Once when enemy forces ambushed him, he killed them all single-handedly. Over 10 corpses couldn't be pieced together into one complete body. Meanwhile, Lee Sung-guk was looking in terror at the person in front of him. He had never seen such a perverted guy. His subordinates' fingers had been cruelly chopped off by him. Then he just chewed them up and swallowed them raw. He was like a demon walking out of hell. Lee Sung-guk was already scared out of his wits, unable to even dodge the axe coming at him. Suddenly the door was kicked open. Both looked toward Baek Isu, who had burst in. Wasn't this Tae Sun clan's boss? Baek Dogyoung? No. You're the fake Baek Dogyoung. But it doesn't matter, your timing is perfect. Saves me from having to look for you little punks. Go chop him up. One subordinate tightened his grip on the dagger, then quickly stabbed toward Baek Isu. Baek Isu grabbed the opponent's joint, then twisted the dagger toward his own neck and pushed hard. A scream came from this person, instantly killed, surprising everyone. Moments later, they all rushed toward Bikizu. Bikizu pulled out the dagger and threw it forward. The dagger went straight into one subordinate's head. The remaining subordinates launched their attack. Bikizu elbowed one in the face, knocking him unconscious to the ground with just one strike. Suddenly an axe grazed Baek Isu's cheek. As Baek Isu bent down to dodge the attack, he quickly pulled out the dagger from the corpse and created distance. Nobuhiro Onigashima grinned sinisterly and charged forward. Baek Isu also took a defensive stance. He'd already recognized this person from the files, strong in power but lacking in agility. Nobuhiro Onigashima's frenzied attacks couldn't touch Baek Isu at all. Baek Isu retreated while looking for the opponent's weakness, seeing the opponent's axe coming down again. Now is the time. Bikizu caught the opponent's chopping arm with one hand and stabbed the dagger deep into his abdomen with the other. Nobuhiro Onigazuka's veins bulged from pain. He swung his axe horizontally in return. Baek Isu ducked again, while stabbing the dagger into the other side of his abdomen, then landed a fierce punch to Nobuhiro Onigazuka's jaw, without giving him any chance to breathe. Bake Isu's attack came again. The two clashed, and Nobuhiro Onigizuka's abdomen spurted blood. He could no longer support himself and fell to one knee. His face was filled with horror. Who the hell was this guy? His fighting style was completely different from the Baek Dog-young. He remembered Baek Isu flicked his clothes expressionlessly. Come on, come on. This aura made Lee Sung-guk feel unfamiliar. Although, the person in front of him had the exact same face as Baek Dog-young. He definitely wasn't the Baek Dog-young he knew. Baek Isu didn't explain. Just told him, just recognize me as your boss. Suddenly, Lee Sung-guk's eyes widened, and he quickly shouted for Baek Isu to be careful. Nobuhiro Onigizuka grabbed Baek Isu's waist and threw him backward. If this throw landed solidly with Baek Isu's head hitting the ground, he would surely die, but Baek Isu bent his back, kicked off the cabinet behind him, then pushed hard, flipping forward. He instantly escaped Nobuhiro Onigizuka's violent throw. While Nobuhiro Onigizuka was stunned by the attack, Baek Isu's back foot kicked right into Nobuhiro Onigizuka's jaw. The powerful force sent him flying 4 or 5 meters back. While Lee Sung-guk marveled at both men's skills, he was even more amazed by Baek Do-jyoung's strength. At this moment, Nobuhiro Onigashima, who had suffered repeated heavy blows, stood up again. I've never suffered such humiliation. I'm going to tear you apart. You bastard with that. He lunged at Baek Isu, but Baek Isu just looked at him coldly, then landed a quick hook punch on Nobuhiro Onigashima. Nobuhiro Onigizuka had completely lost it, with only one thought left in his mind. Just hit him once would be enough to kill this bastard. But Bikisu was like a ghost. Impossible to touch instead. His heavy punch again struck Nobuhiro Onigizuka's abdomen, making him spit up a large amount of blood. Nobuhiro Onigizuka was so angry his teeth were about to shatter. He threw another punch at Baek Isu. The feeling from his fist told Nobuhiro Onigizuka he had finally hit his target. He was just showing a triumphant expression when he saw his fist was being held firmly in the opponent's hand. Is this all the strength you have? Then it ends here with that. Bikisu forcefully broke Nobuhiro Onigizuka's arm. At this moment, Bikisu was like an insurmountable mountain, making Nobuhiro Onigashima both furious and terrified. Bikisu held nothing back, landing a sweeping kick to his lower abdomen. Nobuhiro Onigizuka's eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Bikisu pressed his knee on him and pulled out a dagger, piercing his palm, making him wake up from the pain. Baek Isu still had questions that needed answering. That was why Shogo Wayama had identified his identity, just by seeing the lighter. Nobuhiro Onigizuka said the lighter was a symbol of Wayama Group, something country bumpkins like them wouldn't understand. Since he didn't want to answer, Baek Isu didn't want to waste more words. He then cut off his pinky finger. I'll collect some interest from you first. The rest of the debt will be collected from your people. Such humiliation drove Nobuhiro Onigashima completely mad. Ignoring his severed finger's pain, he attacked Baek Isu again, but was punched into the floor by Baek Isu and completely lost consciousness. This scene terrified Lee Sung-guk, who watched from the side. Baek Isu straightened his clothes and reminded him to leave quickly. After saying this, he turned and left directly. Then he called Sua, wanting to learn about the lighter's origin from her. But Sua also didn't know what was going on, though she happened to be going to the hospital and could bring the lighter back. But Sua had no idea she was being watched, and this person was Wayama's strategist, Gunji Hanazawa. He vaguely guessed Sua's purpose for going to the hospital, but still needed to personally confirm his suspicion. Su was talking on the phone and opening the door. Suddenly her eyes widened and her phone dropped to the floor. Baek Isu's anxious increase came from the phone. At this moment, a man holding a lighter sat by the bed. It was Baek Do-kyung, whom Suwa had been worried about for so long. She tried hard not to let tears fall. Long time no see, but danger was approaching. At the same time, Gunji Hanazawa's subordinates had already reached the upper floor. A notice on the wall caught his attention. 6th floor closed due to construction. He ordered his men to go up and check while he looked for other routes. 4 Tyson clan members to give up Seoul and choose medical treatment in another city. They were obviously hiding something. The truth was about to surface. In the hospital room, Baek Do-kyung was quietly listening to Sue describe recent events. Hearing about Shogo Wayama's series of actions, he was no longer calm, feeling he couldn't continue dragging this out. Suwa told him to rest and recover, leaving the rest of them to handle. At this time, Wayama's people had reached the 6th floor. while Jananga was guarding the corridor. The moment they saw him, these people smiled because it proved they had found the right room. Jananga told them this area was off limits. Several people ignored his warning, mocking him as just Tyson clan's watchdog, trying to force their way past, but being blocked by Jananga. The mustache man's words were full of threats. You dare obstruct Wayama's business. Before he could finish, a large hand grabbed his head and smashed it hard into the floor. The other two hadn't expected Jananga to start fighting. Without warning, by the time they reacted, Jananga had already attacked them. He landed a solid heavy punch to one person's abdomen. The remaining person was sweating coldly, shouting, "Don't come closer," but Jananga showed no expression, grabbing the hand holding the knife. His iron grip squeezed and the crisp sound of breaking bones rang out. This person fell to his knees in pain. "Stop your pathetic barking." As his words fell, this person's screams echoed through the corridor. The scene was heard by Gunji Hanazawa from the other corridor. He continued toward the hospital room without showing any reaction. Two Tyson clan guards blocked his path. Before they could finish saying no entry, one person's throat was already slashed. Then Gunji Hanazawa quickly charged at the other person, holding down his hand, drawing the sword and repeatedly stabbing him several times. "You're lucky to be in a hospital. Press on the wound, and you might still live." Then he searched through one person's belongings. "Let me borrow your card." Gunji Hanazawa opened the hospital room and finally saw Baek Dog-young on the bed. Baek Dog-young also saw him at the same time. The two were old acquaintances. "Long time no see, Baek Dog-young." Chaotic footsteps sounded in the corridor. Suwa discovered the injured guards. The guard managed to squeeze out a few words from his throat. "Hurry, the boss is in danger." Hearing this, Sue's face changed drastically. She rushed into the hospital room in panic, but found Baek Do-kyung safe and sound with Jananga also in the room. Baek Do-kyung told her that Gunji Hanazawa had been there. Then he sighed. What must be faced must eventually be faced. He asked Suwa to bring him the phone. He needed to call that person at this moment. A mysterious person answered the phone and a deep voice came through. "Long time no see, Godfather." This person was the leader of Wayama Group, Tetsuji Wayama. Hearing Baek Dog-young's voice, he seemed very happy. He had been worried the rumors were true. Baek Dog-young told him he would follow his arrangements. From now on, he wanted to become the boss of Wayama Group. Tatsuji Wayama was curious why Baek Dog-young had changed his mind. He had previously hidden and sold to refuse, becoming Wayama Group's boss. However, his ideal successor was still Baek Dog-young. Otherwise, he wouldn't have given him his lighter. All of Wayama's people would recognize this token. Baek Do-jayung said he changed because someone had crossed his line. The person he spoke of was naturally Shogo Wayama. He absolutely shouldn't have touched his family. Tatsuji Wayama said times were different now. Many people in the organization no longer recognized Baek Do-jayung. Big Dog-young didn't care. He declared that those who weren't convinced could gather their forces and come to Seoul. He could beat these guys into submission. After hanging up, Suya complained to Baek Dog-young, "Ready to go to war with Wayama as soon as you wake up." But Baek Dog-young looked nonchalant. "No matter who the opponent is. We're Tyson clan at this time." Urgent footsteps sounded outside the door. Baek Isu burst through the door with a whoosh. The two brothers looked at each other. Tears instantly appeared on Baek Isu's face. "Oh, my foolish little brother." Still, that crybaby kid handed Tyson clan over to Ilwak, made enemies of strong opponents like Chinong Trading Company and Jirong clan, and now stirred up chaos with Wayama Group. The current situation is really exciting. Facing Baek Do-kyung's nagging, Baek Hae-soo didn't talk back, but had tears in his eyes. This was his familiar big brother. "But now I'm back. Stop being so wimpy and crying. From now on, Big Brother's got your back." Then he asked Baek Hae-soo about his plans. Baek Hae-soo's tone was calm, but extremely confident. "I'll find Wayama's people one by one and kill them." At this moment, Shogo Wayama was at the hospital, visiting the severely injured Nobuhiro Onigizuka. The famous executioner was beaten this badly. Was that imposter really that formidable? Hearing this, Nobuhiro Onigizuka felt extremely ashamed. But thinking of Bakisu made him break out in cold sweat. That guy's strength completely overwhelmed him. He and that guy weren't even on the same level. That guy was a real monster. Hearing him say this, Shogo Ayama's face turned cold. Then his lips curved into a smile. "The reason I appreciate you is because of your passion and style. If you keep acting like a beaten dog, I'll be very disappointed." Only then did Nobuhiro Onizuka remember that the person in front of him was 10,000 times more terrifying. Then Bei Kaisa Gunji Hanazawa's arrival interrupted their conversation. He then handed the phone to Shogo Wayama, respectfully indicating it was a call from the boss. Tetsuji Wayama's voice on the other end was ice cold. Tyson clan is what I gave to Beck Dog Young. What right do you have to interfere? Shogo Wayama didn't respond directly, but muttered there seemed to be a lot of ears around me. But Tatsuji Wayama told him this news came from Beck Dog Young himself. Shogo Wayama thought it was Beck Isu impersonating him. He explained that person was Beck Dog Young's twin brother. But hearing this, Tetsuji Wayama seemed very displeased. Are you now questioning my words too? Shogo Wayama didn't dare speak further. After a moment, Tetsuji Wayama told him Beck Doyong was preparing to compete for Wayama's leadership and had declared he would kill Shogo Wayama. Shogo Wayama asked how he had responded. Tetsuji Wayama said, the position of Wayama's leader has always gone to the capable. After hanging up, Shogo Wayama's veins bulged. Even his old man wasn't on his side. He looked menacingly at Gunji Hanazawa beside him, throwing the phone back to him. Is Beck Do-kyung really still alive? Gunji Hanazawa gave him a definitive answer. Shogo Ueyama asked if he was also on Beck Dog Young's side. Gunji Hanazawa didn't answer directly, only saying he worked for Ueyama Group. Then he handed Shogo Ueyama a report, saying he had found information about the third-party organization that had been leaking information to them. If used properly, this would be a great asset to you. Looking at the report in his hand, Shogo Ueyama showed a meaningful smile. A car stopped in the rain. Chief Jang was clarifying Tyson clan's situation. Everything was proceeding according to plan. Suddenly, a mysterious person approached the vehicle. Seeing this person, Chief Jang looked panicked. He quickly threw away his cigarette. It turned out to be his daughter Hyona. Fiona looked angry. Dad, you're smoking again. The whole car reeks of second-hand smoke. Chief Jang smiled apologetically, saying he would definitely quit. Just as the car was about to start, another mysterious person approached and opened the car door. Without saying a word, Hyona looked at the stranger in surprise. Who are you, though angry? Chief Jang restrained himself from taking action. Shogo Oyama grabbed Hyona's hand. Miss, don't be so nervous. I'm your father's friend. Then he glanced at Chief Zhang. Or rather, about to become your father's friend. Hyona couldn't understand at all. Her father was just an ordinary office worker. So why would he have such friends? Seeing his daughter's panicked expression, Chief Zhang's chest felt like it was burning with fire. For his daughter's safety, he could only suppress his anger and tell Hyona this person was indeed a work colleague. Since it was about work, it would be more convenient to talk outside. Shogo Wayama didn't refuse, saying he would follow Chief Jang's arrangements. He directly stated his purpose was to discuss cooperation. Chief Jang's tone was ice cold. You bastards are seeking death. No matter how much power you have in country R. This is country H. You have no right to be arrogant. Shogo Ueyama paid no attention to the naked threat, instead joking that this tone was just like the fake Baked Dog Young's. He was truly worthy of being personally trained by Chief Yang. They had already done detailed research on Chief Yang before coming. He was harsh on others' subordinates and even himself, but his daughter was his only weakness. The blonde stared provocatively at Chief Yang. Chief Yang's tone softened. Asking what they wanted, Shogo Wayama told him not to be nervous. They both had common enemies, and the enemy of an enemy is a friend. He wanted a piece of the pie and taking down Tyson clan. After learning his intention, Chief Yang couldn't help but sneer. He already had enough partners and didn't need to add another. Shogo Wayama wasn't angry either. Just get rid of those useless waste partners, and there would be room. Right? Chief Yang was considering the pros and cons. Shogo Wayama wasn't in a hurry for him to take a stance, saying he would let him see Wayama's strength. With their purpose achieved, they prepared to leave Hei. That blonde Chief Jang grabbed Kaido Ishizuka by the collar and swept him to the ground with one kick. When adults are talking, kids should keep their hands to themselves. If you ever think about my daughter again, I'll make sure you never leave country H. And you too understand. Recently, Ryu Taeyong had been extremely troubled. The news about the real and fake Baked Dog Yo had already given him a headache. That damn Chief Jang still wasn't answering his calls. Suddenly, a subordinate covered in blood stumbled in. Ryu Taeyong's eyes narrowed. You're fucking looking for death. The attacker was Nobuhiro Onizuka, who had been beaten up by Bake Isu earlier. Ryu Taeyong didn't recognize this guy, but from his broken Korean, He had already determined the opponent's identity. Dare to cause trouble on my turf. No matter what the opponent's identity was, he would have to face Ryu Taeon's boundless fury. Shogo Wayama slowly walked over. Just by the way you talk, I can tell you're a country bumpkin. Ryu Tae-hyung laughed, seeing the samurai sword in his hand. Could this old antique still cut people? Shogo Wayama ignored him. You're not worthy of me taking action. On the other side, Lee Sung-guk looked stunned, because two Baek Dog-youngs had appeared in front of him. Baek Dog-young said, "Who is this guy?" Zion pulled off his eye patch and told him to stop acting cool. Lee Sung-guk was tearful. Then who cut off my finger? Then he said that was all in the past. Ever since the last war between Tyson clan and Jiren clan, their displayed strength had completely conquered him. Now he was only loyal to Tyson clan. Hearing that Zion had easily defeated Ryu Taehyung, Baek Dog-young was greatly shocked, because he knew Ryu Tae-hyung's strength was definitely not ordinary. He had been a professional boxer with particularly agile movements. What was most impressive was his willingness to use any means to win. He had once gouged out an opponent's eye and was expelled from the boxing club. At this moment, Nobuhiro Onizuka was experiencing Ryu Taehyung's power. All his attacks were being flexibly dodged, while he had to be careful of Ryu Taehyung's counterattacks. In a moment of carelessness, his already injured abdomen was attacked again. The explosive pain made him grind his back teeth to powder. He wildly slashed to force Ryu Taehyung back. Ryu Taehyung looked at his wounded arm with fierce eyes. His next attacks became even more ferocious. Each time he targeted Nobuhiro Onizuka's injured abdomen. Shogo Wayama knew Nobuhiro Onizuka was at his limit, while Ryu Taehyung was getting more and more relaxed. Ryu Taehyung told Shogo Wayama not to rush. It would be his turn soon. But Shogo Wayama suddenly launched a sneak attack, grinning maliciously. Never turn your back on an enemy. On the other side, Lee Sung-man brought Kaido Ishizuka to find Baek Hae-soo for revenge, and happened to encounter Chayu and the butcher there. Kaido Ishizuka coldly asked the two about Baekisu's whereabouts. The butcher also had a hot temper, mocking what random punk is chattering here. After speaking, she shouldered her cleaver and looked at Kaido Ishizuka provocatively. Suddenly a gust of wind struck her face. Kaido Ishizuka actually attacked directly without saying a word. The butcher cursed with a smile. Really ill-mannered bastard. Kaido Ishizuka frowned and responded coldly. Too noisy. Lee Sung-man feared the two would clash again and quickly intervened, saying Baek Isu would be back soon. At this time Chayu questioned which side he was really on. She had joined Tyson clan because she recognized Baek Isu. She didn't want to deal with anyone else. The butcher even characterized Lee Sung-man, just an opportunistic villain. Facing their mockery, Lee Sung-man's face darkened. He thought to himself, to restore Ilhak's glory, I can bear any infamy at this moment. On the other side, Nobuhiro Onizuka looked crazed, while Ryu Taehyung lay motionless on the ground. Shogo Wayama slowly finished his last sip of alcohol. Finally, over Nobuhiro Onizuka had just turned around, when Ryu Taehyung struggled to get up. Where the hell is it over? It's just getting started. But anyone could see he was at his limit. The current boss of the biggest force, Jiraiya clan, couldn't even stand up now. Shogo Wayama grabbed him by the neck. Can't you see the current situation clearly? Why doesn't such a big Jiraiya clan even have a single subordinate? Wolf packs gather around the alpha wolf. But if they know even the alpha has been defeated, the pack loses its fighting spirit. Without a leader, you're now just a beast that's lost its claws and fangs. At this moment, inside Tyson clan headquarters, an elevator slowly reached the first floor. Kaido Ishizuka walked out leisurely. Suddenly becoming alert, shadows moved in the darkness. In the dim light, he saw Baek Isu had just finished off one of Uyama's men. Kaido Shizuka was exactly the prey he had been tracking today. He had already investigated his background thoroughly. Looking at Kaido Shizuka's scar-covered hands, Baekisu also knew this guy had walked out of countless life and death situations. Kaido Ishizuka was originally a nameless orphan living on the streets. Street survival had caused him to lose his sense of pain, but this was actually a good thing for him, allowing him to survive one vicious fight after another. At this moment, facing the famous Baki Iyusu, he didn't retreat because without pain, he was fearless. He launched the attack first. Even Zion on the side praised. This speed is fast enough to compare with a weasel. Bikizu dodged the attack, trying to create distance. Kaido Ishizuka's attack came again. He landed a high kick aimed at Bikizu's face. Baikizu blocked the attack with both arms. In the gap, he found the opponent's weakness and turned to grab his shoulder joint, forcefully bending it downward. But Kaido Ishizuka showed no expression, instead pushing Baikizu away with his legs. Even though this guy had just dislocated his joint, he acted like nothing happened. Kaido Ishizuka struck the dislocated area hard with his left hand, and actually forced it back into place. Baikizu rubbed his wrist. What an interesting guy. If you feel no pain, then what are you going to do next? Baikizu struck Kaido Ishizuka's arm with his elbow. Kaido Ishizuka countered with a punch to Baikizu's face, but before he could celebrate, he noticed his own arm was bent at a grotesque angle. You just don't feel pain, but you're not invincible. For the first time, Kaido Ishizuka showed anger. He kicked toward Baikizu again. Baikizu caught his foot and punched hard at his knee joint. Losing his balance, Kaido Ishizuka fell to the ground. Baikizu raised his foot and stomped on his injured leg again. If you're the ghost of street fighting, then I'm the demon from hell. Facing such a Baikizu, Kaido Ishizuka showed fear for the first time. Meanwhile, Baek Dog-young was heading back to Taisen clan. Jinunga said it wouldn't look good to return empty-handed. Should they bring some gifts? Baek Dog-young teased him. Since when does Tae-sun clan's demon make jokes? And my foolish brother too. Actually went back early saying he'd clean up the trash for me. Just how strong is this guy really? 10 minutes later, they arrived at Tae-sun clan. Jinunga wanted to help Baek Dog-young, but Baek Dog-young waved him off. Haven't been back in a while. Can't lose face in front of the kids. At the same time, a group of Wayama's men and the butcher were heading to the hall. They heard someone was causing trouble there, but heard sounds around the corner, witnessing the lookout being throat slashed. Just as Wayama's men were about to say something, a figure flashed by. It's really too noisy. Feels good playing the host in someone else's house. At this moment, the butcher's lips curved into a smile, attacking from behind one of Wayama's men who was about to make a move. Stinking fox, is your boss back? Zion pointed upward with his finger. At this moment, Lee Sung-man in the office also heard the commotion outside, thinking it was Baikizu returning, but turned around to see corpses of Wayama gang members everywhere. On the other side, Kaido Ishizuka dragged his broken leg, moving forward step by step. Baikizu followed leisurely behind him, still able to stand up. What tenacious vitality. Suddenly, someone entering through the door caught both their attention. This shocked Nobuhiro Onizuka beyond belief. He recognized this person as the real Baek Dog-young. You actually want to target Taisen clan. If you want to see Taisen clan's height, then lie on the ground like this and crane your neck to look up. The next day, everyone gathered in the meeting room. The butcher complained. So the real Baek Dog-young was lying in a hospital bed all along, actually putting on a show of the brother, impersonating his older brother. So can we still trust you guys? Baek Do-kyung, who was also acquainted with her, explained. So far, all the decisions my brother made were in Taisen clan's best interest. His words represent my intentions. Hack and Shannon will maintain their current cooperative relationship, so be respectful when speaking to my brother from now on. After saying this, he prepared to light a cigarette, but Baikizu snatched it away. Chua then tried to smooth things over, then changed the subject. Although I was familiar with Baek Dog-young before, I chose to cooperate because I approve the younger brother. Baikizu, so we're not following you. This left Baek Dog-young speechless. What kind of spell did this foolish brother cast on these two? Lee Sung-min interrupted their argument, saying, the most important thing right now is what do we do next? Reports say Wayama has already acquired products that originally belonged to Jurong clan, though it's unclear why Ryu Tai-young would agree to this. But this must be connected to Chief Jang. This means Wayama and Chief Jang have officially joined forces. Baek Do-kyung said, instead of all this guessing, why don't we go see for ourselves? After saying this, he revealed the invitation in his hand. 3 days later, at Wayama celebration banquet, Chayu walked over with heroic bearing, but she was stopped by security and asked to show her invitation. Chayu announced herself, I am the president of Chunong Trading Company. Then she swaggered right in. The security guard was puzzled, as according to previous records, Chunong's president should have already entered at this moment. Shogo Wayama and Wang Hao were talking, rehearsing the speech they would give later. He and Wang Hao's Black Dragon clan behind him both belonged to external forces, exchanging experiences on how to seize the cake that was NH country. The sudden appearance of Chua interrupted their conversation. Chua said with an unfriendly tone, since Chinong's true president has arrived. Shouldn't the acting president step down? Wang Hao's eyes narrowed slightly. It seemed this woman had found a backer. Lee Sungmin's appearance eased the awkwardness in the room. Shogo Wayama enthusiastically went to greet him. Lee Sungmin sat down expressionlessly. At this moment, an uninvited guest arrived at the door. It was Baek Dog-young, who hadn't appeared for a long time. Baek Dog-young straightened his clothes. Haven't been out in a while. Wore an expensive suit, better not get it dirty. Long time no see, big brother. I heard you've been looking for me everywhere lately. Seems like you really can't forget about your little brother. The man before him made Shogo Ueyama momentarily dazed. His tone and demeanor were too similar to Baek Dog-young. Baek Dog-young casually walked over and sat down. You didn't even prepare a seat for me. Seems like everyone doesn't really welcome me. Wang Hao's eyes narrowed as he sized up Baek Dog-young. Then he put on a big smile. Mr. Baek, long time no see. But Baek Dog-young looked confused. Who are you? Do I know you well? Wang Hao's face twitched just as he was about to lose his temper. Baek Dog-young seemed to remember. You're that guy who got beaten up by me once. Then stole Chinong's boss position. This comment made Wang Hao's veins bulge on his face. He slowly stood up and questioned what he meant by that. Then he pulled over a chair, asking Baek Do-kyung to sit beside him, and explained slowly. Baek Do-kyung wasn't polite either. Plopping down, then asked Wang Hao for a cigarette, lit his lighter, and lit the cigarette. The moment he saw the lighter, Shogo Ueyama was certain he was Baek Do-young. At this moment, Baek Do-young's words were full of sarcasm. Your appetite is really big. You actually swallowed the entire Jo Rang clan whole. Aren't you afraid of choking? Shogo Ueyama snatched the cigarette from his lips. Not only will I swallow the Joram clan, I'll also turn Tyson clan into a grave for you twins. Baek Do-jyoung swatted away the cigarette butt. This suit is expensive. Shogo Ueyama gave him a second option. Or you can submit to me, and we can stand together at the pinnacle of Seoul. When he said this, he completely ignored the other bosses. But Baek Do-kyung refused him without hesitation, instead asking why he insisted on extending his hand. To Seoul I already gave up everything in our country. But these words only made Shogo Ueyama more crazed. I don't want your charity. Everything should have been mine originally. It's just your appearance that took everything away. Even Dad designated you as the successor. I will take back what's mine with my own hands. Listen well. All of you, I will definitely destroy Tyson clan. Anyone who stands in my way will be destroyed. Compared to the furious Shogo Ueyama, Baek Dog-young seemed unusually calm, even clapping his hands. I'm guessing you practiced those words for a long time. But the level is just so-so. Just like a child throwing a tantrum. Want to forcefully snatch it. Then go ahead and try after speaking. Baek Dog-young stood up and warned him again. If you can't do it, then this time you're dead for sure. Lee Sungmin and Sheua also stood up to leave. When Sheua passed by Wang Hao, their eyes couldn't hide their mutual hostility. Seeing the group leave, Wang Hao took out his phone from his pocket. The call had been connected the whole time. Chief Zhang had heard all the previous conversation. This person seems normal except for his injured leg. Chief Yang also fell into thought. Could it be an injury left from the previous ghost? Assassination attempt, but if I could kill you once, then I can kill you a second time. So he dialed the special operations team's number. The three of them came to the first floor lobby. When Baek Dog-young suddenly told them to go ahead, he had something to handle. Cha Yua told him, we're on enemy territory now. It's too dangerous for you alone. Baek Dog-young pointed toward the bathroom direction. Want all three of us to pee together. Then he told them to go first. I'm not a child. When Baek Dog-young finished his business and was washing his hands, he heard footsteps behind him. Baek Dog-young didn't turn around. Didn't I tell you to go first? But the person didn't respond to him. Several masked men in black had surrounded him. You guys really are persistent. Do you really think I'm an easy target? A cargo ship docked at the port under cover of night. A group of mysterious people opened one of the containers, and the goods inside scattered on the ground. Before, they had to hide inside tuna bellies to smuggle them in secretly. But since Shogo Wayama's forceful appearance in H country, now they could transport them openly and brazenly. The small leader excitedly shared with his subordinates. These idiots' brains are really sick. That Baek Dog-young actually showed up at the hotel. Isn't that like a sheep walking into a tiger's den? He's probably been chopped into pieces by now. Just as the small leader finished speaking, there was movement behind him. He turned around to see a shocking scene. His subordinate was painfully clawing at his own neck, and standing on the railing behind him was Zion. The Iron Weasel had also subdued another person at the same time. Who did you say would be chopped into pieces? As soon as he finished speaking, Baek Isu appeared from behind. On the other side, Baek Dog-young was being surrounded and attacked by the men in black. Although the opponents were more numerous and had undergone strict training, Baek Dog-young was also a boss who had survived countless life and death battles. For a moment the scene was deadlocked. At this time someone spoke up to remind them. Baek Dog-young's left leg is injured. Concentrate all your strength on attacking his left leg. This person slowly removed his hat. It was Park Chong-hoon, the captain of the Special Operations Team. As long as they could hold down Baek Dog-young and wait for him to exhaust his stamina, he would be prey waiting to die. Following his command, the men in black continuously launched attacks on Baek Dog-young. Just as Baek Dog-young punched one person back, he was grabbed by the arm. Then the whole body hugged Baek Dog-young, while another person stabbed at him with a dagger. Baek Dog-young grabbed his neck with his backhand, then stuck out his foot to trip him, throwing the opponent out. At this moment Park Chong-hoon drew his dagger and joined the battle, stabbing at Baek Dog-young from behind. As Baek Dog-young dodged, the opponent's knee was already at his abdomen. Baek Dog-young could only use his arm to block. Seeing that the sneak attack failed, Park Chong-hoon hid behind his subordinates again. This guy was like a hunting venomous snake. Once I showed a weakness, that's when he would bare his fangs. The men surrounded Baek Dog-young in the middle, with only the wall behind him and nowhere to hide. Baek Dog-young slowly reached his hand toward his lower back. On the other side of the port, Baek Isu approached the small leader. Step by step the small leader was very panicked, because he knew the opponent's strength was extremely formidable. But he still forced himself to calm down and said, Baek Isu shouldn't be here. Without his protection Baek Dog-young would be a lamb for slaughter. Hearing this, Baek Isu laughed. This damn building wall is so hard to climb now. My leg hurts badly. Zion immediately supported Baek Isu. The small leader heard this and looked like he'd seen a ghost, because the information he got was that Baek Dog-young's leg was injured. Could it be that the person in front of him was Baek Dog-young? He guessed right. The person at the hotel was actually Baek Isu. Others treated them as prey. But weren't they also hunters? Baek Isu forcefully kicked off the ground. His body shot out like a cheetah, instantly killing the three men in front of him. Park Chong-hoon also noticed that Baek Isu had just used his supposedly injured leg to exert force. He realized he'd been deceived. At this moment, all of the men in black's moves were anticipated by Baek Isu. He then made preemptive counter moves, seriously injuring the two men in front of him again. One person still wanted to sneak attack from behind. Baek Isu directly caught his arm, then slammed this person hard on the ground. Then with a slash of his dagger, he severed the person's hand tendons. Park Jong-hoon wanted to confirm Baek Isu's identity, but got only a meaningful smile. Park Chung-ho hurriedly spoke into his radio about executing Plan B. Then he had all team members retreat first, and he would deal with Baek Isu together with Ghost. You're like a legendary existence to us. A super fan really wants to meet you. Before he finished speaking, a big slap hit his face, chattering nonsense. So annoying, get lost. Ghost's tone was both unwilling and a bit excited. I clearly killed you before. But Kisu instantly understood. His big brother had almost died at this person's hands. Then you won't be leaving today? There was such a special operations team that didn't exist in public. They specialize in carrying out assassination missions. For the H country, government members had no past, no relatives, no names. Only cold numerical codes. Once after completing a mission, any country, G2 removed his mask and breathed in the fresh air deeply. The captain loudly scolded him, telling him not to expose his identity. G2 told him not to be so tense. All mission targets had been eliminated. He also complained been running around outside for a month. Really want to go back to H country for a big meal right away. Other members were also infected by him, and the atmosphere in the car suddenly became much more relaxed. Suddenly a car came speeding toward them, ramming their team's car from the side. The huge impact caused the vehicle to roll several times. Before stopping, the members all fell into unconsciousness. Only Captain G1 remained conscious at this time. Several fully armed opponents got out of their car and directly fired at the overturned vehicle, emptying 3 magazines before they finally stopped. This person reported through his earpiece. Target eliminated, preparing to evacuate. Suddenly, there was movement behind him. He turned around to see an astonishing scene. A blood-covered figure appeared not far away. A throwing knife shot rapidly toward one person. Unable to dodge in time, that person was killed on the spot. It turned out there were 2 survivors from the earlier shooting. This person immediately raised his gun to continue firing, but he had already lost sight of the 2 figures. The heavy snow made it impossible for him to judge where the danger was. Suddenly, he felt an ice-cold sensation on his neck. The next second, he went to hell. G2 asked about the captain's condition, but the captain told him to destroy the evidence first. The roaring flames consumed the vehicle with the 2 teammates. G2 couldn't help but sigh. After being teammates for so long, they didn't even know each other's names. No one in the world knew they had ever existed. The captain responded with a bitter smile, then said goodbye to him. G2 was about to ask what was wrong when he discovered the captain was covered in blood. He wanted to take the captain away quickly for treatment, but the captain broke free and said it was too late. You know our rules, we can't leave any traces behind. After saying this, he walked toward the burning vehicle under G2's gaze, and also became a ball of flames, leaving only G2 standing alone in the wind and snow. When he returned to H country, Chief Jiang was there to receive him. He begged Chief Jiang to request E country to return his teammates' remains, but was directly refused. If they made such a request, it would mean H country was confessing. No one can know this was H country's doing. That's your team's mission. Then he told G2, from now on, your code name is Ghost, reporting directly to me. After hearing Chief Jiang's cold words, Ghost's face contorted violently. He secretly reached for claw weapons from behind. Suddenly someone came to report that Baek Isu was being detained and interrogated by the investigation department on spy charges. Chief Jiang immediately stood up and said he would personally go to receive him. This made Ghost question who exactly Baek Isu was. Not only did he have a name, but he could also get Chief Jiang's special treatment. Chief Jiang smiled and said Baek Isu was different from him. This made Ghost very jealous of Baek Isu. He vowed to kill Baek Isu to prove his own worth. Ghost thought he had succeeded last time, but he had killed the wrong person. Baek Isu didn't care about his psychological activities. He only knew his brother had almost died at this person's hands, so he directly launched an attack, kicking Ghost in the chest. Ghost staggered to steady himself, then told Park Chung-hoon to go downstairs and turn off the power. Although Park Chung-hoon didn't understand what he wanted to do, he still followed his instructions. Ghosts should exist in darkness, staring at their prey, then delivering a fatal strike. A throwing knife shot rapidly toward Baek Isu. Although Baek Isu's vision was impaired, the blade's reflection allowed him to make an accurate judgment. But then he noticed something wrong. A steel wire was wrapped around the weapon's handle. The life and death battle between the 2 began. The twin brothers had both become targets that Chief Jiang must eliminate, if he had to choose one. As the target, undoubtedly Baek Dog-young, who was still recovering from serious illness, was more suitable. Baek Isu keenly perceived everything, so the brothers switched identities to carry out the mission. Zion said Ghost had been beaten half to death by him before, but they still had to be careful of that guy. They undergo strict training and are ghosts specialized in assassination missions. Baek Isu interrupted Zion's rambling. Don't nag like an old mother. Ghost was indeed, as Zion said, an excellent hunter hiding in darkness. But don't forget, Zion had learned his fighting skills from Baek Isu. Ghost attacks were all blocked, and Baek Isu seized the gap in his attacks, using a reverse grappling move to slam Ghost into the ground. Just as Ghost was about to die under Baek Isu's blade, Park Chung-hoon intervened to help. Facing the 2-man attack, Baek Isu still handled it with ease. This terrifying strength made Ghost even more excited, but he didn't dare to rush forward recklessly to win. He could only wait for an opportunity. He had almost killed Baek Isu's brother. Baek Isu must be especially angry. Now when people are angry, they might show weaknesses. But all this didn't seem to apply to Baek Isu. His attacks became increasingly fierce, but it didn't seem to be caused by emotions. Rather, he was inherently this kind of ruthless killer. Baek Isu landed another heavy punch on Ghost's chin, sending his body flying into the air. The heavy blow made his eyes roll back. The Baek Isu before him was like an insurmountable mountain. At this moment, a sharp blade slashed toward Baek Isu's neck. Baek Isu dodged the attack, while also releasing Ghost. The terrifying strength had made Park Chung-hun consider retreating. If this continued, both he and Ghost would die here. Ghost showed no expression. This reminded him of his captain. Even when retreating, all traces must be eliminated. This was the principle their team maintained with their lives. So under Park Jong-hoon's surprised gaze, Ghost rushed forward rapidly, his body pouncing on Baek Jisoo like an eagle. Baek Isu raised his blade to block this strike. Both thrust their blades desperately toward their opponent. In the end, Baek Isu was superior, forcing Ghost back. But the retreating Ghost pulled hard on his claw weapon. The thin cord had wrapped around Baek Isu's ankle. Losing his balance, he fell backward. Ghost had been waiting for this moment. He leaped forward, determined to end the battle with this strike. But Baeksu, who had already lost his balance, forcibly twisted his body, dodging the attack while counterattacking. Park Chung-hoon watched in disbelief. Ghost, who had taken a heavy blow to the face, fell to the ground again, coughing up blood. But his expression became increasingly crazed. Bikasu cut the cord around his ankle with his blade. Looking at him coldly, Ghost supported himself on the ground again, preparing to attack Bikasu's lower body. But his gaze was attracted by something on the ground. Baek Isu didn't understand why he suddenly stopped, but saw Ghost staring at a lighter on the ground. It had fallen from Baek Isu during the fight. Ghost picked up the lighter, his thoughts returning to that mission many years ago. Ghost lit the lighter, burn it all. Nothing can be left behind. On the other side, Baek Dog-young with Zion and the Iron Weasels helped dealt with a group of enemies, then set everything on fire. Zion teased Baek Dog-young, asking if he felt sorry about it. Baek Dog-young didn't answer this question. He said to himself, foster father never allowed Wayama's people to touch this stuff. It can only be Shogo Uyama secretly manipulating it. That guy will do any dirty thing as long as he can make money. At this time, the Iron Weasel handed him a chocolate pie. Baek Dog-young remembered he was from Sea Country. Curious why someone so young lived a life of blood and violence. The Iron Weasel's expression was melancholy. He had been orphaned since childhood, came from a hopeless place. It was Captain Baek Isu who gave his life meaning. Baek Dog-young hadn't expected his younger brother to have this side. But what mattered now was the present. They had to get hold of the drugs circulating in the market and destroy them all. That damn Shogo Wayama absolutely cannot be spared. Meanwhile, Ghost had completely lost it. From the moment he got Baek Isu's lighter, he kept shouting, burn it. Burn it all. Baek Isu told him to return it, but he turned a deaf ear. Park Chung-hoon didn't know what this guy was going crazy about. Ghost looked back at Baek Isu, then ran toward the elevator like a madman. Baek Isu cursed, damn it. That's my brother's important possession. He picked up a dagger from the ground and quickly chased after him. Park Chung-hoon hurriedly reported the current situation through his earpiece. Ghost ran while laughing maniacally. Nothing can be left behind that time in any country to destroy evidence. Without other fuel available, his comrades had collected a lot of vodka that country people like to drink. To help with burning, he already knew where he should go. When Baek Isu chased after him, he found Ghost had already gotten on the elevator. Before getting on, Ghost even provocatively beckoned to him with his finger. Baek Isu watched helplessly as the elevator closed, then stopped at the 5th floor. In the elevator, Ghost felt dizzy. This Baek Isu was simply like a monster. Only then did he remember Chief Young's evaluation. He and Baek Isu were not on the same level of existence at all. Ghost was very unwilling, same people receiving the same training. Why should Baek Isu be superior? He didn't believe he couldn't match Baek Isu. He staggered into Tyson Clan's reception room. He was sure there was what he was looking for here. Finally, he found vodka in the refrigerator. Let's end this battle with this today. So he took the vodka and poured it on the ground. Could Baek Isu break through this predicament? Doing all this seemed to drain all his strength. He lay on the sofa and thought of his captain again. Burn it all together when the elevator opened. Baek Isu found flames had already engulfed the reception room. This madman's actions exceeded his imagination. At this time, a voice called out to him. Ghost appeared on his left, still clutching his brother's lighter. You're looking for this, right? After all, your brother almost died at my hands. Ghost kept provoking Baek Isu with words. Hearing this, Baek Isu indeed rushed over. But Ghost suddenly pulled the thin cord in his hand. A chair tied to the cord flew from the side, heading straight for Baek Isu's running direction. Bikisu quickly ducked to avoid it. but his ankle was wrapped in the cord again, pinning him in place at this moment. A vodka bottle came flying at him. Bikisu smashed it with one punch. When he looked back, Ghost had already disappeared. He looked around warily. Stop hiding. Come out, I'll send you on your final journey. At this time the sound of a lighter flicking came from behind him. Ghost appeared behind Bikisu. Goodbye, Bikisu. When he turned around, the lit lighter was already flying toward him. Bikisu had no way to avoid it. Instantly his entire right arm was engulfed in flames before he could extinguish it. Ghost pounced on Bikisu like an eagle. At this moment Baek Dog-young was on his way back. He suddenly felt a pang of anxiety, as if something bad was about to happen. He couldn't get through to his brother's phone either. From Lee Sungman's call he learned that a major fire had broken out on the hotel's upper floors. The massive flames were out of control. At this moment Baek Dog-young's eyes were dark as water. On the other side, facing Ghost's sneak attack, Bikisu raised his burning right arm to block, but his weapon was directly knocked away. He tried to grab Ghost with his left hand, but Ghost nimble dodged. Ghost cackled wickedly. The pain of burning flames has made your movement slow. Seeing Bikisu continuously retreating, Ghost became more and more pleased. But Bikisu showed a sinister smile. Then he grabbed Ghost's arm, raised his burning right arm, and slammed it hard into Ghost's back. Finally, he delivered a heavy knee strike to his chest. Compared to having comrades murdered by trusted superiors, compared to his brother almost dying in his arms, what did the pain in his arm matter? Bikisu had been living in pain since that day. He had sworn to find and eliminate everyone who betrayed him. One by one, Ghost was sent flying like a broken kite. Bikisu tore off his sleeve, revealing his burned and peeling hand. Underneath the murderous aura he emanated made Ghost blood run cold. Ghost picked up a nearby chair and began frantically smashing the window glass. Bikisu didn't understand what he was trying to do. This was dozens of floors high. Even if he smashed the glass, he couldn't escape from here. At this time Ghost smiled, asking Bikisu if he felt his breathing becoming difficult, since earlier that was because the fire had caused oxygen depletion. If a large amount of oxygen suddenly enters a sealed space, at this moment do you know what interesting thing will happen? Ghost's expression became increasingly crazed. At this moment the glass, after multiple impacts, showed cracks and then shattered directly. Instantly oxygen entered the building, followed by a violent explosion. This scene was witnessed by Baek Dog-young in the distance. He told Zion to speed up while repeatedly dialing Baekisu's number, muttering continuously, "Damn it. Pick up the phone." The violent explosion turned the room into ruins. Baekisu's hand suddenly moved. Then he struggled to get up and happened to receive Baek Dog-young's call. When his big brother heard his voice, he also let out a heavy sigh of relief. Without time to ask about the situation, he told Baekisuto quickly evacuate through the back door. But Baekisurefused his brother's suggestion. "Today I'm going to kill that ghost here. Even if I die here too, I don't care." Hearing his brother say this, Baek Dog-young really panicked this time. He screamed at Baek-su to leave immediately, or he would end his own life right now. His brother's threat of death finally made Baek-su compromise. After a long silence, he followed the directions toward the back door. At this time a hand emerged from the ruins. Ghost crawled out from the debris, but there was no sign of Baek-su around. "Weren't we supposed to burn together? Why did you leave me alone?" At this time someone appeared in front of him. It was Park Sang-hoon who had come looking. Ghost complained, "I thought you had already escaped. Bikisu is seriously injured. Let's quickly catch up and kill him." Before he finished speaking, he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. Park Chagan's dagger had penetrated deep into his abdomen. A cold voice sounded in his ear. "Don't blame me, I'm just following orders." On the other side, Baek-su opened the rolling door. A beam of strong light hit his face. Standing outside was Shogo Wayama's group chief Yang, also walked out from the crowd. "Long time no see, Baek-su." Bakisu reminded him of what he had said at the funeral before, that their conflict couldn't be resolved by just 1 or 2 deaths. When they met again, it would be time to give an answer. It seemed today one of them must fall. Chief Jiang calmly removed his glasses and tucked them into his shirt pocket. At the same time Bakisu's attack arrived. Chief Jiang also drew his claw weapon to meet him. He crouched to avoid the slash. Fake is his leg attack followed immediately. But Chief Jiang was very familiar with his attack patterns and had already prepared to block. However, contrary to his expectations, his face still took a heavy blow, worthy of being Chief Zhang's best student, able to forcibly change attack patterns. After attacking before he could catch his breath, Baek Isu's dagger came at him again. The two locked weapons while both were struggling. Chief Zhang rotated his wrist and attacked toward Baek Isu's chin. The sudden change caught him off guard. Chief Zhang had already seen that. Emotions were affecting Baek Isu's movements, making his attacks slow and stiff. This meant he had the upper hand in this battle. After saying this, the two grappled together again. In the blink of an eye, they had already exchanged more than 10 attacks. Watching from the side, Shogo Ueyama and others were shocked. Nobuhiro Onigazuk, who had lost to Baek Isu before, wasn't very convinced this time. Seeing the evenly matched battle between the two, he finally realized he and Baek Isu weren't even in the same league. Shogo Ueyama noticed his hand was trembling and consoled him not to worry too much about winning and losing. Then he found Kaido Ishizuka and asked about his injuries. Ishizuka said his right arm and right leg had compound fractures. Shogo Ueyama's voice turned cold. What about the left hand? Ishizuka didn't know what was happening. Shogo Ueyama grabbed his left hand and shoved a gun into it. At this moment, the hotel's front entrance had been blocked by police and firefighters. Baek Do-kyung's car couldn't get through at all. He anxiously called Lee Sung-man and learned that Lee Sung-man and Cha Yua were waiting at the front entrance, but hadn't seen Baek Hae-soo at all. Then he could only have gone through the warehouse back door. Lee Sung-man reminded him that if the front entrance was sealed, the back door was most likely sealed too. But Baek Dog-young couldn't care about that now. If necessary, he planned to force his way through. Cha Yua took the phone, disagreeing with Baek Dog-young's reckless behavior. What Baek Dog-young needed most now was to stay calm. Otherwise, before they could charge through, they'd be turned into Swiss cheese by the police. Cha Yua told Baek Dog-young to guard the warehouse back door and rendezvous with the approaching butcher to ensure they had backup for the retreat. The situation inside the hotel was left to them. This time Lee Sung-min had brought all 9 knives. This was also 9 knives' chance to prove themselves. Baek Do-kyung followed Cha Yua's arrangement. Zion jerked the steering wheel hard, making the car do a 180-degree turn. Meanwhile, police reported over the radio suspicious vehicle spotted. At the same time, someone else received the message. This person calmly took out a cigarette. Little punks, get ready for battle. This person was Wang Hao and his men who had been lying in ambush. The battle between Baek Hae-soo and Chief Zhang continued intensely. Both had sustained varying degrees of injuries. Baek Isu asked the question that had been weighing on his heart. Why did you do this to me? His words were interrupted by a gunshot. The shooter was Kaido Ishizuka. Shogo Ueyama apologized repeatedly. Sorry, it was just too boring standing here. We should have ended this earlier. Only then did Baek Isu notice blood gushing from his abdomen. Chief Zhang also looked incredulous. At this moment, Wang Hao was smoking at the back door. Once the balance of the underground order is broken, a new player is needed to maintain it. This is the same thing they've been doing for over a decade. In the end, nothing has changed. Just then a car came speeding from the distance. The person he'd been waiting for had finally arrived. But he didn't know whether it would be Tyson clan leader, Baek Dog-young, or his younger brother, Baek Isu, the special task force captain. Baek Dog-young ran his fingers through his hair. I don't have time for your nonsense today. Either get out of the way or die. Wang Hao's face turned fierce. You'll have to ask my brothers behind me if they agree to let you pass. With his younger brother's life hanging in the balance, Baek Dog-young was already on the edge of losing it. Suddenly gunshots in the distance caught both men's attention. Zion and the Iron Weasel both became alert. Baek Dog-young was stunned for a few seconds. Then with a roar his figure lunged at Wang Hao like a leopard. A speeding car interrupted him. It was the arriving Tyson clan members, led by someone who was once Wang Hao's subordinate, but now stood on the opposite side. The butcher said she would be the vanguard. Let Baek Dog-young do what he should do. On the other side, Kaido Ishizuka was also startled by the gunshots. Shogo Ueyama explained nonchalantly. Being a spectator is really boring. Then he put his arm around the trembling Kaido Ishizuka, telling him to relax. The shot was aimed at Baek Hae-soo's head. The gunshot rang out again. Baek Hae-soo suddenly rolled to the side, taking cover behind a bulldozer. Chief Zhang approached the two men with a stern expression, kicking the gun out of Kaido Ishizuka's hand. Shogo Ueyama didn't understand what he meant. The two of them were in a cooperative relationship. Now Chief Jang grabbed him by the collar. Who gave you permission to shoot here? This is in our country. Before Shogo Ueyama could speak, an axe was placed against Chief Jang's neck. Move again, and I'll take your head off. It was Nobuhiro Onigizuka who had acted, but Shogo Ueyama wasn't grateful, angrily telling him to get lost. Only then did Nobuhiro Onigizuka lower his axe. Shogo Ueyama slowly pushed away Chief Jang's hand. Are you angry because I fired the gun? Or because you feel guilty about Bekaiju? This seemed to hit Chief Jang's sore spot. He directly pulled out his pistol from his jacket and aimed it at Shogo Ueyama. Bikisu can only be dealt with by me, understand? Shogo Ueyama smiled mockingly and said he understood. After all, Bikisu wasn't his target anyway. Suddenly a group of people appeared on the scene. I told my godfather long ago that mad dogs should be beaten to calm them down. Beikisu also heard his older brother's voice. Shogo Ueyama seemed very happy. The person he was waiting for had finally arrived. My brother, tell me who's been bullying you. Who do I need to kill first? Shogo Ueyama was also excited to see him, as his target was Baek Dog-young. However, he was also curious about how Baek Dog-young managed to break through Wang Hao's defenses. Baek Dog-young told him not to worry about it, and suggested he worry more about whether he'd live to see tomorrow's sunrise. At this moment, Wang Hao was facing off against a menacing butcher with intense headlights, making it impossible for Wang Hao and his men to open their eyes. Gu Chongjun didn't understand why they let Baek Du-kyung in, while Wang Hao nonchalantly lit a cigarette. Shogo Ueyama was never really one of them. So wouldn't it be perfect to let Baek Du-kyung and them fight each other like dogs? Besides, if Baek Dog-young didn't die by his hand, they wouldn't become targets of the Tyson clan's revenge. All they needed to do was hold off the butcher in front of them and wait for the outcome. However, the weapon he had trained was now turned against him, which made him extremely displeased. Wang Hao quickly dodged the butcher's slash. Let me teach you what respect for your teacher means. But the headlight behind the butcher shone directly at him, making his eyes unable to open from the glare. The butcher seized the opportunity to strike again. Cutting his sleeve, Wang Hao thought to himself. That was close. The butcher gave him no chance to catch his breath, unleashing countless strikes, forcing Wang Hao to retreat repeatedly until he hit an obstacle. The butcher found the perfect opportunity and immediately pressed forward. While Wang Hao barely managed to dodge this attack, you've improved quite a bit from before. But your biggest problem is being too impatient. After saying this, Wang Hao braced himself against the obstacle, then launched his body into the air and kicked away the butcher's weapon. While the butcher was stunned, he delivered another kick directly to her face, causing the butcher to stumble backward. Wang Hao then launched an even more ferocious attack. Although you've grown a lot, it's still far from enough. If this is all you've got, then your life ends here today. On the other side, Baek Dog-young also drew his blade to face Shogo Ueyama's group. Nobuhiro Onigizuka pushed through the crowd and walked forward, then popped a whole bottle of pills into his mouth. He wanted to wash away his previous humiliation. Zion told him to come play with him instead, then told Baek Dog-young to go find team leader Baek Isu. Kaido Ishizuka on the side was preparing to grab a gun, but Iron Weasel blocked his path. How can you be so shameless taking pot shots while others are fighting? Believe me when I say I can have you lying down obediently. Within a minute, Chief Jang saw the menacing Baek Dog-young and felt the situation was getting increasingly complex. His primary mission was to find Bikisu, but there was no trace of him behind the bulldozer. Suddenly Bikisu leaped down from on top of the bulldozer, striking down from above. Baek Dog-young walked step by step toward the crowd shouting, "Get out of the way if you don't want to die." Hearing his arrogance, everyone charged at him. Baek Dog-young severely injured one person with a single horizontal slash, then rushed into the crowd with his blade flashing, filling the area with screams of agony. Although Baek Dog-young hadn't received professional training, like his younger brother, long-term street fighting had honed his ruthless edge, while his movements weren't flashy. Every attack targeted his opponent's vital points. Before long, everyone was left with broken arms and legs, wailing in pain, yet these people didn't retreat and continued charging at him with loud shouts, only to be met by a group of people in white suits, who suddenly appeared. Baek Dog-young momentarily didn't recognize who they were, until Lee Sung-man appeared on the scene. These were the 9 blades he had brought. He told Bake Dog Young that he would hold off this group, urging Bake Dog Young to hurry and find Bake Isu. At this moment, Bake Isu and Chief Zhang were already locked in combat, having exchanged 4 moves in the blink of an eye. However, Bake Isu's speed was obviously slower than before, and Chief Zhang had noticed this early on. He grabbed the hand that was stabbing toward him, then drove his knee hard into Bake Isu's abdomen. Bake Isu's stomach immediately turned, and he couldn't dodge Chief Zhang's incoming claw strike. Suddenly a dagger slashed toward Chief Zhang's face. It was Bake Dog Young arriving just in time to break the deadlock. It's time we settled our grudge. These were the new 9 blades that Lee Sung-min had forged. He was confident that with the new 9 blades, he could restore Il-hag's former glory. The 3 men calmly watched the enemies surrounding them. Suddenly a figure flashed in front of one person, then delivered a heavy punch that sent him flying. With an afterimage when someone tried to ambush Lee Sung-min, this person turned around and pulled out a dagger, then landed another heavy punch to the opponent's abdomen. This was one of the new 9 blades Hercules, a former professional boxer who had been the club's promising genius. But during one match, an accident occurred when his opponent illegally extended his fingers, driving them deep into his eye socket and blinding his left eye on the spot. The opponent even taunted him as a loser. And this person was the former Jiraiya clan leader, Ryu Taeyong. He agreed to join the 9 blades for revenge. Hercules was incredibly brave on the battlefield, but someone was preparing to attack him from behind. As he was about to turn and block his comrade, Long Mouse severed the attacker's hamstring with a blade. Hercules complained, "You got my stylish clothes dirty." Long Mao told him to shut up or he'd dye all his clothes blood red. This was the son of the original 9 blades, Old 8 Gu Jun. The 2 wreaked havoc in the crowd. Zion watched this scene with considerable interest in the new 9 blades, but he forgot he also had an opponent to face. Zion hurriedly dodged backward, only to see that noble hero Onigazuk's condition seemed off, acting like a madman with saliva flowing. "I bet what you just took wasn't cold medicine." Unexpectedly, he was grabbed from behind and couldn't move. Nobuhiro Onizuka told him to hold on tight, then swung his axe at Zion with a maniacal laugh. Seeing this, Zion tripped the person behind him with his foot, then fell backward to dodge the strike. When Nobuhiro Onizuka's axe came down again, Zion rolled hard to the side, and the person beneath him became collateral damage. Zion was stunned by this bloody scene. This was Nobuhiro Onizuka's own subordinate, but Nobuhiro Onizuka didn't care at all, saying he had plenty more subordinates like that. On the other side, Bake Dog Young's dagger slashed at Chief Zhang, leaving a deep wound on his face. "It's time we settled our accounts." Chief Zhang seemed unable to believe he could be injured by Bake Dog Young. Bake Dog Young asked how Bake Isu was doing and was told he was fine. Chief Zhang gentlemanly lit a cigarette, telling Bake Dog Young to go take care of his younger brother first. He could wait for them. Seeing that his younger brother was in so much pain, he couldn't stand straight. Bake Dog Young told him to sit and watch. He would deal with Chief Zhang quickly. The battle between the two was about to begin. However, what Chief Zhang didn't expect was that Bake Dog Young made no probing attacks at all. Charging straight at him, Chief Young thought he had found an opening and tried to finish Bake Dog Young with a horizontal slash, but saw Bake Dog Young retreat in a strange posture. Then he kicked Chief Young in the lower abdomen. Chief Young had never seen such fighting techniques, and his consecutive attacks were all read by Bake Dog Young. He now had to reassess the man before him. Bake Dog Young was more troublesome than expected, truly worthy of being someone who could dominate the underworld. Suddenly, the sound of a blade scraping against the ground rang out behind him. Bake Dog Young turned to see a terrifying sight. Someone was raising their weapon high above their head. Bake Dog Young urgently shouted a warning, but Bake Isu seemed to have no strength left to dodge. It was too late for Bake Dog Young to rush over and stop it. Shogo Wayama intended to turn this place into the brothers' graveyard. Bake Dog Young screamed in despair, an unprecedented sense of powerlessness welling up in his heart. Suddenly, someone leaped through the air and split Shogo Wayama's weapon in half. It was Iron Weasel who had been holding back. Shogo Wayama didn't expect the Tyson clan to have such a skilled fighter. The two quickly engaged in several exchanges. An evil smile spread across his lips as his katana flashed like lightning toward Iron Weasel's neck. Iron Weasel barely managed to dodge by leaning back hard. The opponent's sudden change in speed left him shaken. He quickly pulled back to reassess the man before him. Baek Dog-young urgently warned Iron Weasel not to be careless. While Shogoyama looked casual on the surface, he was actually a skilled swordsman. Chief Jang saw him distracted and exposed, so he attacked, wounding Baek Dog-young again. Baek Dog-young was in agony. Not only was his opponent troublesome, but he also had to constantly watch his younger brother behind him. The situation looked grim. On the other side, the butcher had been defeated. Wang Hao told her, "When I gave you this 100 flowers weapon, I hoped you would bloom brilliantly like a flower. But I never expected you to end up opposing me. Since you're so ungrateful, I'll send you on your final journey." Suddenly dozens more cars arrived on the scene. Wang Hao sneered, "I didn't expect we'd have more guests." The arrivals were Nine Blades member Choi Chien-ho and Yiksha Jinan-ha. The subordinates were also stunned to see these legendary figures. "Wang Hao, we still have a score to settle." Then Choi Chun-ho told Jinong how to do what he needed to do. He'd handle things here. Wang Hao also sent his subordinates to other battlefields, knowing what score Choi Chun-ho was referring to. The original Nine Blades captain had died by his hand. When underworld enemies came seeking revenge, he would face them head-on. Choi Chun-ho launched the first attack, throwing a heavy punch at Wang Hao's abdomen. But Wang Hao steadily blocked it. Wang Hao countered with a whip kick that hit Choi Chun-ho, but it was also blocked. However, Choi Chun-ho's next punch landed solidly, sending Wang Hao staggering back 5 or 6 steps. The butcher was amazed by Choi Chun-ho's terrifying strength. A subordinate told her that legend had it. Choi Chun-ho was once a man who stood at the peak of the underworld. At this moment, Wang Hao loosened his joints and mocked Choi Chun-ho for being old, his strength no longer what it used to be, while he himself had always been in the thick of the underworld maelstrom, never daring to slack off in training. He then swung his weapon horizontally at Choi Chien-ho. Choi Chien-ho tried to block, not realizing Wang Hao's attack was a feint. Wang Hao's back kick landed solidly on Choi Chien-ho's chest, followed by a blade strike that wounded him. Choi Chien-ho was forced back against a car, with nowhere left to dodge Wang Hao's attacks. He could only punch forward to meet them head-on, landing a solid hit on Wang Hao and sending him flying backward. Wang Hao couldn't believe it. He had clearly been winning. Yet his opponent had found an opening and struck back. Choi Chun-ho told him they were both old-timers from a bygone era, with no place among the new generation. This time, he wasn't here for revenge. Someone from the new generation of Nine Blades would naturally come to claim his life. Zion's battle had also reached a stalemate. Every time he dealt with one person, another group would charge at him. And there was also that madman, Kaido Ishizuka, launching sneak attacks. This guy seemed tireless. He wanted to break free quickly and find Bike Isu. Then Janunga appeared beside him, telling him to hurry and find Bikisu. He'd handle the remaining riffraff. Kaido Ishizuka recognized him. Having heard of the Tyson clan's Yakusha's reputation back in Country R, he'd long wanted to test his skills. Kaido Ishizuka swung his twin axes at Janunga. Janunga's movements were bold and sweeping, delivering a charged heavy punch that sent Kaido Ishizuka flying. With an afterimage, he nearly met his ancestors underground. Janunga grabbed him by the collar. "I really can't stand weaklings who talk big." In the end, Junghwa's superior skills prevailed, knocking Kaido Ishizuka unconscious with one punch. The subordinates were shocked to see their boss defeated. Jin Eunghai flexed his shins and ordered his men to finish everyone off. On the other side, Choi Kyung-ho warned Wang Hao that someone would naturally come to claim his old life. Wang Hao had long lost patience with his rambling. Though both he and Choi Kyung-ho were old-timers from the previous era, he still had great ambitions. He then told Choi Kyung-ho to bring it on. Facing the charging Choi Chung-ho, he sneered inwardly. Though he possessed speed that didn't match his large frame, his attack patterns were too predictable. He seized the opening and punched toward his opponent's abdomen. But Choi Chung-ho didn't budge an inch and instead smiled, then concentrated all his body's power into his rear hand. Wang Hao realized something was wrong and felt like he'd been hit by a train. At this moment, Choi Chien-ho showed no joy at landing the hit, because Wang Hao had seized his arm, then stepped on his shoulder, and delivered several kicks to Choi Chung-ho's face. The two separated. "You're not going down that easily, are you?" Wang Hao's voice reached Choi Chung-ho's ears. "If you don't give it your all today, you'll lose your life here." Hearing this, Choi Chung-ho charged again, but Wang Hao kicked his knee, then chopped down on Choi Chung-ho's neck with a knife hand strike. While his opponent was dazed, He landed another whip kick on Choi Chung-ho. The giant of the 9 blades finally fell to the ground. The butcher was stunned by this scene. Suddenly several coughs echoed across the battlefield. Choi Jun-ho actually pushed himself up from the ground. Finally got my blood pumping. Let's continue, Wang Hao laughed. Since you're seeking death, I'll grant your wish. A gunshot interrupted the two men. Police Chief Cho Wang Hao warned everyone to stop. Such a large-scale brawl had already enraged him. If he couldn't handle this properly, his position as chief would be over. He wanted to find Chief Zhang, the ringleader, to hold him accountable. On the other side, Iron Weasel and Shogo Uyama were also locked in fierce combat. His specialty was assassination, but his opponent's weapon made it difficult to get close. Moreover, his opponent's varying attack speeds gave him headaches. This guy was more troublesome than expected. It seemed defeating him would require close combat. Iron Weasel quickly ducked to avoid Shogo Uyama's horizontal slash. Then when his opponent switched to an upward strike, he used his weapon to block the attack. This was Iron Weasel's strategy. But Shogo Uyama's expression suggested he'd anticipated this. At this moment, Iron Weasel's dagger snapped in two. A hand from behind grabbed his hood, saving him from being beheaded. Zion pointed out that Shogo Uyama's blade could cut through iron. Like mud, absolutely couldn't clash weapons with him directly. Zion's appearance made Shogo Uyama realize that Nobu Hiro Onizuka had been defeated. Looking back, he saw his side was losing. Nobu Hiro Onizuka could barely stand, even with his subordinate support. This filled him with rage. However, at least Dog Young was at a disadvantage, with multiple wounds on his body. Chief Zhang's attacks were becoming increasingly fierce, kicking Baked Dog Young off balance. Zion and Iron Weasel watched anxiously. Iron Weasel charged forward again. He was determined to tear off this bastard's head. He still dodged the first attack, and when his opponent reloaded, he used his butterfly knife handle to catch the opponent's weapon, but before he could get close, Shogo Yama kicked him away. However, he seemed to have figured out his opponent's attack pattern. This guy was clearly left-handed, but used his right hand to hold the sword. His right-hand attacks were simple and slow, but when he switched to a two-handed grip, Shogo Uyama would instantly increase his attack speed, catching opponents off guard. The one who also saw through this was the injured Bakaisu. On the side, the battle indeed unfolded as Iron Weasel had predicted. Shogo Uyama lightly swung his right-handed strike, then immediately switched to a two-handed grip. His quick upward slash was successfully blocked by Iron Weasel. Shogo Uyama suddenly grabbed his hair. Pulling his head back, Iron Weasel couldn't match him in strength. At the critical moment, Bakaisu stepped forward. Shogo Uyama pushed Iron Weasel away and switched his target to Bikisu. Bikisu grabbed his wrist, then brought his left-hand dagger down hard. A small finger flew out. "You're dead today, bastard." Shogo Uyama endured the pain and switched his weapon to his right hand, then drove Bikisu back with a horizontal slash. His bone-chilling laughter echoed across the battlefield. Everyone wondered why he was laughing, and his laughter grew more maniacal. "This wound is a humiliation to me. Next I'm going to cut you into pieces and feed you to the dogs." Bakaisu pushed away Iron Weasel, who was blocking him. "This finger is just advanced payment on the interest. I told you I'd kill you." Baek Dog Young, who was fighting Chief Zhang, also noticed the situation. This was his first time seeing his younger brother fight, and he was amazed that even Shogo Uyama had suffered. While he was pleased that his younger brother was so capable, Chief Zhang's size 44-foot came flying at him. "Getting distracted while fighting me. That's pure suicide." He then rushed forward to deliver a finishing blow. A throwing knife from the shadows flew toward him. Though he dodged it, his face was still scratched. The attacker was Zion, hiding in the shadows. Chief Zhang tracked the trajectory and found him, then pulled out a handgun from his jacket. "Just like last time, I'll kill them all and then clean up." Zion hid behind a shelf, preparing for a killing blow. Suddenly someone appeared between the two without warning. Chief Zhang didn't recognize him or know what he intended. This was Wyama headquarters strategic mind Gunji Hanazawa. He had been the first to see through Baek Dog Young's fake death plan, but he hadn't acted against Baek Dog Young because they were close friends of many years. When Baek Dog Young wanted him to help manage the Taisen clan, he refused. Gonji Hanazawa told him he was only loyal to the Wyama organization, not to any individual. Back when Baek Dog Young was with the Wyama group in Country R, Gunji Hanazawa had chosen to support him because their philosophies were similar. But after Baek Do Kyung left the organization, Shogo Wayama gradually took control of Wayama, though this guy used bloody methods against hostile forces. The end result was that Wayama's influence in Country R became more stable. Baek Dog-young tightened his grip on the lighter, still believing the current Tyson clan was his best choice. Here Gunji Hanazawa introduced himself to Chief Jang, then pulled out his phone and handed it to him, saying the Wayama group chairman wanted to talk to him. Hearing this, Shogo Wayama also stopped his actions. He didn't understand why his father wanted to interfere. Tetsuji Wayama's voice was ice cold as he asked, "My two sons are fighting, and what role are you playing in this?" Chief Jang knew well the Wayama group's immense power in Country R, and that Tetsuji Wayama was not to be trifled with. So he spoke in a moderate tone about the current situation. After hearing this, Tetsuji Ueyama said this was just a family matter, and hoped Chief Jiang would withdraw from the brothers' conflict. Right now, both Shogo Ueyama and Baek Dog-young belong to independent organizations, and before either side won, the Wayama group wouldn't support anyone. As a show of sincerity, he could transfer the hotel's operating rights to Chief Jiang. Otherwise, he would personally come to have a chat with Chief Jiang next time. Such a blatant threat left Chief Jiang silent. At this moment, Shogo Wayama became emotional, questioning what his father really wanted. Tetsuji Wayama didn't answer his question, but asked him in return. If he weren't his son and was just an ordinary Wayama member, would he still be loyal to Tetsuji Wayama? This conflict also ended due to Tetsuji Wayama's intervention. Cho Wonho was extremely furious at this moment. Such a large-scale fight would drag him into a huge media storm. He sternly warned Chief Jiang that he wouldn't pretend this never happened. Wait for punishment from above. Baek Haisu, supported by his older brother, walked out of the hotel. The fight between Wang Hao and Choi Qianho also ended. Only Shogo Wayama was deeply frustrated. He had set up an elaborate trap. If his father hadn't interfered, the Baek Dog-young brothers would have died here today. The hatred that couldn't be vented in the burning flames would surely ignite new conflicts. Someone was drinking red wine, while overlooking everything happening below. The fires of a new era would burn with the wind. 2 months after the hotel arson case, Cho Wonho held a press conference about the incident. He first apologized to all citizens, then explained that the arson case was unrelated to the violent conflicts between organizations, and that the suspect had been arrested in Country R. But the reporters didn't believe this nonsense at all. With Country H's violent crime escalating, reporters questioned what measures Cho Wonho had. Cho Wonho rightfully declared that, to clean up Seoul's violent organizations, the police would join forces with the military to establish a new enforcement department. Once sync, these people were all professionally trained and could easily overwhelm ordinary gangs. But the truth was that these people used extremely bloody and violent methods. After eliminating small gang leaders, one person would randomly point at a bald subordinate and tell him he was now the boss. The bald man didn't understand what was happening and hesitated about whether to agree. The person's cold voice entered his ears again. If you don't agree, I'll kill you first. Then let someone else be the boss. The bald man fearfully agreed repeatedly. Next, this person threw a travel bag at the bald man's feet. The bald man tremblingly opened the bag and found it full of white powder. This person told the bald man that from now on, he would receive this stuff every month and was responsible for turning it into money. He wouldn't ask about the methods. Within the Taesin clan, they were also analyzing the current situation. In these 2 months, one sink had already swallowed many small forces. The Taesin clan needed countermeasures, or they would be in danger. Left, I didn't really understand these brain-intensive matters. Lee Sung-guk continued explaining to him. Previously in Seoul, there were 5 co-existing powers: Jirong Clan, Shanung Trading Company, Ilwak HHS Entertainment, and Taesin Clan. The various forces checked each other, maintaining balance. But now we're facing a major reshuffling. One sink has absorbed the Jurang clan and some small forces. Currently, it has formed a 3-way standoff with Tyson clan and HHS Entertainment. Moreover, one sink has government backing, so they can act without any scruples or bottom lines. This way, some fence-sitters still watching will gradually approach them, and HHS Entertainment currently shows no movement. Han Hee-sung and Ryu Taeyong are close friends, but he didn't appear in the last conflict. So now HHS Entertainment is a very big, unstable factor. Once they betray us, it's just a matter of time before Taejin clan gets swallowed, Lee Sung-man suggested. They should avoid friction with HJS Entertainment now, and could negotiate an alliance under Ilwa's name. Since many organizations once belonged to Ilwa, he then asked for Baek Do-gyung's opinion. Baek Do-gyung agreed with this approach, while also reminding him to be mentally prepared. Not many organizations still felt loyalty to Ilwa anymore. Such blunt words made Left Eye and others quite displeased. Baek Do-gyung announced that this time, Taejin clan and Ilwa would act separately, one playing the good cop, the other the bad cop. Lee Sung-min didn't understand his plan. Baek Do-kyung said this wasn't a plan. It had already begun at the same time. In the Gangnam district on HHS Entertainment's territory, a bald man was pushing through crowds and running frantically down the street, then hid behind an alley to observe the situation. He didn't understand where those bastards had come from. Just as he was about to call for backup, a figure appeared before him and slammed the bald man against the wall. The bald man was knocked unconscious. This person was Baek Is-soo, who should have been recovering from his injuries. Hearing Baek Do-young say that Baek Is-soo had already made his move, Lee Sung-man thought he was too impulsive. Chaeyu also thought it was inappropriate, since Baek Is-soo had been seriously injured before. But Baek Do-gyung told them domineeringly that if HHS Entertainment didn't bare their fangs, everything would be fine, but once they did, they'd eliminate them first. Most importantly, Baek Is-soo was currently very angry inside and needed an outlet. At this moment, Baek Is-soo threw a phone in front of the bald man. The bald man trembled, not knowing what he wanted. Baek Is-soo stepped on his chest, telling him to make calls for backup. Call anyone, get everyone you can call here. Tell them Baek Is-soo from Taesin clan is here. Lee Sung-guk was not only well versed in the structure of various forces, but also graded people based on actual combat situations. Seeing the expectant looks of the new Nine Blades members, Lee Sung-guk became even more carried away, starting to lecture them like a senior. This immediately angered Gu-jun, and Left Eye quickly tried to calm him down, since this data was indeed helpful to them as newcomers. They then asked Lee Sung-guk about their own grades. Lee Sung-guk explained that they had only appeared in the hotel battle and hadn't fought any formidable opponents alone, so they were tentatively rated as B class. Left Eye was quite satisfied with this rating, but Gu-jun disdainfully turned his head away. The commotion here attracted Choi Chung-ho's attention. Everyone was curious about his strength and quickly looked it up. Choi Jun-ho was once a man who stood at Seoul's peak, but he had passed his prime long ago and was currently rated as A+. Choi Jun-ho was confused about what they were doing and happened to chat with Baek Do-gyung when he came over. The Taesin clan's focus should now be on the Gangnam district. Baek Do-kyung was non-committal about this, then noticed Lee Sang-guk acting strangely and discovered he was doing character rankings. He was curious about his own positioning on the other side. Shogo Wayama walked into the room with a serious expression. Sitting below were all the forces he had previously gathered. Wang Hao and Gu Chongjun from Chownan Trading Company were also there. Gunji Hanazawa, who had previously maintained neutrality, had changed his stance and expressed his full support for Shogo Wayama. This was actually Tetsuji Wayama's intention, because he couldn't ignore his two sons. Gunji Hanazawa would act as his proxy, watching throughout to see who would win in their conflict. What Gunji Hanazawa was most concerned about now was Wang Hao at the table. If Shogo Wayama wanted to establish a foothold in Country H, this person's role was crucial, and he was also the most unpredictable within Taesin clan headquarters. Seeking cooperation with other organizations had become consensus. At this moment, Baek Is-soo walked in from outside with undisguised ferocity in his eyes, just as Choi Chung-ho was about to approach and ask about the Gangnam operation. The bloodstained documents Baek Is-soo brought were particularly striking. He explained these were business transfer documents for some small forces in the Gangnam district, without saying it explicitly. Everyone knew Baek Is-soo had used violent methods. Choi Chun-ho smiled awkwardly, because Baek Is-soo's actions actually pushed Taesin clan to oppose everyone, and these methods were identical to One Sink's. Baek Is-soo sneered and asked why they couldn't be like One Sink. Since the ultimate goal was to swallow these small forces anyway, why care about the process? The pleasure of revenge was truly addictive. If you want to stop me, you might as well just watch from the side. These words left Choi Chun-ho speechless. At this moment, a sharp blade was pressed against Baek Is-soo's neck. Gu-jun warned him not to act on his own. Revenge wasn't just his personal matter. Baek Is-soo didn't respond, just looked unusually cold. At this point Zion tried to mediate, telling Gu Jun to calm down, since Baek Isu was nominally Tae Sin Clan's boss, and warned him that his behavior had crossed the line. Choi Chan-ho saw this scene and quickly intervened. Zion played with the claw blade in his hand. If I hadn't stepped forward just now, you might already be a dead man. I know the boss's character all too well. At this moment Baek Dog-young followed Sua into the living room, sensing the tense atmosphere. He jokingly asked if everyone was having an argument, saying that during critical times, everyone needed to stay united. He even told his younger brother to relax and not keep himself wound so tight. Suddenly his attention was drawn to the documents on the floor, looking at the streaks of bright red on the papers, then seeing the wounds on his brother's hands. Baek Dog-young seemed to guess what had happened. He scratched his head in distress, though he didn't care what his brother did. Baek Isu's actions right now were indeed going too far. Baek Isu ignored his complaints, telling him this was a continuation of the hotel battle from last time. If they had killed all those guys at once last time, there wouldn't be this mess now. And his older brother had the ability to do so back then, but chose to hold back at the last moment. Before he could finish speaking, Baek Dog-young threw a punch at his face, hitting Bikisu so hard that he lost his balance and fell heavily to the ground. He felt that Bikisu's current mindset was too terrifying, and he urgently needed to calm down. But Baek Isu's eyes were like those of a wild beast. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, the ferocity in his eyes still undiminished. Baek Dog-young cursed his brother for being disrespectful, and Choi Jun-ho quickly held him back. Before he could finish, Baek Asu's counterattack came simultaneously. Baek Dog-young sneered coldly. It seems I haven't beaten you in a while. So you're getting cocky, want me to help you? Remember the times when you used to cry? But Baek Asu showed no weakness. At this moment Suwa appeared to stop both of them. When your older brother came back from the dead, you cried more than anyone else. Do you want to send him to the hospital again? Baek Dog-young chimed in from the side. Exactly, this kid has no manners at all. But he was scolded by Sua. You're no better, you don't act like an older brother at all. Choi Chi-hun quickly pulled Left Eye and the others away from the center of the conflict. At this time, an uninvited guest arrived at Tatsuji Ueyama's residence in Country R. The guard seemed very afraid of this person, stuttering as they asked about his purpose for coming. This person explained that he came to find the boss, to confirm something. The guard informed him that the boss didn't want to see anyone today, but this person didn't want to dwell on this issue. A pair of large hands rested on his shoulders, and the calluses on his knuckles indicated he was a martial arts expert. Are you two trying to stop me at this moment? Tetsuji Wayama was studying a chess game when a rough voice came from outside. Big brother has been cooped up in his room so long. He's become an old man. Tetsuji Wayama wasn't angry at his rudeness, asking him why he had rushed back to Tokyo from Osaka. This person told him not to worry about Osaka. He had already crushed Osaka in the name of Wayama. Then he observed the chess game with interest, saying he wanted to play a game with Tetsuji Wayama. If he won, he would leave the Wayama organization. Tetsuji Wayama didn't understand what he meant. Taiga Muto said it was all because of Shogo Wayama. Shogo Wayama was grabbing territory on Country H's soil, and as his teacher, he should have stood by his side. Hearing him say this, Tetsuji Wayama tightened his grip on the chest piece in his hand. If Taiga Muto intervened, it would break the balance. He didn't want anyone to get involved in the succession struggle. Taiga Muto said this was why he was leaving Wayama. From now on, he would stand by Shogo Wayama's side in a personal capacity, and no one could use this as leverage. Moreover, it had always been Tetsuji Wayama who broke the balance. From the moment Shogo Wayama left, Country or Wayama had cut off his support. What was the difference between this and abandoning him? Tetsuji Wayama had favored Baek Do-kyung from the very beginning. These words enraged Tetsuji Wayama, and he swept away the chest pieces in his hand. But Taiga Muto ignored his fury, pointing out that he had no chest pieces left in his hand, so he had already lost. Then he left without looking back. Inside a small loan company in the Gangnam district of Country H, Left Eye came to negotiate in the name of Tyson Clan, hoping the other party would join Tyson Clan, for which Tyson Clan could provide them with security protection. Baek Isu stood outside the corridor listening to their conversation. The small boss looked at Left Eye with amusement, saying there were 3 issues that needed explanation. The first was that this kind of cooperation required at least the Tyson clan boss to show up in person. Left Eye explained that the boss was busy with other matters, and he was fully responsible for the cooperation. The other party seemed unconvinced by this explanation. The second issue was that they were all waiting for HHS's orders before one sync would move. If they wanted them to switch sides, they needed to show advantages over one sync. Hearing this, Baek Issue stepped on the coffee table. The fact that you can sit here and negotiate with us is already our greatest sincerity. The boss stopped his subordinates who were about to make a move, then said he knew Bikisu, knowing he was the shadow boss of Tyson clan and the most prominent figure on Seoul streets recently. But the more prominent you are, the more people envy you. He turned around to see the corridor filled with people, watching like tigers eyeing their prey. These nobodies all wanted to step on Baek Isu to climb up. Left Eye looked panicked. There are way too many people. Baek Isu smiled wickedly. My older brother told me not to go crazy, to stay restrained. But I was just worrying about finding an excuse to fight. Then he said he'd leave the remaining 3 people to Left Eye, while he took off his shirt. People in the corridor were frantically smashing doors and windows. A fist wrapped in clothes broke through the window, slamming one person hard into the ground. Left Eye frantically dealt with the 2 people rushing at him, knocking one out with an uppercut, then grabbing the other's head and slamming it hard on the table. On this side, Bikisu took out one lackey with a single punch. This invincible momentum intimidated everyone. At this moment, a figure appeared behind a crowd. It was Baek Dog-young, carrying a box of milk. Are you causing trouble again? I even brought gifts. Baek Asu took out another lackey with one punch, then explained this time they threw the first punch. Hearing this, Baek Dog-young threw away the milk. Since we can't reason properly, I happen to know a skill or 2 about fighting. Afterward, the 2 brothers leaned against the wall corner. Smoking Baek Isu handed him an ordinary lighter. Seeing his older brother's slight frown, he explained guiltily, during the big fire last time, I lost the lighter you gave me. Baek Dog-young cursed him for being a wastrel. That lighter was a symbol of Tetsuji Wayama, but then he became resigned anyway. He now had irreconcilable conflicts with Wayama Group, so it was time to cut ties with them. However, Bikisu had gone too far this time. Although he was now the boss of Tyson clan, he had also become the target of everyone's attention. His every word and action wasn't just personal behavior, but represented the attitude of the entire Tyson clan. What was needed most now was personal ability to unite people, not violent means to suppress them. That way the organization would be very unstable. His older brother's words made Baek Isu fall into deep thought.